be like this oasis. Just close the borders, and you'd be like this, just like this dream country to to stay in. But there's too many
no,
agendas on the table.
we don't even know how to like run this country without like tons of immigrants always coming in to like fuck our economy up.
I mean, on the surface
Basically
level,
just
for the normies,
globalization.
for the normies, it just seems like it's just a negligent, irresponsible government. But in fact, there's an agenda behind it, right?
People can't do their own landscaping. You know what I mean? And there's like an army of dudes walking around with like leaf blowers out there. That's all. Like we require that somehow. Like somewhere after the '90s, or maybe it was probably long before that. But like yeah, the concept of like a isolationist United States just I don't know.
But
It's like
these governments,
here in Australia.
try to make it not possible.
don't you think it's a
It
joke?
happened here in
Like these
Australia too.
governments, the governments around the world, and the billionaires around the world, it just seems like a bad acting, like a really bad acting drama, a B grade drama.
Yeah, definitely.
Just the way,
the
way,
Yeah.
yeah, the way that the current leader is portrayed, in the way that he gets mocked by the one that wants to get in, number 45. How he's a degenerate and he can't tell the difference between the stairs on the left of the stage and the stairs on the right of the stage, and it's just like it's this show. I think he's made to look incompetent, but if in all like intents and purposes, I think it's actually on purpose. It's deliberate. I think it's deliberate. It's not a mistake, and I don't think, like, he might be that type of a person, but he's made to be in that position, and with this demeanor and this this personality, he's put there in place. He's like on the strings. He's not there because he's like, if it was real, he would have been gone a long time ago. The people would have just swapped him for someone who can actually lead.
Oh yeah, I mean he's just a senile old man, isn't he? And that could be an act, but he seems pretty senile.
Yeah,
And you'd almost feel sorry for him if it wasn't such a the things that are going on. If they weren't going on, you'd almost feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that's all well and good, fellas, but in any democracy, we've all got a vote. I'm guessing you guys probably don't. But I never vote on the promises they make, because that's promises to get in, which we all know never's going to fucking happen. So I vote on who's the right person for the job, who's going to be the right fucking leader. It doesn't matter what party they are, because none of their promises matter, because we all know that's not going to happen, like I just said. Who's the right person to run it? If you've got a shit, and running a country's like you're literally running a corporation. If you've got a shit CEO, it's going to go bankrupt.
Yeah, no one's the right person though. That's the problem, because at the end of the day, whoever's the figurehead at the front isn't the person who's actually running the country. They're just taking orders from probably a myriad of people.
Yeah, but can we really prove this? This has been said for as long as I've known the flat Earth.
I mean, take a look at that horsemail thing that you guys just had, Christina Dern. I mean, she literally, she's part of the World Economic Forum. She started introducing all the World Economic Forum agendas. Like, clearly she's not working for you guys. Everything she was doing was against the people of New Zealand and for everything the World Economic Forum wanted. So,
I'll tell you the most truthful thing I've ever heard about her, and admittedly I don't like the Labour Party, but the funniest thing I heard was when she got into power. Obviously everyone knows what she looks like, and this is terrible, don't clip this. Is someone said, I don't care who's Prime Minister, all I care about is I'm not sure there's enough hay in Wellington to feed her.
Yeah.
And I fucking cracked up at that. But admittedly, as the opposite party that I like, she did do a good job. I can't really fault her.
Except for the fact that she forced you guys to take a whole bunch of things, and then she literally said that she wanted to create a bunch of second-class citizens of those who didn't, and she, implemented World Economic Forum stuff. Maybe she did good in some areas, but she was a complete and utter crazy person in others areas, wasn't she? I don't know how to articulate the
Well,
words I'm trying to say, but she's certainly not a good
well,
person.
not really. She saved the country from a shit ton of money in fucking health bills. That's for sure.
In what way? What do you mean?
People getting sick as fuck.
What? No, I disagree.
Oh, you live in a
I,
country with 28 million people, so the chances of you knowing someone that got really, really fucking sick are very slim. But when you're in a small country, in a small town, the chances of knowing people that actually got sick are much, much higher. Would you agree?
yeah, maybe, but what did they get sick of?
They got sick of dumb
When did they?
fuckery, probably first, and then they got sick from what was actually happening.
Yeah, maybe. Again, maybe not, because everyone pretty much got forced to take an experimental gene therapy. So
I've had them all. I'm reasonably sane. Well, I'm completely
yeah.
sane. I don't think
But,
the air's flat, so it's a good start.
so you have a lot of other people. You were the guy that I sent that information to, weren't you? Was that you that I sent that information to? Did you read it? The
Uh,
information on South Australia
Right, I remember
that
that
I
oh,
posted?
conversation that morning. Right.
Oh, hey, yeah. How you doing?
Hi,
It was this guy,
sweetheart.
wasn't it?
It
Yeah.
was Jazza.
It was this gentleman. Is this Jazza? Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know everyone's name, and I've got my phone in my pocket. So,
Have you had a chance
um,
to look at what he sent you or was able to post? It's okay if you haven't. I'd rather honestly that you haven't, so we know where you're at. You know what I mean? But if you have, I'd love your opinion on it if you did, because I remember I was here that morning with him, you and Plain, and it was going back and forth, and we were trying to get you to see things that we know, right? And look at that. And if you had, would you change your mind? You were like, hell yeah, what if that was the case? So have you had a chance to look at it, Jazza? And if you have, it's okay, honey, like I said. But if you have, can we talk about it? It'd be amazing. But okay, I know we have to be careful how we talk over here. So just saying, have you looked at it?
Stacey, in the fairness of everything, I still don't know how to drive Discord, so I don't think I've seen. Did you send it in a direct message or something?
no, I just sent it in the chat.
Okay.
Oh,
But also as an
send it
example.
again.
Okay. Well, I'll have to find it again. I think I've got it in this phone, but so also here's another one for you. Just recently, probably within I think the past month and a half or 2 months, I think it was out of Denmark, but don't quote me on that one. Researchers just did a study where they put 770 people and gave them the booster, and then they had 700 people that the controls. Hold on a second, I'll be back in a moment. We've got a phone call coming in.
For me, it seems like, we've talked about, Jazz, you've heard me, all these things that we can't supposed to talk about, right, for the last few years. A lot. I mean, I've even got deep into this shit. But now it's like, it's not that that hasn't taken a back seat, but in a way it kind of has for me. I don't know, maybe I got more shit going on here when I'm seeing people drop. I just lost 2 friends over the weekend, no joke. One I've known since I was 18 years old, who we found he overdosed and he's gone. And then another friend of mine who was very, very close with a woman who was struggling emotionally, physically, everything because of her job, stress, God, shit, her child. So much is going on in the world, right? Shit. And she, we don't necessarily know for sure what's going on with her. They're kind of saying natural causes, but we also know there's more to it. So we're going to have to look into that. So for me, it's more on people's mindset. And I've been saying it, that whatever's happened these last fucking, let's say 10, 12, 20, 30, we can go on for a while, but these last 3 or 4 have really affected people's lives. And a lot of people want to go, well, my life's fine. Well, maybe, good for you. But in reality out here, the majority of people have been extremely affected on a level that no one even understands, because most people don't tell you their problems, which is probably a good thing and none of your business. But in reality, those people are still suffering. And I'd hate for people to start losing loved ones like I'm seeing people do, right, on a regular basis because of this. So for me, even when I went to England, I said, you know what, I sat down with that surgeon at surgery office. I said to that nurse, you know, I think the biggest problem you guys are going to have to deal with is not what's happened with the big C. It's what's happened, though, with people's mentality and their mental state was what you're going to have a problem with. She goes, absolutely, 100%. That's what they're fighting. That's what they're dealing with. It's not really the other shit. And that came straight from the UK as well. So they're seeing it on a grand scale, you know?
Yeah, I didn't quite hear all of that, but definitely
And
people's mindsets have just been changed. Sorry, Mingo.
Oh, no, I was just about to say what Stacey was saying. Totally agree, and I'm terribly saddened to hear that. It's
Oh, me too, sweetheart. Thank you. It's a loss is a loss, no matter how you look at it. You know, I've had addiction myself, so for me, it doesn't matter what someone has passed away. It's someone's struggling, right, mentally. So that is, I think, the most important is mental awareness. I know people are like, oh, you know, we're not trying to be victim for people out here. No, I'm not. But let's be real. People have been through some shit. They've been lied to, and even coming to truth can scare people. You know what I mean? And in reality, seeing your world for what it is will shake you if you are actually seeing it. So yeah, there's a lot going on out here, guys. It's all over the place. It's not just one thing that's happening. It's on many scales that's happening. Yeah.
But Stacey, it's not even that. I've been through the same sort of shit, and it doesn't have to be medically, but
Right.
from the outside looking in, sometimes it's really difficult because people hide it, but sometimes you know something's wrong, and that's when you need to say, hey, are you okay? And they'll
Absolutely. And
they'll
it's
go,
sad
yeah,
because
no,
I
no,
remember
I'm good
my
as.
friend reaching out about 3 weeks ago to me and my best friend at the same time because we both knew her. And we both have a lot going on, right? So we're not taking blame. We know that, guys. It's not like that. But as any time you go through something like this, you wish you can do more. You're always going to wish you could do more. I should have this and I should have did that. And in reality, that's not it. It's just, I'm glad that we were able to know, and she did reach out. There just wasn't more that I could have done in that time, and I wish I could have. But the problem is a lot of people don't reach out. You don't know anything is going wrong because we get told to suck it up. You got to go to work. You got children to take care of. All this other shit. So smile, keep going. But you know, adults are no different than, I'm sorry, children as well. We all suffer, and there is no difference in my suffering and your suffering. It's the same. So, or age,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. And it gets pushed aside too easily as we grow up, and you're supposed to just not worry about it and not show your feelings. Well, I call bullshit on that, especially what's happened in the last few
Definitely.
years.
And
People got to
people have,
start opening up. Yeah.
But even
yeah, for sure.
like obviously you're going to notice in your closest friends, whether it's in conversation or mannerisms or, you know, a change in character. I'm no fucking psychologist. I don't claim to be. But I've been there before, and there's always things that you think that you should have picked up on, but you don't.
Right.
And it's only after the fact, and you're like, why the fuck didn't I see that? It's
Mm-hmm.
it's fucking horrible, but yeah,
I know.
that's
Well, you can never see it because people are chameleons, aren't they? You know, I mean, what's the classic thing is, oh, how you doing? And everyone's just like, oh, yeah, good. You know, because they're not going to tell you how they really are. But
No.
can I just tell you, Jazza, like, because I've got to go, so I'll just quickly tell you the thing. So, the study that just came out recently, and they studied 770 people, gave them their third one, and they had another control group of 700 people. Now, in the actual group that got the third one, they had 1 in 35 people got myocarditis, all right? And 1 in 20 of them had actual damage to the myocardium. Okay.
That's what the virus
So
does. But
no, the virus does not. That is absolute lie. That it does not do it. It is in nowhere near the amount that is done through the other avenue. Okay, that has been debunked through multiple scientific articles. Okay. All right. So that has been debunked through multiple scientific articles. And
you send those
the
to me
thing that
as
they
well?
found, sorry?
Would you be able to send those articles to me as well? Not that I'm a doctor and would know what the fuck they mean, but if you could, that'd be great.
Well, what I'll do is, if you want to have a look, you want to look at Dr. John Campbell, because he's really changed his tune and he goes over all these things. Okay, so you want to look at him because that's a doctor going over these things. And Dr. Campbell was a massive advocate of it.
What I would do is I would do a case study of the exact number of the people that were tested. What did you say, 770 people? I would ask that amount of doctors and see what their results were.
Yeah, well, like I said, if you had have looked at the information that I had sent, you would have seen that here in South Australia
that'd be a fair and proper study.
Well, we had a very good control group here because we had very, very low amount of the big C here. All right. And in 2021, we had a massive increase in the amount of people going to the emergency department and inpatients. Huge increase in 2021, through the roof. 5,000 extra people going for heart problems. You know, like, it was staggering. It was just absolutely staggering what happened here in South Australia. But they'll never admit to it, even though the information's there. But let me just finish.
Go ahead. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Sorry. So what they actually noticed as well is, out of all of those people, the 1 in 35 and the 1 in 20 that had damage to their heart, only 2 people actually had chest pains. The rest of them had no symptoms at all. So they're walking time bombs because they don't even know they've got heart issues.
Well, exactly, so you don't really have a control from what this thing is, because you don't know. Some people don't know they have fucking heart disease. Some people don't know they've got fucking emphysema. Even though they've never smoked in their lives, but they've been around smokers.
This is what you call a prospective study. Prospective study, where they actually run all the diagnostic tests on these people beforehand. And then they run all the diagnostic tests afterwards. So they tested every single person from the control group to the group that got the third one. So they'd gone through and actually looked at all of the markers for these things beforehand, and they were all clear.
But hang on. Going back to science, you can't have a control group unless they were literally living in Antarctica, germ-free, for fucking 3 years and gone back to the mainland before this come out. There's no such thing as a control group for this. No such fucking thing.
Of course there is.
Not true, Jazz. Like, listen, if you take somebody, a whole bunch of people, and who study them beforehand. Now, you can't say that, oh, yes, tomorrow I might wake up as something different, right? That's why there's so many of them, right? Not just 1 or 2. You don't have a coincidence like that in life. So you're sitting here and you're testing, say, 500 people, and those 500 people don't have any health problems when it links to heart problems at all beforehand. And then something's done to them, right? And then they later on start having these complications. Not just 1, not just 2, but 500. Let's say, I'm not saying all of them, but just say, right? If the majority comes out having these issues, then that would be, yes, a control group, because you figured it out. Now I'm not saying it's necessarily your thing is proof it's that, right? But then you go down the avenue of proving it. But you already have a basis in the beginning of already showing it leading that direction, right? So this is where it comes in. The doctors start thinking, wait a minute, we gotta look at this a little bit different, guys. We're getting results coming back that are not good. This is how it starts. And the only way you can is to do it like that in a control group. You're not going to put somebody in a lab or in Antarctica, and you don't even know what the hell is in Antarctica, by the way. So you couldn't even do that in Antarctica. And a controlled group like you're talking about, you're trying to bring it to a very isolated room that you're not near any bacteria, any air outside. You know what I mean? No, we can still survive and live every single day like this. But yeah, they're going to be watching what they're eating, what they're doing. I'm pretty sure all those people are in a very controlled environment in a way when it comes to what's going on into their body, that environment.
Stacey, that is actually a very good point because, and for one, you just proved that you do need a control group because in the first hand, not 95% of people died from contracting the thing. 80% of people were asymptomatic. They had no idea they even had it and contracted it. So how can you have a fucking control group? It has to do with what your immune system is. I'm no doctor, but this is just what I interpret.
So you don't know what a control group is, basically, do you?
Exactly what I just said.
What is a control group in an experiment?
You have to have a group of people that have no connection to what is happening. Yes.
No.
Yes.
To what's being given to someone, yes.
No. Given or infected is the same thing. It's like a placebo. No. Yes, it is. It's like a placebo. It's exactly the same thing.
That's not how the control group will work in a scientific experiment.
So you're trying to say that you can put 20 people in a room and inject 5 people and lick 5 people and see if it spreads. Is that what you're saying?
What?
No.
See if it moves on to the next people? No, do you know?
No. A control is no way in shape or form of having any relation to what the experiment is fucking making.
Okay, wait, Jazz, I'm trying to explain here. I'm trying to understand.
Whether it's spitting,
you're right. Go ahead.
Whatever. Whether it's spitting, whatever, touching in the atmosphere, whatever. Those people have to have no contact with that said virus or disease or fucking whatever.
We're not talking about.
It doesn't matter.
We're not talking about a virus here, though.
So
we're talking about an injection. We're not talking about an injection. We're talking about an injection.
Jazza is confused, I think, but maybe I am.
So you don't know what a control is to begin with.
Jazza, wait a minute.
Jazza.
How can you
one set of people? Don't cut me off, Jazza. I'm speaking. One set of people get an injection. No, I did not. One set of people get an injection of a particular substance. The other people don't get the injection of the particular substance. Okay? So basically you have a control group. You know, one gets it, one gets a placebo, and then you can also have a control where they get nothing at all. Right? You understand that?
I do.
It has nothing to do with.
This is hilarious, but carry on.
I put in real quickly because I think I'm trying, maybe I'm wrong, or the confusion because I was hearing both sides. Jazza, are you trying to say because you don't know for a fact that somebody asymptomatic, right? You could say they're fine, but they could have had it the whole time. So how do y'all even know it's not controlled? And then you give them that, and you don't know if it's coming from the boost or it's coming from something that they already had because they couldn't tell, they had no symptoms. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to believe in the science that is around you, they were testing these people too. So I'm sure they were tested positive or not positive, right? So it's either, are we going to believe in the test now or are we going to believe what? Here's the problem. I don't believe any of it. I don't believe in that test. So I can't even go down that path, right? Because there's been faulty ones the whole freaking way. So to even know if that person has anything in the get-go, I couldn't even tell you. That control to me doesn't work on your end. I understand. For me, it don't work because I don't believe in the test at all.
I think the problem that we have here is that Jazza doesn't actually even want to know or learn. Like, he doesn't want to know. You've made up your mind. You've made up your mind, and you don't want to know, and you don't actually want to learn.
It's actually
Right.
funny because Stacey B, in plain reality, Stacey B just said that you don't know about what this is doing, and I was just explaining to you that we don't know what it can do unless we test it. And you plain right out said that it's fucking killing everyone everywhere. Anyway, so how the fuck do you know when you can't do a pilot study?
Because they
You're
are
straw
testing it,
manning because
Jazza.
I
That's
did
the
not say
point.
it's killing everyone for starters.
Mm-mm.
So you're
No,
straw
you
manning.
implied that it was. You implied that everyone's
No, I didn't.
that has died from it isn't dying from the virus, is dying from the
The cure.
Well,
I didn't.
no, he's talking about how
Mm,
that cure thingy, whatever, is causing other complications that they're finding out along the way. And that can be tested by testing somebody who doesn't have any problems, right? There's no complications, and you wouldn't believe in that test, right? You say this takes positive or negative. Well, they're not. They're negative, then they give them something, and now they are something else, and have these other issues in their life that they never had before. Now, if you get one person doing that, then 2 people, and 3 people, and 4 people, and that list goes on, or say 15 out of 20, that's something you'd have to look into further and further. That's a study. We got something wrong here. But see, you're almost making it, just throwing it out the window, because I don't know why, actually. Like, you just don't even want to accept it, because I can understand why I would throw it out the window. But for somebody who believes in these numbers, who believes in the tests, who believes in the stuff that's been said to them on the news, and I'm not trying to put you in that category, Jazz, I'm just saying you've told me that. Then if you believe that shit, then you should definitely believe in a controlled study.
Anyway, sorry
Doesn't
guys,
make
I gotta
sense
go.
to me.
Bye.
Go ahead, honey.
See you guys. I've got to go. Bye.
You're good. Bye, honey.
I
Have a
gotta
good
go
day.
make dinner.
So that
See you.
study he's mentioning to you has been done where they're finding blood clots and all these things that are causing problems to people's hearts. So I don't want anybody to deny it. Listen, if there's something like that going on out there, y'all, wouldn't you want to know? Wouldn't anybody want to know, for their family, for their friends, and for their own self, right? That these things could happen. This is the kind of actual medical stuff that should be going down to figure out what's happening. Now, I don't say I want to be a human subject for it. No, thank you. But if people are out there willing and wanting to do this, I mean, for heaven's sake, Shazza, this is a big thing. If this is causing serious complications, right? Wouldn't you want to know too, so you wouldn't take anymore? Sincerely. Because this isn't just in Australia, this is in Mexico, it's everywhere, where doctors are actually standing up and saying this is happening, but yet it is not hitting the news. It is literally being pushed under the table, and they're not allowed to talk about it. So if Australian doctors, Mexican doctors, always all over the world are trying to come out and say something, there's a issue that's causing heart problems in people and blood clots, that I think we should actually care. And I didn't mean to get caught up in plain realities conversation, because I know this is not really a topic that likes to be talked about too much over here, because it's very easy to get into words we shouldn't be saying and stuff, right? But I'm just saying, for your own sake, hon, you might want to look into those things, right? Because you do believe in that type of science and everything. So if you do, there are people out here doing studies, and doctors who are very worried, very, very, very worried, and are pushing it to the mainstream, but nobody's taking it on board. So hard to have that conversation about any of that here, though, correctly. I just feel like sometimes they'll forget it, because it's so difficult to say the things that you need to say or want to say appropriately for someone to understand what you're, talking about. The transparency is like not there anymore. We can't really put it on the table. It's very difficult. It's like leading a horse to water, but I'm doing it backwards and fucked up and everything, and some behind him's got fucking food. I'm like, what are we doing? Going in 30 directions, y'all.
That's my saying, Stacey, as the old fashioned goes, you can lead a flat earther to water, but you can't make them think.
I'm sorry, just a joke came in my head, but I won't say it because it's not appropriate here. Ooh-wee.
Go ahead.
And
Go ahead.
No, it's my friend keeps saying it to people, and because of that, it's a racist comment in a way. So I relay a racist joke, and I don't really do racist jokes, but she's that kind of person. She'll walk up to anyone, and the whole thing of why do I won't finish it. So why do black people like crackers in their soup.
Oh snap!
Yeah, you know what I mean? It instantly made me think of that one for some reason because you said something about sinking. Yes, you're awful. You guys are all awful out here.
All I said was, I'm sure I've said this to you before. Is I changed it around. The old-fashioned saying is, as the old saying goes, I changed it to as the old-fashioned goes. You can lead a flat earther to water, but you can't make them think.
It's funny. I'll give you that. Hey, we all made jokes. I've said worse probably, so it's okay.
Yeah, no, it's
Good
all good.
joke. We need them. We need jokes, though. Sincerely, I don't want to fight with everybody all the time. I think the whole debate thing is kind of over for me, and not just for me. I think it should be over in general. We can definitely have these intellectual conversations, but the debate, it always goes in a wrong way when we debate. Eh.
Well, yeah, it always does, but in the wrong way. No pun intended.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Right.
But anyway, I got to go, Stacey. So you have a good one. We'll catch you
You
later.
too, sweetheart. Bye, honey.
Alrighty, catch you.
You say ketchup or ketchup? In my head, I picture Jazza like when this finally all comes to, the head, and everybody understands that literally, we're on a flat plane. And that morning that Jazza wakes up and was like, "Listen, I told you all it was." That's what Jazza's gonna say. He's like, "Guys, the whole time I've been telling you guys it was." He's not gonna be like, going, no, I was wrong. Just don't picture Jazza ever doing that. No, you guys weren't fucking getting what I was saying. Y'all were being little C's, uh, they're gonna tell us how the whole time they were trying to explain this shit to us.
Yeah, I can picture Zanuck or Kosho trying to explain to everyone, like, yo, I've been with these guys for years. I know. I've been trying to tell them this whole time it was flat and we weren't moving.
See you too. Like they're never gonna be like, we concede in that way, and they're gonna twist it around on us, yo. These stupid flat earthers. We were telling them it was flat. Like what? Wait a minute. Wait.
They weren't listening. I know.
I know. The good thing is we got hours and hours recorded, years and years of it recorded. Replay.
Oh, this shit is all on file. Yeah, this isn't like Gems where they can just say they said whatever they want to say and we move on. Just this shit's all recorded for posterity.
Shit, for my own, sanity. That's why we people did it. Like, look, when you guys come back here and want to talk smack, bam. No, thank you. Oh, good morning, by the way, Jeremy. I hope you're having a good day, honey.
Yo,
Oh,
Jeremy. Good morning,
fucking
man. Yeah.
good morning. Good morning. Mondays are rough around here.
Right? Manic Mondays. Gotta love them.
Hey, at least it's not a holiday as well, right?
Oh, I wish it was a holiday. I love those Monday holidays. I always get them off. I get so many you get so many holidays off work for the government. It's crazy. I get all the Jewish holidays because the school I work at.
What, are you converted?
I'm about to be Muslim and fucking okay. First of all, Muslims can have 4 wives, so there's that. And then I don't know if you could be a Muslim
Yo, but your
and Jew.
bills. Think about your bills, bro. 4
What's
wives.
up?
Come on. 4 wives? The
Yeah, I
bills,
gotta
bro.
have jobs. The bills are gonna be dope because we're gonna be splitting it 5 ways.
Oh, that is dope. You get like a little
Like right
community
now, it's
out of it.
just me and my wife. We gotta split it, chop it up 2 ways. You throw three more people in the mix, we're good.
You got lots of heads.
We'll be lamping, fucking lamping, bro. I don't know what's so funny, dude. That's how it should be, bro.
I'm with you.
Stacy, what do you think? Would you
Lamping
be
all
in
the
a
way,
harem?
You got like 3 sister wives. What's wrong with that? Come on.
God.
How much easier would life be though if there was mad people to split the bills, everyone got along at times?
I know,
Okay, wait a
I
minute.
know
Do
a
you
guy.
and your wife want to come in here and
I
pay
know
my
two
bills? You
guys.
guys can.
I know 2 guys that are practicing polygynists publicly. One's from New York, and one's from Texas. But it's not a good look. Society frowns upon polygyny. I'm not even talking about polygamy. I'm talking about polygyny, where in polygyny, only the man is allowed to have multiple partners. In polygamy, both the woman and the man are allowed to have multiple partners. That's an abomination altogether. That's not observed anywhere. Not the Hebrews, not the Muslims, not the Mormons. Nobody does that, right? Nobody allows women to have multiple partners. But for whatever reason, there is double standards in both Hebrew and Islam, where men are allowed to have multiple wives. Now, it is what it is. Just saying.
Yeah. No, I mean it sounds good, but you got 4 women. You know, that's a problem. It's not easy. You know what I mean? Seems like it's all milk and honey, but it's not.
Special needs, no
Yeah,
offense, not
there's a
trying to bring
class
it that
system,
way.
bro.
It's okay, but how do you take care of 4 women emotionally? I'm sorry, women are emotional. We need things in a different way that a man needs.
Oh, they
Fucking
can
just the
take care of
honest
each
truth.
other. What about that?
They do.
Like, yeah, I want to
They
complain,
They
and then
do
they're like,
though.
yeah, me
You're
too.
right. You're actually right. They do take
actually
care.
listen.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like as an example, Sarah was supposed to take care of the concubine, Keturah, and Keturah was a slave or a maid. Or they would call not a slave, but today they would be considered a slave, but back then they were called maidservants, right? That's a more, I don't know, it's a nicer name, maidservant. But yeah, she was a maidservant. So you had concubines, maidservants, and wives. First, second, third wife. And like not all your concubines were like on the same level as your wife. Like you might actually fall in love with your concubine more than your wife. Like it's happened. But you're supposed to like your wife was they're supposed to be like your main one. Like you know what I mean? The one that you slept with every night.
Yo, but do concubines have anything to do with cubes? All right, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. I'm on mute and I'm letting the dramatic pause just take place. And it's good. It's like sometimes it's just worth it just to let it sit there. And it has more value.
Oh no, my awkward
Sorry.
silences are golden. You got it.
It was great. I was laughing over here. You couldn't hear, but I was. No, but that comment, like, maidservant, to me, since I heard it, I was like, you're made to serve. That is not any better than a slave. But I get you. Like when you first hear it, you're like, oh, a maid. Wait, maid servant. You're made to serve. I don't like this now. The loudest person in my entire place right now. 6 o'clock in the morning. I wonder how many people have been kicked out of their homes talking on Discord. You're evicted. You're too damn loud. We don't like you.
Yeah, but people don't like the idea of like classism, like separating people into classes. But inevitably, you have
Yeah.
to. It's you have to. It's the only way. Um, and like I said yesterday, the other day, there's no other. You won't see any models in real life where there isn't such a thing as classism. So the idea that you can basically just get get rid of black and get rid of white, and this duality when you merge, like this is the idea of transubstantiation. Is eventually they do plan on merging everything, like doing away with genders, right? So not having males, not having females, and then like having like neutral everything, right? Unifying religions, all one religion, like coexist movement, like stuff like that. Like that comes from the occult, where the yin and the yang they merge together to some synthesis. I forget what the synthesis is, but it's part of the Hermetic doctrine too. So it goes way back. Like what I'm just scratching the surface. But
And
like
the
the
yin and the
merging of
yang, like
both
the sun and the moon, though, thing.
It's yin. It's only yin yang if you're talking about the yin yang twins.
Sorry, sweetheart. We shouldn't have cut you off. My bad, by the way.
No, but basically all I'm saying is that like there's this idea of the equal distribution of love, or the equal distribution of wealth, or the equal like everybody's equal. We're all one, but we know that both women and men are different biologically. We're not one. Men are stronger. Like that's that idea. It just plain logically just starts under scrutiny, collapses, and then when you at the both the micro and macro scale, you can't have that. It doesn't work. It only works for a second in your head, maybe on paper, but in real time, practically, none of that stuff actually exists. Like you don't have equal treatment of children, because there's always going to be children that are more rebellious than others. Like if you have 10 kids, you're going to have your favorite kid. Like it's inevitable. You're going to have one son. Like you can try to love them all equally, and that is righteous, the idea to try to love them all equally according to their, what they deserve. If one kid's misbehaving, it would only be just to punish him, right? Now, if you leave him unpunished because, well, I don't punish my other children, so I don't want to punish him, but he deserves punishment, then you're like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you can't treat everybody equally, because everybody's gonna get what they deserve in the long run. So what you end up with is an equal distribution of outcome, which is a better model. So that you're given to what you do, right? Your work your work ethic, like you're given to that. You're held to that standard, and it's a better standard. It's a philosophical standard, but with economics, it works. It works through a lot of different models. Free market capitalism, baby. That's why it all comes down to free market capitalism. It's the best economic engine that's ever existed. There's nothing. You can try to present something better, but there isn't something better. Democratic socialism is in it. I'll tell you that.
People didn't have an upper hand. I'm sorry, but you put everybody in the same area, same thing. They don't have any extra privileges or rights, and we're all on the same page. Oh yeah, then I'll judge you for what you're saying and doing all that shit. But in reality, people have privileges in this world. I never seen anything but it. So yeah, if we can somehow see a place where there isn't classes and divides, and we've already been divided. I don't know anything that wasn't divided. So I can't say there isn't a time that we can't come together and all be equal and all this thing. I don't know, because I've never seen anything but division. equal. I'm more equal, like in a spiritual level, more, and yes, like finances, all those things. But when we're talking about, is there a difference between a man and a woman? Obviously, for me, I still stand there 100% is. So there is differences along the way, of course.
What a beautiful morning it is.
Indeed.
All perception though, because honestly, every day is a good morning. You can wake up and put your feet on the ground, and even the ones that can't put the feet on the ground. You know what I mean? I'm serious. The ones that wake up every day, have that breath, and can see this place, whatever it may be that we're in, is a blessing. But it's hard for those to see that are struggling in a moment. But let me tell you, it's a blessing every damn day to be here, because I don't know anything different. I don't know what's after this. I'm hoping something big and amazing. But for fuck's sake, what is here right now is also big and amazing. And people lose focus on that sometimes, because at the same time, there's so much destruction and corruption and crap here. There's so much beauty, and people are amazing people and coming together. That's where you find the best things on earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Like, my restaurant is in a sort of like a it's under ownership of a mega landlord, and so there's the water bill. There's no individual check meters for the water. So what happens is they just divide the one water bill between 104 tenants. Yeah, and it works out every month. Everybody just pays an equal share of 104. So everyone pays $7 each for water, right? And as a restaurant, we use a lot more water than someone who's in an office, right? But everyone pays $7. Now what they've done today is they've decided to put check meters on every single individual tenancy. And what that's going to do is that those office buildings who are paying $7 now, they're still going to end up paying $7. Yeah. But now I'm going to be paying $200 because that's actually how much water I'm using. But it's not making the other dude's water any cheaper. They're still going to be paying $7.
Really? How does that work?
You work out the maths, man. That's just how it works.
But that mathematically, that does not check out, obviously, because that's the problem that you're having, right?
Oh,
No,
this guy's a
that's exactly how it works. That's
Well, the
exactly
problem
how
here
it works.
in America is the same
No, it's
way.
not
Like,
how
I
it
don't
works.
care. Real quickly, if you get charged, like, I don't know how I use anything for water, and I reserve and everything. But here in America, you get charged a base charge. So if they want to start charging everybody separately, they're going to charge you a base. Then they're going to charge you what you are actually putting out. And so what happens is it actually becomes more expensive in the long run, that these companies are charging everybody, and it's a win-win-win for them, and it's a lose-lose-lose for everybody else. That's what really ends up happening.
All right, yeah.
It's not that the math is like, I get what you're saying, the math. Well, how can that add up? Because they don't have to give it to you cheaper. They're definitely not going to go down in price. They're going to make it. Like $7 ain't shit. You know, you know what I mean? They're not going to say now your bill's $3. Nah, that's not how companies work.
But okay, it's not how transactions work, Abel, because there is a fixed cost to, for example, billing in general at all, and yeah, if you have one bill, then there's a fixed cost to that, and then there is the cost per gallon of water that's delivered and so on, right? So yes, that I understand, but I don't believe that the price should not go down for everyone else if you redistribute the same amount of water and bill it separately. Actually, check who is consuming which fraction.
Oh, I get
It's
you
not
too.
that
You're right.
the
Because
price.
you're right. Because I got pissed. I was living in a freaking apartment complex that was doing the same thing, was splitting up our water. Now I'm one person living in a fucking studio apartment at the time, and my next door neighbor's got 4 kids. Right, bath after bath after bath, and her water bill, because the base charges and everything was the same as mine. But we all got charged a certain fee though for that, right? Splitting it out. You suppose you have 4 children, and I have this, but my base charge is what? So I'm still
Yeah.
basically paying what you're fucking paying. Are you kidding me?
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't sound fair when it's only split between maybe 20 or 30. But when you're getting up into the high numbers, like 100 or 200 or 300, it actually works out better for everyone if they just share the cost, even though there's some people who are using way more.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
because the fixed cost of the bill is so negligible that you actually just pay in effect just paying for the shared use of water, which the shared use is not really expensive. Like in most places where water billing like works like that, water is not hugely expensive. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and when you're providing a service for the community like food, you'd expect that if you're in a big complex with 100 or 200, that would be the way to do it because you're providing a necessary service, right?
Same thing with the hotel. They're going to charge everybody the same price, and you can use as much water, hot water as you want. This, by the way, the hot water here never ends. You can leave your water running all damn day. It don't matter because you're getting charged one charge for everybody in the entire fucking hotel. Now, is that freaking place being charged unbelievable costs for that water? Nope. Because they've got to split out between so many fucking ones, and they've already figured out their costs. They can let that one person run their water all damn day long. It don't even matter anymore. So the prices that we're being charged are just it's stupid. The base charge is where they get you. Those increments right there, because I don't know how many times I only use like $20 in water, but my water bill was 70 fucking bucks, and I'm wondering why. It's because it's literally the sewage charge, right? Your base sewage charge, your base water charge, and just to flush your toilet, is charging you more than the water you actually used. That don't make no damn sense.
Well, canalization is something that needs to be maintained and looked after, and it's a shared thing, I guess. I mean, in many places, this is done through the governing bodies, so it would be done through it would be a tax that you're paying for the sewage, I guess, in a sense. But
Right, I understand what you mean. Well, it's nice to know that you guys are getting screwed over. Same way I'm getting screwed over here in America by our water companies and bullshit. At least we can all agree upon that one.
Well, the crazy thing that the petrol prices are so high, but we're still paying double the amount for water. Like if you go to a gas station, that's where you buy gas, right? You put it in your vehicle, gas. And just for example, you pay $3 for 1 liter of gas. Well, you walk into the same gas station and you buy 1 liter of water, and you'll pay $6.
Exactly what you're talking about. And I'm like, what the fuck has happened? It's insane. It really is. I'm sorry, the fact that they even took and made our water that we all need to live, and it's everywhere. It's the majority of of Earth, right? It's water, and they've taken that from us and they've charged us a price on it. That's insane. Listen, they have the best water if you just go out to springs, if you can find them and stuff. The best water I've ever had in my entire life, and it feels like when you drink that shit, it gives you energy. Like you're going out there doing your energy drinks, and some people are doing drugs and cocaine. You don't need it. You need some good water. So they're charging us the price for water too. That's actually bleached and everything else, especially here in America. Drink this shit. And we're charging you an arm and a leg for it too, and your heart probably, and everything else, and your liver and your kidneys.
Well, some of that bottled water that you buy, it tastes okay when it's chilled from the fridge, but when it goes down to room temperature, it tastes like rust.
Oh God, yeah. And that's what I miss. As when I was in England, I drank mainly water because I'm a Southern sweet tea gal. And when I went to England, I was very upset because there is no Southern sweet tea like that. It's all tea and cream and milk in their fucking teas. And I'm like, oh no, 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 that's not even gonna happen here. And they had no creamer for my coffee, so it was milk in my coffee, and I wasn't digging that either. So I drank a lot of water. And it wasn't bad though. It's nothing like the water here. It wasn't close to spring water, no, but it wasn't the kind of faucet water that we have. I could literally drink out of the faucet, and it tasted more like real water, not bleach. I mean, I turn on my water here, and it smells like chlorine instantly. And majority of people will tell you that in America. It's like, holy shit, how much fucking bleach you put in this? It's bad.
It's mad chlorinated. And then there's like all this like lime scale that occurs too. Like I noticed that like just from like a glass that I have for just like watering one plant. Like there's just like all these rings of like sediment like on it. And I'm like, man, I probably should put some kind of water filter on my shit, you know?
No, for real. On top of, we didn't have to do this growing up, but I mean, I'm going through so many coffee makers as well. If you use that water, I'm telling you have to stop using it because it destroys your fucking machines quick now. We're really quick. Too much shit in it. It wasn't even this bad when we were growing up as kids. Hell no. Oh, for fuck's sake, here comes the guy that flirts with me every morning, and I try to get him to stop, but some men just don't give a crap, you know?
Oh, tell him you got a sore somewhere or whatever, and make sure you talk to him all about it.
I got syphilis, and I got other issues, you know? I got fucking, yeah, I'll bring up a whole bunch of crap that makes people stay away.
Talk about colors and smells, do all that.
Just tell them you've got the long C.
Yeah, exactly. I got long COVID. I mean, sorry. See, that's what happens. Apologize. Rewind. Hi, pup. Good morning. How you doing? 1 second. How you feeling today?
That sounded very friendly considering how she described him. I had an interesting conversation yesterday, and I'm still having a hard time to wrap my head around it. It's a little bit more technical topic. So the light from the sun is obviously not parallel. This is not a correct. This is not a reasonable thing to state. And I was asking them, well, I know that crepuscular rays exist, and I also know that anti-crepuscular rays exist, and I also know that in rare cases you can observe both at the same time. So crepuscular rays are when you have like see light rays from the sun and they converge towards the sun. And anti-crepuscular rays are the same, but on the opposite side. So you see light rays from the sun, and you see them converging away in the opposite direction from the sun. And I was saying, well, to me this looks like sun rays are perceived to be parallel by us. And I was told no, but I never was told how that's wrong.
It's kind of technical, but what's your opinion? Are light rays parallel or not?
Well, I just said like the fact that crepuscular rays, both crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays exist, means that the light rays that we can perceive from the sun appear parallel to us. Because what I know about perspective is that if you have divergent light, if you have divergent lines, right, and you look towards the point where they actually where they intersect, because they need to intersect in one direction in order to be divergent in the other, then you're just going to see the intersection point, or you're going to see them appear to intersect and converge up in the distance if the intersection point is too far away for you to resolve. And in the other direction, the divergent lines are going to diverge further and further and further away from each other, infinitely far. And due to perspective in the vanishing line, though, this will become more closer and closer and closer to parallel. So divergent lines, according to what I know about perspective, won't appear to converge when you're looking far, far away. They will appear to become parallel, but they will never appear to become to merge into one point. Because we have a vanishing line, we don't just have a vanishing point at this point, right? And then parallel rays, they will appear to converge when you look further and further away.
Time. You got to make your comments more concise. You can't just go on and on. I told you last night, bro. You can't just tell us the never-ending story that never ends.
I'm sorry, I got bored. Point being, divergent lines become parallel in perspective. And
no, I didn't get bored. You just keep going and going like the Energizer.
That lady was too. Why can't he?
I just came back. Perfect timing. Go ahead.
The fact that anti-crepuscular rays exist, rays, we see rays from the sun, just like with crepuscular rays, but they appear to converge in the opposite direction from the sun, away from it. That means that those sun rays, they are perceived as parallel by us, according to what I've learned about perspective. But I'm open to learning.
My apologies if I was rambling on. I have no problem with somebody talking though. Please take the floor.
Yeah, it kind of seems as though, like when you see the crepuscular rays coming from the clouds, where the sun seems to be just above the clouds, it seems to be that it doesn't happen every time the sun's above the clouds, right? It only happens very rarely, like normally at the end of the day when it's nearly about sunset. Yeah, and it's kind of like in the middle of the cloud, just at that right spot, there seems to be like one of those party mirror balls or something. There's some type of a difference with the cloud that it's intersecting, and it's making the rays look like they're coming from a point which is not far away above the clouds. But it's kind of like an anomaly where there's some type of a congestion there in the cloud, and that's allowing it to happen. It's kind of like a crystal buildup or something, some type of a prism effect.
I don't think so. I've seen crepuscular rays. So what would cause I've seen crepuscular rays being caused, and then I had the fortune to be able to have the side view on it through the route that I was taking. And when you see it from the side, then you see that those rays that appeared to converge towards the sun, they were just actually traveling towards you. Because the sun was as you say, it's relatively low in altitude, or the elevation angle is relatively low. And on the way between cloud and you don't have, your eyes doesn't have any orientation for how far away the ray is from you. So it looks to you as though it's diverging, but what it actually does is the ray that is a constant width just gets closer to you without you having an orientation to sort that out in your brain.
Well, I totally agree with everything that you just said. That's spot on. But what I'm saying is the mechanism that makes that happen in the cloud itself. I mean, it's a different form, a shape, something that's there that's acting as a prism in that cloud. You know what I mean? It's
Oh
like
yeah, I see.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, and it could be the case that the light rays are parallel or not. It doesn't really matter. It's just that what is actually happening in that cloud, because it doesn't happen every time, right? You don't see them like you see the cloud and the sun every day together. You know, the clouds go over the sun, but it's a particular dynamic sort of a convergence of particular elements in the sky, which is allowing that to happen. It's like you don't see a rainbow every time it rains, and every time that it rains and there is the sun at the same time. You don't see a rainbow every time, right? It's like this special event that happens because of some dynamic sort of a convergence. And when you see those really prominent ones, the corpuscular rays, it really does make me think that in the cloud just up there, there's something there. And is it the cloud, or is it something that's hidden in the clouds? It's hard to detect. What is it? It's got to be some type of a more of a dense, environment just at that point to make that
Mm.
happen.
Well, to make rays appear, like you can also do, for example, if you have like a laser labyrinth or something, right? Or like one of those, like in Mission Impossible, one of those you need to dodge the laser thing. You can make them visible if you spray some mist on it, and the same thing happens when you see crepuscular rays. That's what makes the rays occur or visible to us. You have some uh, small things in the air that
Like a
scatter.
node. Yeah, I know what you mean. If you put your finger on top of a torch in the night with the fog in the air, you can make the corpuscular rays come off the tip of your finger, or even with a laser or any type of a light like that. Yeah. But
Exactly.
so what is that? So what is that? Well, that's what I'm getting to. What is that point up there in the clouds in the sky? What is that convergence point? There must be something there to allow the mechanism of these rays.
Well,
It's not
it's
just
just
your average cloud, right?
well, it is actually just a cloud, and then it happens that throws a shadow, and that makes it so that you separate out some light, right? And then you can see that separated out light if there is some mist or some other particles like dust and stuff that makes a ray appear. And then it looks as if it's converging towards the sun if that ray travels towards you, if the ray loses distance between the cloud and coming to and your position actually, and that's due to perspective. Then when you look at it from the side on, as I said, I've actually had the fortune to recently see that. Actually, it's been a year since then already. I've seen this same thing, sun shining through clouds, forming those rays beautifully as you typically would, but I've seen it from the side. And what happened is I've seen that those rays that we typically see as they are getting wider as they get lower, closer towards the ground. They're not actually getting wider. They are constant width. They're just traveling towards you. They're just losing in distance, and the beginning of it is further away from you than where they hit the ground.
Oh, I get what you mean by on the side. So either the sun is either on your left or on your right, and the cloud is in the middle. Yeah. So okay, I get what you mean. Yeah. So yeah. I was wondering how the fuck could you see it on the sides, but yeah. So if the sun is on your right, the cloud's in the middle, you can see that the rays coming from the sun going through the cloud. That's the corpuscular rays. You can see how they're
Exactly.
orthographically displayed. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, I've been thinking, I haven't heard much anyone talk, like, I haven't been here all day. Probably you guys been talking about it all day about the li-fi, what Witsit was talking about earlier on. I just wondered if anyone knows anything much about li-fi and the implications or good or bad for if an implication can be good. Yeah, what's this technology all about? This Li-Fi? Do you know about it?
No, first I've heard about it. I just looked it up. Interesting, but I'm not sure what the big topic is.
So basically, it's just super high speed internet, and it's powered with lights with these little, I don't know if they're LED or whatever, these little lights, and you just have to be in line of sight, and you can dim this light down so far down that the room's basically just dark. You can't see the light anymore, but it's still there, and you're getting incredible speeds on your internet. And what are the implications of this, or the benefits? I mean, you could have them in every single street light, or um, and is it able to be used militarily, or for in the spy industry, or is it able to be used like against us or not? Yeah. Because there's good and bad in every technology. It's like it could be amazing in one way, but in the other way, it could be like, fuck, they might just ramp it up one day, you know?
Well, how it's used, like it's just a method to transfer data, and how that is used is entirely up to who's using it, I guess. Like that, the fact that you can transfer information from one place to another does not make any decision about what kind of information and what for that information gets transported, right?
Right. Yeah. But it's an interesting development. I don't know if there's if it's actually something that is real, like it the internet through LED lights.
I don't think so.
Because I heard about it a couple of years ago, I'm pretty sure, and they were saying that this technology also, you can just wirelessly charge your devices as long as you're line of sight, and it charges extremely fast as well. You know.
I don't know. They've been able to basically use like laser to act as a stream or a carrier or a wire, basically. But I don't understand how it would be possible to create a bulb with like, so many different. It would just be Wi-Fi, really, like, or that it's like partially both or something.
Well, Wi-Fi and Li-Fi are kind of different.
Yeah, I just like it's a topic. Like I don't know. I think people have been talking about it for probably over 15 years. And we're show me some applications like where this is happening. I don't know. It seems like a technology that has like some core tech that actually does work with it, but it's not something that can be made well and is scalable. I don't know.
Is it already being used? Do people even know that shit? I mean, fiber optics were in the ground before people even understood they were in the ground. My mom worked for Indiana Bell. Listen, I had literally DSL and all that shit in my home testing before it was even public. So you don't even know what's going on in our grounds or in our lights and what they've actually done. In fact, there's been so much roadworks and new companies being mixed in, and Amazon signing on to this new shit. It's in our ground that's about to take place in like a couple years or a year. That we have no idea what they've done. They haven't talked about it at all on the TV or in public or anything, but they are making a massive infrastructure in our ground right now. And Amazon, MCI, and Verizon are all linking up to this, but it's not being talked about. Not anywhere, not even barely even on these streams or anything, because most people don't know unless they're out there talking to these contractors on their property. So we don't
it's
know what's being used. Yeah.
like I can definitely tell like the certain like updates to traffic, just like streetlights in places. Like they're not updated here, but like all throughout California, they're basically standardized, solar panel driven. Maybe they've got some kind of other purpose. Streetlights, you know.
Right. Well, they
And
also changed out all of our new power lines here. They literally, in the middle of a crisis, right, pandemic, where we can't even get wood, somehow come up with money to literally do entire infrastructure of our ground and our freaking power structure. Like literally, they all new power lines, brand new poles, not just in a little city, all over my city. And they keep traveling. It's everywhere. It's it's been insane these last 3 years. The actual construction that's gone on. I wanted to find out more about this app, though, that Amazon now is doing with a system in our ground that was talked about. I was like, oh, really? What? I've been talking about how they've been doing roadworks and the stuff they've been putting in our ground the last 2 years. Strongly, excuse me, 3. It's almost going on 4, y'all. It's crazy. And it's been kind of just ignored, even though people all over the world, not just America, were saying it at the same time, showing this video after video after video of roadwork all over during a pandemic. At the same time it hit. Sorry, y'all, but there's something to that. And then you got Amazon signing up for this shit. What are they doing? Why are they not telling you? Why has nobody heard about a fucking thing that's going on? But there's so much roadworks and stuff during a pandemic, or what are you going to call it? Whatever. Don't matter. There's still shit going on. It's going to be the big thing. I'm telling you, it doesn't even matter what's really happening. These shiny objects, what's happening right in front of our face, is what matters, and nobody even pays attention because it's construction, right? Of what? They sure in hell haven't fixed our roads here. They've made them worse. I don't know what they're doing, right? I actually know a little bit what they're doing because I spoke to some people. But on the bigger scale, what they're doing, I have no idea. It's a guessing game at this point.
Well, they say in in where I am, they took the opportunity of not many people around to like replace the stormwater systems and the sewage systems under the roads.
Yeah, they kept using that because I had my co-host member out there in England. He was out there doing the same thing of roadworks, and he was asking them, right, going up to him, going, "What are y'all doing?" Oh, it's a break, right? A line break, whatever, they're just replacing it. Okay. So it takes all of this for that one. And then you see them fix that. And what happens? They continue to go on to another place and do it again and again. And this hasn't stopped. No, it just continues. The fact they came out and ripped all my roads out in 2020. And then they turn around and did it in 2021 again. And now they're doing it again. Wow, you guys just did all this, paved the roads and everything. Now you're ripping them back up again to put shit in the same places. But there are steps to this. There was first the distribution boxes that they put in front of every single home in the ground, right? That connected to all this shit. That was the first step. Then they had to come back and do more. I mean, it was actually dangerous because they were leaving holes where people could, like kids, just walk by and just fall in, where it literally would swallow them. They couldn't get out. And on our properties, just leaving them out in front of our house. I was like, what the hell is going on? Nobody even cared. Like, I was out there going, what happens if a child falls in this? They said a word. It's something way deeper. But the fact that I knew the MCI and then I looked into that was on my property and I didn't know who the hell you were, and Verizon, and you're messing with my water lines, my gas lines, and my gas company hasn't said a word to me. What are you doing on my property? My dog's about to eat you alive. What are you doing on my backyard? You know what I mean? Nobody cares. They just let these people on their property and go, well, they're just doing their job. What are they doing? No one's even told you what they are. They're supposed to tell you when they come on your property what they're doing, even if it's the water company. They even give you a little sign on your door. The fact that all this shit has gone down and nobody's questioned it, it's crazy. I told them straight to get off my property. You're not supposed to be here.
Has anyone seen
Yeah.
the movie called?
Go ahead.
There's a movie called Nothing. Have you heard of that movie?
Mm-mm.
It's just one word, nothing. And it's about these two dudes living in this old house, and they refuse to move. I'm not sure exactly the reason why they refused originally, but they stood staunch and strong and held their fort, and eventually the whole Spaghetti Junction motorway was built around their house, and they were in the middle. And then and they ended up, they're these like fucking stoners, and they would take turns at going out to buy shopping, and they come back, and then it ended up like these two dudes walking around in just this whiteness, like no floor, no ceiling. They were just walking around in whiteness, and they could like take each other's, they were taking their heads off and using them like as basketballs and throwing them to each other in the whiteness of this, yeah, just this white space. You gotta watch the
Sounds
movie.
crazy.
It's a classic comedy. Yeah,
Okay, I
it's a
will
weird.
actually.
I don't know if you can find it because it took me ages to find it. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what it is now. This is years ago.
No, I'm the kind of person when I can't find something, I keep diving until I find it because it pisses me off. So yeah, I'll try to find it. Sincerely. I think that's why I like doing what we do too, because I think a lot of us are that way. If it's something that you know that you don't know, you kind of want to know, you go after it. We're the kind of people that thrive for that shit. We don't like being ignorant, you know? Like, oh shit, I'm ignorant. Damn it. Better fix that somehow.
You're so ignorant.
I know, right? I mean, I actually realized the more I come to an understanding, I guess, of my reality, all of it, not just like the shape of the earth, all of it, the less I know. And I'm more comfortable every day with knowing less and knowing hardly anything because that's the truth of the matter. And if you really are okay in accepting the truth, you're accepting that you don't know shit. And that's where a lot of people, I think, fall short. Not, I'm not saying you guys are in this community, of accepting that you know nothing. You're not necessarily ignorant in that moment when you realize you've been lied to on all scales. You've been ignorant. When you wake up and go, nah, I know shit, is when you actually become a little bit more intellectual and smart. Yeah.
Well, that
We don't
movie I
have to
was
know.
talking about has a kind of like a hidden message. It's like a moralistic sort of a view about the title of the movie, Nothing, and they end up in this white space where there's nothing. It's just whiteness, just like light. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't know. It's kind of so many years ago that I watched it, but I remember it was such a deep, profound sort of a um,
Mm,
realization at the end of that movie, and I was quite moved by it. It was like, fuck, maybe
right.
there really is nothing.
But in the nothing, there is something somehow.
Exactly.
It,
There's got to be an
yeah, it's
opposite,
fucked up.
right? There has to be an opposite to everything.
Hmm. I mean, maybe we just don't
And
understand the word nothing. We got it wrong.
yeah, because these two things exist at the same time simultaneously. They have to. That's just the law of nature. There's an opposite and a reaction for everything, equal and
Yeah.
opposite reaction for everything.
Yeah, because it's difficult
So,
because the people on our side even say, yeah, there has to be a creator, right? Well, that means there has to be something always creating something. So even in the beginning, when you think everything's existed, it's impossible. That's it's a contradiction in itself because you
well,
said
I think
there was a creator
if
of
you say
something in the beginning, it hit me nothing.
there's a creator and there's an equal and opposite reaction for everything, I could say there's no creator as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's messed
And
up
I
way
mean,
of
just
thinking, but
like
Or,
yeah,
or if there was something before the creator, maybe the creator just edited that shit out, and he's like, no, it's just me the whole time, basically. Like,
I fix this shit. Rewind, erase.
do some I Dream of Genie shit. Yeah, just
Right?
nods the head. World's existing now. Yep.
well, that's what they say the difference between God and the devil. Like, God is the creator, and the devil doesn't have a creative bone in his body. He just does
No.
plagiarism. That's what he does. Apparently,
Okay,
this
got you.
evil. Yeah, plagiarism. He just steals other people's work, but he can never get it 100%. It's always defected.
So like ChatGPT is the devil, basically.
I don't know if you could
I guess
compare
you wouldn't.
an internet like application to God, man. You know what I mean? It's like there's no internet application that's going to be able to go out there and create like a jaguar in the forest.
For me, I don't even think that any of this has to be how it is somewhere else or in the beginning. Like, look, this is what I mined on a place that's whatever this is, right? Is thinking. So the creator made my mind, made all this shit. I don't even understand that in the first place. So therefore, why the hell am I trying to understand the creator when I don't even understand how my fucking brain works, right? We don't even understand this place. How the hell am I going to try to understand where it comes from, how it was designed? I mean, we talk about computer programs and trying to relate it to programming, right? Matrix and all that shit. But that's still our understanding of this place and how our brain works, dude. It's probably way, way, way more advanced than that. More than you could ever even comprehend is the point. As much as you're going to try to find an answer, you never will have it because your brain is incapable of understanding it. It's too much outside of you, which I'm fine with that. I'm fine with realizing that everything's outside of me that's bigger.
If I lived in the city in an apartment in New York, I would definitely line all of my walls with wallpaper that kind of looks like the forest or a bamboo forest, and in front of that I'd put some real plants as well to just boost the chi and just boost the energy and the natural feel. I'd try to make my apartment look like an oasis, like a garden, and it would have so much depth to it. It would make the room feel like it's really big.
I
You
missed
know,
that. You
I
know,
just
like
really
why is it
like
that like we had that in the 80s, like jungle wallpaper. It'd just be like an entire scene pasted to a wall. Be a little bit of money, but like has our wallpaper technology fucking is it shitting like bad basically? Like come on.
My father used to do wallpaper and stuff like that. It is annoying, and I guess they've updated it now, right? Because you can pretty much do an LED wall and put it on the wall, just ding, with a projection and other shit nowadays. But in reality, I'm like, no, I miss the wallpaper and stuff too, right? The borders and stuff too you put up. Come on.
but if I lived in the countryside, I just need to open the curtains.
There's a difference. And you know what, though? That energy you get from nature and being out there is a total different one than you can ever create. I'm sorry, I've done it. Try to create that oasis in your home or that vibe, that feeling. But then when I go like drive out to the countryside and I see ponies and goats and everything, I'm like, that feeling I can never get anywhere else but from there, from Mother Nature. What do you want to call it? This place. In fact, it reminds me I need to get the hell out of the city again and get back to the country. It's funny because I could just drive 30 minutes down the road and there it is.
Have
Wow.
have you got those multicultural like botanic gardens where you are, where you can go to some gardens and they have like a Japanese garden, like a Chinese garden, like all the different garden styles, an Indian garden. Have you been to that type of a place?
But they might have it and I want to go now.
Well, we've got
Definitely.
one here. We've got one
Okay.
here, and they have magical gardens. There's one that you walk into. So they
Um,
all join together. They're on one plot of land, and it's next to a river. So they've got all the different type of aspects of nature in there, with flowing water and a river, and they can design it how they want to make it look like either a canal for a specific culture, or they could have it as a waterfall for another one, or as a meandering river. They can manipulate it, and they've done that so well here. And there's one garden you walk into, and everything's large. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. There's a giant wheelbarrow that's
oh,
like
that's
as tall as a
cool.
building, and
Yeah.
the plants they've got hydraulic sort of moving parts on them.
Mhm.
So, and they've got vines growing, like real vines growing around these parts. So the whole tree moves like it's alive, like
Oh,
it's got.
see, you just made me think about the plant that I wanted all around my house that moves with your fingers. Like you can go up to it, and I can't think of the name of it. I bought seeds for it, and I never planted it, but it was because it was so alive. Like it literally dances to you. Like you can go around it, and it'll just move with you and everything. It's fucking awesome. But so they planted stuff like that, I guess, around where it's more alive with you when you're around it. That's fucking awesome. Excuse my language. That's freaking amazing. That's the number one date right there. Seriously, guys, if you want to take someone, a woman out, that's where you take her. That's my bucket list now. Thank you, Carlos.
That's usually like your second date idea.
Yeah, because the first one might be taking it too far. It might be like, oh shit, man, what are you trying to do? Second date. You know what? That comes from a good man's perspective right there. He says, Stacy, you're taking it a little too far. Second date.
I'm a sucker for landscape architecture. It's part of my DNA, and I've got a lot of design experience in all many different areas, and one of my passionate observations is like is the way that gardening can be an art, the way that they can make like in Japan, they can make a really small space with plants, just the way that they layer them and color them in the different species. They can make it look like you're living in a jungle, but you're actually just in a little courtyard.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's one thing I miss about my mom's house too. She always had plants like in certain areas. The house always made it look like, very homey and feeling. They were all real plants, not that fake shit. Don't get me wrong, the fake plants are cool and everything to have a vibe, but when it's real plants, it's different. Aloe vera all around us so too, so they had a purpose. Yeah,
Well,
I don't do that enough.
I know fuck all about horticulture. I mean, I've done a little bit, but
Mhm.
so that is intriguing how they actually pull it off. But the actual design aspect, I mean, if you got if you could employ someone to do it, then you could, say I want it to look like this, and you could design it. But it's just using the horticulturalist as one of your tools in your belt. So you don't have to know everything about everything. You just know how to like. That's what Henry Ford did, wasn't it? He didn't know shit all, but he knew how to get other people to do something for him.
It's a good manipulator then, huh? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No,
I'm a manipulator.
he was good at multitasking and able to portray his vision.
That's the
I don't
key.
know about his, I don't know about his personality. I don't know if he was a good or a bad man. I understand that he was in a secret cabal and he did travel around, like on a sort of a ride across the states, and with a whole bunch of other masons. But like like his way of thinking to get things done was, just shows you don't have to be the know-it-all. You just need to know what you want, and how to how to get the assistance when you need it's not just time management, it's leadership. What was he a good man? I don't know.
Right? Not everybody is good that gives out good info, but they have some good stuff though, right? Doesn't mean they're a good person. We definitely going down on that. I couldn't even explain if you were a good person, but I know you give great info, but from far as what you show me you are, you know what I mean? Like I don't think it it does matter on a moral level, but for a culture, for a society, somebody's got information that can help us all, and I'd still want it even if you're a bad person. We can get rid of you after. The information is the key, but yeah, giving it out to the people correctly, expanding your vision, what you want. That's hard for people to do. For some. So we have some people in the limelight and some not. There's actually some amazing people out here have great ideas, but their visions never get seen or heard about or nothing.
Yeah, like every Saturday, every single Saturday, it should be the law that 50% of your family need to go and plant a tree each somewhere. It should be the law. And you should get more pay. Like you should get paid if you plant a fruit tree.
It should be law automatically, nature law, right? If you cut down a fucking tree and you know it's going to take how many years for that tree to go back, right? So you better be planting how many more? Why are we losing things that we need in this world for gain of what? Like you lose it in the long run. This is stupid. So yeah, stupid stuff like that should automatically be gone. It should be different laws.
Yeah, like instead of having a concrete barrier dividing the motorway going north and the motorway going south, they should just have a big row of redwood trees.
Well, that's it. We haven't really done what's best for people or best for the world. We've kind of done what's convenient and what people just want, not what they need, what people want to see or whatever visually instead of what's important. But instead, really visually, it's been taken away from the beautiful parts of the world. You know, putting up stupid shit when you can have beautiful trees there instead, like you just said, makes no sense, right? Stupid. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I know it's difficult to build roads on top of tree roots, but there is a
It
way
is.
around that. If you raise the land up, then you can build on top of tree roots, not a problem. So you could just plant trees on the left, in the middle, and on the right-hand side of every long stretch of road that there is in the world. And the whole world would seem like it's a forest. All you have to do is transform the roads into forest, and you'll still have your roads. You're not going to lose them. And you can even use the
Yeah.
trees as somewhere to you could use the trees as somewhere to hang the lights.
You know, I got to understand trees and roots on a big scale because we were about to buy a house and we were renting it at the time though they wouldn't sell it to us. And we kept having problems with the sewage and everything coming out. The the rooter companies and going in there and they're cutting out the roots and your sewage, the sewers. I mean, shit in your lines, and they'd have to do that like every month. I said something's wrong with this place. There's absolutely no way I'm doing this. They said, oh yeah, the whole house needs to be redone underneath. They have to even rip up your roads right now because and the city's not going to pay for that, by the way. Besides a certain portion, the rest is on you, and it's a big cost. But they explained to me the problem is they have all these trees that they're building too close to homes. And if you look around everywhere, that's all they've done in these little, especially these little cities, right? To make it look pretty. Your home is going to have an issue 30, 40 years down the road. When those roots start growing, they start growing toward your home and they start messing up all your lines and shit. And he's like, so yeah, all these homes that you see over a certain amount of time, they're not going to have a way of having it or redone. They're going to be completely redone. That's what's going to have to be. So that's why you see a lot of people ripping up their trees from their homes because it doesn't work. You're not supposed to be planting trees like that with big roots next to your homes. But people want it for looks. There is a reason why you don't, though, too. So you have to be careful what you plant around certain structures and stuff. A lot of homes are going to have to be remodeled or destroyed because of it.
I think bamboo is totally overlooked. There's quite a few documentaries on YouTube if you go and look for bamboo, and you'll see how amazing it is. It's such a versatile plant, and it can be it can be used for a myriad of different applications, and some of it grows 40 centimeters in one night.
Mm. That on top of, I don't know why we do know why, but they got rid of all the hemp and everything here too. We could be using so many different resources, guys. It's insane. Just hemp itself
And
growing it again. It still
not,
grows wild
not
like
only
crazy here in Indiana.
you can eat it, you know, you can eat the roots. You can use the leaves to wrap food. You can use the timber. You can use it as for construction or aesthetics. You can use it for insulation, for flooring. There's so many
Crazy.
applications, and as just for looks and wind protection. It's so fast growing, and you can use it to make furniture. You can build houses with it. It's like, I don't know why, but like it's the world's going backwards with this concrete thing, eh? I think so.
Yeah, concrete and look at me looks. Like they just plant things for looks instead of a purpose, like you're talking about. You know, if we did that, we'd have a lot of resources. I mean, in abundance.
Bring back the jungle. That's what I say. It's like we should be living in a Cambodian style overgrown temple, sort of a tree environment like Avatar. That's where we should be living. But we can still all have our current mod cons, and we can have all the technology that we want. We can just be surrounded by beautiful, energy providing trees. Just like we could be like the biggest city could just be a forest.
Well, see, that's the problem though too. Is they wait using satellites. So all the communication is like being bounced right from signal to signal has to be able to be in sight, and they get rid of all these trees and all this shit because it's in the way for technology. That's the problem.
Dr. Zeus all the way. That's what it is. Chop down the trees.
Mhm. Yep. So that with technology comes what? Destruction in reality. You know, just not even that long ago, 2003, when my mother had her house built in an area out here, it was all like beautiful trees and everything everywhere. It's gorgeous out here. It's so close to the countryside. It was considered countryside still. People had farms and everything. Just all green, green, green. Barely any homes. You know, you had your railroad track that went through and all that. But then they built, you know, one residential area. We didn't know that they were also building a shitload more after that around us, on top of knocking all the woods out too right there and making new Walmarts, Kroger's, oh my God, they took over the whole place. Now there's nothing besides just city life. And that was
Yeah,
only
well,
what? 20 years ago,
we have
y'all.
a
It's
we have a suburb here
Mhm.
up in the hills. It's kind of like the Hollywood hills, but for just for the everyday folk, and you can buy a big piece of land, not extremely big, but like say 4 acres or 5 acres of land compared to your quarter-acre block. You know, you can buy a big piece of land, and it comes with beautiful bush, beautiful trees with wildlife, and they have a rule where you just can't chop down the trees. If you buy the land, there's a covenant on the title of the land, and I think it's an amazing idea, and it's preserving nature, and it's not stopping. I mean, people purposely choose to buy there, knowing that they're not going to be able to subdivide ever. Um, and some of them are big enough to subdivide, but they still have the same rules, and it's they have a minimum parcel which you have to abide by, and it just allows everyone to live in an environment which is, more natural. And it's so amazing, this spot. It only takes 15 minutes and you're in downtown. But when you get up there, you think you're in the jungle.
You know, it's really messed up because I'm sitting there thinking everybody wants the convenience of life and they want the technology. They want all the shit that they're basically living in. At the same time, they hate it and they're running from it and they can't wait to go on vacation to these beautiful areas and spots. And they're like, man, can't my life just be like this? What are y'all talking? Which one
It
do they
can
want?
be,
It can
yeah.
be.
I mean,
Right. Wow.
Exactly.
It's fucked up. They actually don't want, see, this is the point. They actually don't want what they're given that they think that they do. And they're selling it to them under what? This is life? That, that's basically what they're selling it to you as. So just deal with it. This is life. And to make it a little easier, we're going to give you this technology and give you this other shop over here and 5 gas stations at one corner. And, it's just because it's easier for you because there's so much traffic, so much bullshit. You can go to that corner. It's, it's insane what we're allowing for not really anything to fulfill your soul. We're always looking for something. We can't wait for a break to fulfill our soul and get out there to nature. But we accept this nonsense every day. Nah. A lot of people are already on that same page. They don't even have to understand what we're talking about over here at Truth. They understand the world's messed up on a deep level and it affects them. All you gotta do is talk to people. Some won't open up so quickly, but they
I
have the
guess
same struggles.
there's like a calling for everybody. Like some people in the city might be calling for the countryside because that's what they miss. But then there's some people that live in the countryside and they have a calling for the bright lights and the fast-paced life.
You're right. But then every time I've seen those people come over here to the bright lights and the shiny objects and the fast paced reality, they look for a second and then they get stuck in it like the rest and they go, man, I just want to go back to, yeah, that. And when they get older, they usually do, right? The retirement. They go, I'm retiring back to this place. So I'm going to go over here because I don't want to deal with that shit. It's always greener on the other side kind of feeling. No one's ever happy with what they have. They want more. That's a messed up mentality to have when everything they have around them is exactly what they need. You know, it's a need and want thing you got to figure out in life. My wants is starting
Yeah,
to
I don't know.
become what I need. You know
I
what I
just,
mean now?
I
Like you're doing.
just,
Sorry, honey, go ahead.
I just think that everyone should share the fucking water bill.
Get back to mute. That's hilarious.
We just have
Exactly.
one giant water bill. If we had one giant water bill and that was shared between everybody,
Wouldn't
that
cost
would
that much
be
though.
in America, that would be divided by 338 million. That water bill would be really low for everyone, and you could just do whatever you fucking want, right?
I like this idea, but somebody's gonna bank off of us somehow. Someone's gonna come in.
Yeah.
Destroy that. But that's a good idea. I'm sick of this fucking reality. I'm
Yeah.
tired of
What's
paying
the
these
water
bills.
bill? What's the water bill for the entire United States? Divide
That
that
would be
by
nice to get.
337
I
million.
wish we could actually find the numbers of all the water bills for the United States of one year. That would be.
Yeah, that'd be cool to
Let's add
find
that
out how
shit up,
much that is, and just divide
right?
it up, and you'll be like, "Fuck! I only have to pay $2 a month."
Let's see. It's really not fair though, because like in Indiana, the gas bills here are outrageous. But when I went to Texas, because they have their own gas shit there, they wasn't paying nothing. Like, wow, that's your gas bill here, guys? That ain't shit. But people complain about it there, but in reality, it's dollars compared to hundreds over here in America. You can have, especially with the family, a 200 some odd dollar gas bill. There, you're getting like a $20 bill in the mail. I'm like, well, oh, this is a big difference. It's the access to it they keep from you though and stuff like that, and then they want to charge you. Even when I was living in Anderson, Indiana, right, only 35 minutes from where I'm at now in a city, we had not just one electric peanut company, we had 3 people that it was bouncing off of. So I got charged 3 times from 3 different companies and making it one bill. And my electric bill was insane because of that. So that's the stuff and shit that's allowed to go down, in certain cities and everything. Okay, so I got to run for a bit. I just want to say a few something real quickly because it's very meaningful to me. Like I said earlier, with saying I just lost 2 people very close, and it's sad. It's extremely just breaking my heart right now. But if I can just ask anybody, even if you are going through something with a family member, to maybe hug them today. Think about it from a different perspective. They may not be here tomorrow, and that's important. Just remember that. And honestly, anybody in the street that might be smiling even, but inside might be crying. So try to be a little bit more friendly out here because a lot of people are just like you in that mirror every day. So don't be so hard on yourself, you know, and maybe keep a little bit more low because we all need a little bit of that out here. That's all I'm saying. But you guys have a wonderful day and try to stay positive. It's not easy, but I appreciate y'all.
Later, Stacy. I'm up $10 on DoorDash already. Let's go.
You know, they use DoorDash for delivering parcels of marijuana as well.
I'll fucking deliver anything. What do you got? They use it for auto parts here a little bit. I've done a couple auto parts stores.
Well, we have Uber here as well as DoorDash, and Uber, you can use them like a courier service as well. So they're sort of unofficial. They're just some dude that signed up and said, "Yeah, I don't mind to like pick up your food from your restaurant and give it to these other dudes that paid for it." I mean, and they will send a message to you that you get 3 times as much money, and you go there and you pick up like a box, and you just take it to where they tell you to take it to. You don't know what's in the box, right? But it's amazing. I know that that's what's going on. That yeah. Have you ever tried? Have you ever tried putting your name down as the one that can pick up the box?
In DoorDash or
Uber.
Well, I don't know.
Uber
I
lets you
don't
do
know how.
it.
In for Uber
oh
here,
Hmm.
if you're an Uber food delivery person, you can also just act like a courier driver, picking up parcels all day long, and you get paid
yeah,
heaps.
I hear that. I hear that. I don't fuck with Uber anymore. I used to a lot, but I may start doing that again, honestly, because sometimes there's times where DoorDash they won't let me log in because they're like, oh, there's too many drivers in your area or some shit. So
Jeremy, try bouncing back and forth. Uber has a lot of the like PetSmart places you can pick up our Uncle Bill's. You can just go in and you're literally picking up, you know, a bag of dog food and other shit. You're just dropping off people's houses or a parcel at a post office. They like to pick up shit like that. I don't like doing the Walmart ones. Listen, I'm not going and waiting and picking up all your fucking groceries sometimes and dropping them off because they don't pay you hardly anything for that. If you see them popping up, nobody wants the Walmart ones on Uber. Um, but yeah, if you could do like the pet thing, I made like $25 just dropping off somebody's bag of fucking dog food. I was like, damn, thank you. So Uber has its benefits on that, but I
Lord.
did what you did and went straight to DoorDash because it's almost like instant. You get your Dash card, to debit card, you swipe anywhere, doot, 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 and it ain't no worries. And you feel like you get more through DoorDash, a lot more pings. But when you're not getting those and you're getting that issue, go back to Uber because the money I was making through Uber was because of those promotions, like signing up and doing so many trips as well, right? Getting extra $500 and stuff like that. So they give you key things some weeks where you'd make good money. So kind of
Well,
doing both
Yeah,
is
they
where you
do
get a lot.
have
Yeah.
Uber does have good bonuses. Yeah, I mean, I got to do my background check again with them, but yeah, I'm gonna start fucking with them again.
I had a friend that worked in the airport, and he had to travel a long fucking way just to get to the airport from where he lives. And to pay for his extra cost in petrol, he signed up for Uber. And when he finished work, because he was at the airport, right, he just picked up an Uber customer, and that paid for his petrol.
Oh yeah, and if you do Uber and DoorDash, and you're keeping track of your miles, you get like 60 cents reimbursement per mile. So I'll do like a $10 DoorDash and get like $8 off on my taxes. And not only that, you can claim your cell phone, your monthly cell phone bill on your taxes. It's dope. You can do a one-time depreciation on your car. Like one time, it was years ago. I was actually doing Uber and Lyft, and we had a banging tax return that year.
See, Jeremy,
Well,
I've been
if you
worried. I didn't file my taxes last year because I worked for Meyer, and then I did DoorDash, and I did Uber and something else, VHO. So I was like working a bank of 4 different jobs at one time. I was hustling, so I was worried about even filing my taxes. I thought at the deadline, I'm going to do them still. It doesn't matter. It's the first time I've ever done it. But I was worried I was going to owe because all those taxes we didn't pay to write DoorDash and all that shit. But if there's tax advantages, like you're telling me, which I should have looked into more, I wasn't caring in the moment, that actually might help me when I file my taxes then.
Yeah, but like most people don't realize, like if you're a contractor, you can be tax registered and you can claim depreciation on everything. You can claim
Right.
for every single expense that you use for your business because you're a self-employed contractor working for yourself, right? So you can claim every expense, but as soon as you go and get a job for someone else, there's a set tax rate. They call it ABCD or whatever. They put you into a tax bracket, whether or not you've got a student loan or this type of thing, right? And when you go over a certain amount of salary or income, you pay a different tax rate. But most people don't realize that all the expenses that, even though they're not self-employed and they're not a contractor, they can still claim for all the same expenses that a contractor does. So you can claim for your car because everything's business. You're full-time working. Yeah, you're working for someone else, but you're also an employee and you have a right in the system to be able to do that. So you shouldn't treat your personal spending as personal if you're working, because every expense that you have is an expense that you need necessary to be able to do your job anyway, because otherwise you die, right? You need to pay for food, you need to pay for your rent, everything should be able to claim back if you knew a way to explain that to the IRS.
Like not just one or a couple of transactions of food or even half your transactions of food. You need to have all transactions of food. They make sure you just have to have all receipts. Nobody wants a receipt nowadays.
Yeah,
No, I don't want the
yeah.
receipt. That's what
And
you need.
the way to make everybody keep their receipts like they did in Taiwan is the government made a lottery, and that lottery ticket is free. Every time you get a receipt from a shop, on the bottom of that ticket, you'll get a free lottery number, and it shows up in the local newspaper, and you can win millions of dollars. So everybody keeps their
Damn.
receipt. Yeah.
That's a good way to fake the people. Either way to keep it if you wanted them to as well, though. Y'all gonna win some money. Keep them
No,
receipts.
but
But we should be.
that's also
Yeah.
why the Taiwanese people get rich. Is because in Taiwan, it doesn't matter if you're just working for someone else. You can claim all of your expenses, just as if you were a self-employed, contractor, tradie. Everyone is equal. You can claim every expense back
Operation, right?
as,
So and
as long as you're making an income.
be back in a bit. Somebody's alarm's going off. It might take a second.
And in Taiwan, they have a pretty, like, a unique social sort of a scheme that they do between friends and family and colleagues. Is they have a kitty full of money every so often. They have it like on increments, like monthly or weekly or yearly. They put in money. Everyone puts in money, and it starts at the person number 1 and goes to the person number 10. and there's 10 grand in the pot. The first person takes the 10 grand and they return it to the pot, and then it's the next person's turn. So you get to use that money for an investment or whatever you want to do with it. And then as long as you put it back in the pot, the next person gets their go to take all that money. And this is a really common little scheme that goes on. It's like normally everyone does it in Taiwan. Heard lots of horror stories about it though, but yeah, it doesn't always work out the way it's supposed to. But it's normally done between trusted parties, and they always they don't want to lose face, right? I guess that's why there could be a lot of suicides as well. But yeah, maybe it's something in the water. It's so funny at the moment, because I'm a Thai chef, right? And I'm training this other dude, and he's 10 years older than me, and he's a really experienced Chinese chef, and he doesn't speak any English, so I've been teaching him how to cook Thai food in Chinese language. It's fucked up, man. A white guy teaching a Chinese guy how to cook Thai food using only Chinese language. That's fucked up. Yeah. And he's a really good chef. I just wish I could have captured the whole lot and posted it on Instagram. Like, that would be funny. Like, I'm pretty sure for some people that would be hilarious. They'd be like, Stacy trying to teach a pizza loving Italian person how to cook Australian wallaby, but only using Japanese language. Kind of. Not really. So what's the ethnicity sort of a combination that you have in the school where you are, Jeremy? Is it predominantly one culture, or is it a mixed environment?
It's mostly white kids. Mostly white. There's a mix out. You got black kids, Chinese, all types of shit.
Okay. Do you say that would be like a standard sort of a environment in most cases all over the US? Of course, there must be a lot of diversity in some states. You probably have the opposite in some places, yeah, where the white dudes are the minority, or it's interesting because like I went to a town here a long way away in another island, and I was really shocked. It was like going back in time. It's like everybody was white. I went to the supermarket and I felt so strange. And just like everyone was like one culture. I was like, whoa, where's all the Asian dudes at, man? Where's everyone? It's like there's all these white dudes, just the whole place. I felt really strange. $7 o'clock in the morning, time to make the school lunches. Do you have to make their lunches, or do you buy them a meal ticket?
One of the kids eats school lunch, the other one we make it.
Because we don't have school lunches here. Everyone has to bring their own lunch, and it's just ridiculous. And some high schools have like a shop where you can buy pizza and sandwiches and pies, but most schools they don't, especially the um, intermediate and the elementary schools. Yeah, they have everyone has to bring their own stuff. And like my younger daughters, their school, those two girls, their school, they can't bring juice and they can't bring anything with eggs or peanut butter or nuts. Oh, because someone's got an allergy to fucking eggs. So no one's allowed to eat eggs. Or someone might have an allergy to peanuts, so you can't have peanut butter anymore. Or a muesli bar or a nut bar. Oh, you can't drink juice. Yeah, I still don't know what the answer was for that, but you can't bring fruit juice. No orange juice, no apple juice, no juice. Oh, but they're allowed to fucking bring McDonald's. That's okay. They can get fucking DoorDash, pizza, to the school. Oh, you're not allowed to have sugar, you're not allowed to have sweets. Every day after school, they've got a little shop outside the front of the school with those insulated chili bins selling fucking sugar ice blocks. And that's money going straight to the school. It's the school selling the ice blocks. Oh no, but you can't bring sugar to school. Oh no, but we're allowed to sell ice blocks. Crazy. oh, there's no victim besides yourself for smoking cigarettes. We're going to ban cigarettes. We're going to take them away. You can't buy them anymore. It's going to be a smoke-free country. Meanwhile, all the people drinking alcohol and going have, car crashes and killing hundreds of people all day, every day. There's no warning signs on the alcohol. There's no disgusting signs written all over the boxes of alcohol on the beer. But on the packet of cigarettes, where the only victim is yourself, they have to plaster it with all sorts of warning labels and disgusting pictures. And you can buy alcohol anywhere in the supermarket, wherever. But with cigarettes, they're gonna limit it for a population of 1.5 million people to 25 stores where you're allowed to buy cigarettes. This is how they're starting it, and you have to have a doctor's certificate to buy them as well. And then they're just going to ban it out, like no more. It's going to be illegal to sell cigarettes. So it's not going to be illegal to have them or to smoke them, but you won't be able to buy them because no one's allowed to sell them. And they moved the tobacco industry out of New Zealand. They moved it overseas to Singapore and Fiji. So all they have to say is, sorry, no more imports of tobacco products. So you're going to have to be forced to try and find it somehow, maybe online somehow, and then there'll be a massive tax and a limit to how many you can buy, and it'll be like, fuck, people are going to be burning down buildings. You know how difficult it is for most cigarette smokers to give up? It's like giving up heroin. There's going to be fucking Parliament buildings on fire in 2025. It's going to be crazy because you wouldn't believe how many people smoke cigarettes here, man. It's like a lot of people, and they're all going to be mad, like really mad. It's already like $130 for a packet of rolled your own tobacco. It's crazy.
Yeah, I roll my own cigarettes, and it's cost me $22 for the bag, giant bag of tobacco. I get, what do I get? 2 cartons out of it, and then the tubes are like $3 a carton. $3 a carton for the tubes, so it costs about $30, and I get 2 cartons.
How many grams of tobacco is that?
Bro, rolls up 2 cartons, bro.
It must have a weight on it when you buy it. Does it say 50, 100, 25, 30?
It does. I don't know it offhand. I know that I do know offhand that I get 2 cartons out of it, out of one bag. It's a giant bag. 2 cartons of 400 cigarettes in a roll.
For $20.
A third altogether, it's $30. The bag itself is like $22, and then the two cartons of tubes are like $3 a piece. It comes out to be a little under $30 for 2 cartons of cigarettes.
Oh, have you got one of those tailor-made making machines?
I do have a powered one, yes. I think it's called the Powermatic 3. I bought it off Amazon. It was like $200. Best fucking investment. Awesome investment, because the hand crank machines are alright, but this one gets them like almost perfect every time.
Has it got the built-in filter on it and it's orange?
No, the tubes. Well, you have to buy the tobacco and the tubes. And then you put the tube on, you dump tobacco in the machine, you put the tube on the machine, you press the button, it puts the tobacco in the tube, and then you just keep doing it.
And it's got a built-in filter, yeah? On the tube.
There's no built-in filter. The tubes have the filters on it. The tubes, the box of tubes, they come with filters. It's a filter and a paper on the tube, yeah.
Yeah. So the filter is good, but in my opinion, that the paper that it's made of is is so thick. Have you ever tried rolling your own with transparent paper? Like you can see through the paper. It's so thin.
No, the tubes aren't like that, bro.
Wow, if you try to roll your own with a rolly like paper, one that you just roll by hand, you'll be able to taste the tobacco. Because I know the ones you're using, the paper is like 125 GSM or something like that. It's like cartridge paper. And it's highly bleached as well, I think. They bleach that paper. The one I use is called SMK Gold Ultra Thin. It's so thin. It's like thinner than Bible paper. You know the old Bibles? The paper's fucking wafer thin. It's transparent. So all you do is taste the tobacco. And it's natural, it's unbleached. It doesn't use anything synthetic, like the gum is natural gum. And I use these filters which are a natural fiber. It's not like a polystyrene. What most of the filters are made of polystyrene or polyester or some sort of synthetic, like plastic derived material, where you could be filtering your cigarette through natural filter, like a hemp filter, and you'll be able to taste a totally different cigarette. There's only one problem with it though, is you have to keep lighting your cigarette all the time, because after every 2 puffs and you take a second between each, you have to light it again, because it doesn't have any chemicals in it to keep it burning. Like those tailor-made cigarettes, they just keep burning. If you just put it down, it'll just burn by itself until it gets to the filter. But with a rolly one, you can put it down and it'll just stop. Are you affected by the flooding over there, Jeremy?
Nah, I'm in upstate New York. We don't get touched there. I'm at a nice elevation.
What would you have to worry about? Maybe an EMP attack or some wind?
I'm not worried.
Do you ever watch any channel that talks about preparation, like prepping? Because some people are like heavily invested into it. Like even the millionaires and the billionaires, like they build their bunkers just in case, with like some people out there with money are really serious about it, And then there are the people that don't have much money. They're serious about it too. They just can't do it as well. But the billionaires, they don't, like, if it's going to be the end of the world, they just go, I'll just go into my bunker. And then the rest of the, herd out there, they're like, how am I going to get to the bush with a bag and a knife? It's like, that's a totally different way of survival, of a totally different way of prepping. But at the end of the day, these two different socio-economic groups have the same idea, is that something's might happen one day that might make you have the need to sort of go wild, if the shit hits the fan, because the shit might hit the fan, right? You never know when the shit's going to hit the fan. Well, most people don't even have enough food for 2 weeks. And if all the supermarkets decide to, stop selling you food for whatever reason, because in the big city, the ones that have the ultimate power are the distribution companies and the supermarkets. If suddenly all the supermarkets said, we're going on strike, we're not going to open today, that's a lot of power in their hands right there, just by saying, we're going to take you, we're not going to give you any food today. Or if the supermarkets couldn't get the food for some reason, then, who's in control then? And you can just work your way back right to the the instigator of the whole idea. People that think that cutting down trees is a good idea. Yeah. Like Mr. Billy Goat, he likes to his dream is to cut down trees and bury them in the ground. Because he thinks it's better for the environment for the trees to be buried in the ground. Did anyone hear him say that? That's crazy. Because there's some crazy fucking rich motherfuckers out there. Like that Schwabby Schwab, who said that us, you know, bottom feeders, or what did he say? Basically, he said you'll have nothing, but you'll be happy. And they think depopulation is a good idea. Maybe we need someone like New Perspective to tell us why did they get rid of the and was there anything strange about the Georgia Guidestones? Any numbers there? Anything that didn't kind of make sense about the timing of it and how it was done, and what were they trying to prove by that by that act that they did? What do you think? What do you think, Lion, about the African fortune teller dude that I saw once on a video? I can't remember who posted that. It could have been anyone. It might have been Celebrate Truth. It could have been Matt Powerland. It could have been, I don't know who it was. I saw this dude and he basically predicted, it was back in the 1970, and he predicted in the future, 50 years from now, which was in 1970, so that's about now, that everyone's home would, like a microwave, would have a machine that you could have on your desk or on a table, and you could, you could press a few buttons or whatever, and out would come your clothing. You could select which clothing you want to wear for the day, and just press a few buttons, and it would pop out your clothing. And they say that the speed of technology actually doubles every 6 months. So it might not look like it now, but tomorrow it could be here. That's kind of how it happens. It happens really fast. So that same dude, he also predicted that there would be a war, a World War III. He didn't say the words, but he said that the Commonwealth would totally separate. And the timeline we're talking about is now. And he's saying that there would be a war involving America, France, Russia, and China. How does that ring? Does that ring true? Or does that sound absurd? Is that ridiculous? Or does it kind of resonate to sort of like how things might be heading? Because it was only overnight that suddenly we had electric cars driving all over. Like, I remember it was just not long ago, like literally overnight in the scheme of things, that we were all driving petrol vehicles, combustion engines. And now you look around and, the more electric vehicles are becoming, it's just how it is. And that's a technology that's just taken everyone by surprise. It's kind of a surprise for sure. And it's like da 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 da, and all of these car manufacturers suddenly they have this technology just to replicate and build these electric cars. Just it seems like it's been planned for a long, long time. Yeah, but I don't remember them telling us about their plans. Kind of like the iPhone, the touch screen iPhone, they just came out of nowhere. It's like, boom, there you are. Here's some technology. What about the CD? Remember the CD? We were all listening to cassette tapes. Overnight, it was like, fuck, they've been doing some research behind the scenes, man. And bang, we've got this laser powered CD. And you could listen to this Dolby music in your pocket. Don't run too fast because you might skip a few tracks, but then they updated that technology. It's like, now the dude that knows everything about computers, he's trying to pretend that he rules the world. Yeah. And are these fortune tellers, these people that can predict the future, are they actually predicting the future because they can see it, or are they just really good at seeing the future chain of events, the likelihood of how it's going to end up happening? Like Nostradamus or a few others like that, you know. Are they actually having like a magical little channel session on how it's I need someone to watch the movie Nothing and tell me that it's not a good movie. There was another one that took my interest, was the movie way back in the day called Cube. And if you were really adventurous, you'd go and watch Saw. But I guess since then, there's probably been so many sci-fi and thriller and extraordinaire movies, even better. But I just haven't been watching any TV or any movies or anything, nothing, for like at least 15 years. So yeah, I might talk about these movies as if they're just amazing, but it's like that's what I remember. But you know, who knows what's out there now? Maybe there's something even crazier, and there probably is. Maybe I'm missing out. I should be watching more TV or Netflix or something, because like maybe I'm just old fashioned, but something switched and it just turned me off wanting to listen or watch to any mainstream kind of a bullshit. And that was way before 2015. I was like, no, I'm not watching any more of that TV shit. But some things are funny. Like there's a KFC advert where there's a whole car full of people and they pull up to make a drive-through order, and they make their whole order like everyone's ordering. And it's like they're so stoned you could just tell they were stoned. And it's like the whole time they had their windows up, so there was no way that they could have made their order anyway. Never mix bleach and floor cleaner together, Jeremy. That's how you get Agent Orange. or something like it. So Jeremy, what's more likely, Jeremy, in the scheme of making money and having a passive income, maybe? What's more likely to get 3 people combined to give you $1,000 a week? Just 3 people, for some type of a service that you can provide to them, or 1,000 people giving you $1 each per week for a service that you can provide to them, which is more
Probably some
likely.
middle ground, because $300 a week, that's got to be a hell of a fucking service. And $1 a week, I mean, what are you really going to do for them for $1? You know what I'm saying? Probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, just think about like the likelihood of you being able to, if you could provide something that's really worthwhile them giving you $1 for, and it's like it's not a big deal because it's just $1, but it's a pretty good thing to have, and they don't feel really under stress by giving you that dollar, and they won't miss it, right? So to have 1,000 of them giving you $1 each, you really don't have to try, right? It's all the numbers game. It's just like it's getting out there and building up the numbers for a small share each. Otherwise you're gonna have to convince these 3 people to give you $300. What are you gonna do for that $300, man? They're gonna expect service. So they're gonna expect you to fucking lick their boots. Something really good. And it's even better if you can deliver your product in a very short amount of time. Like for $300, they're gonna want your time, right? They're gonna want your time. But if you get 1,000 people, you could deliver their $1 worth of product in like split seconds, all at the same time. Especially if it's something to do with the internet. Just bang, it's done. But for $300, they're gonna want to, they want to see you slithering around and polishing and using your energy and spending your effort. Where you could do 1,000 in a split second and then get on with the rest of your week. Right? Go and sunbathe. Put on some sunscreen, rub some oil on a beautiful woman on the beach. And every week you spend a split second to make that $1,000. Or you could use your whole week servicing 3 people for the same money. So that's when you pull up to a school with 1,000 ice blocks and there's 1,000 children, and you buy the ice blocks for $1 and you sell them for $2. You know how fast it is to sell an ice cream to a school of students? It's literally they're gone in minutes. In minutes. After school on a even if it's a cold day, all school kids love ice blocks. So all you need is a chili bin and a good wholesale supply of ice blocks. Done and dusted. You made your $1,000. Get on with the rest of your week. Because, like, in one school, there's definitely got to be 1,000 students for sure. Or you could do sausages. You know how they have sausage sizzles? All you have is a bunch of bread, some, spreadable sort of a table spread of some description, some tomato sauce, and a barbecue with some sausages. And the sausages cost you 50 cents each, and you sell the whole combination for $2. You're winning. And that's 1,000 students done. Got your income. Go to the beach. Literally, just go to the beach, and you spend, 6 days sunbathing, bronzing, wearing your bling and we call them budgie smugglers because you're smuggling budgies. You know those swimming togs that are really tight for men. Yeah, they're for smuggling budgies. You could be wearing those every day for 6 days, and you go to a school. You didn't have to make anything. You just bought a whole bunch of ice blocks from a factory, and you turn up and you sell the whole lot in minutes. $1,000 done. See you later. Or you could do it, and you could do breakfast as well. I don't know. Maybe there's something that kids love, like lollies. I don't know. You don't have to work so hard. That's what I'm trying to say. Why does everyone have to work so hard?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm seeing like the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, which is not unusual, right? We've all seen it many times. But I recall this happening like I guess in 2017 it was Colorado Flat Earth Festival. I met Uber Josh there, and I noticed that like for some reason either somebody on purpose planned for the event to be at a time of the year where the sun and the moon are in the same sky, like right around when we like in the middle of the day. But it's going on now, and now is before November. So this is happening earlier. It's always happening earlier. Interesting shit. That's all.
Is it a full moon?
It's like the Death Star moon after they blew it up. I don't know what it was recently. It's a crescent away from being a full moon.
Yeah, well, you'd think that if you could see a full moon in the sky in the daytime, the only way that could be possible is if you were looking at the moon straight on, the sun must be directly behind you. But how can you see a full moon in the sky on the right and the sun is over there on the left in your same field of vision, looking in the same direction? Because if the sun's on the left and the moon's full and it's on its right, it should be a crescent moon, with the crescent being on the left, facing the sun.
Okay. I just got to tell you, like I just made a left turn as you were saying left, and my back cracked in such a way that I've been trying to crack it like all morning, and so thank the creator for that.
Yeah.
That shit makes me nauseous and irritable and all kinds of stuff.
Well, there was a dude the other day talking about some type of a salt that you can just dissolve in your mouth and you'll be hydrated.
Does that help your vertebrae?
It could be hydration is what we're all needing, especially for people with backs that are hard to crack, and if you're not very flexible and it's not easy to do up your shoelaces, well, yeah, hydration is important, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to build like resiliency in my back. So what I do is like I have like a terrible bed that like fucks my back up all the time, but that allows me to get really strong from fixing my back. So that works out.
Yeah. They even though I like drinking coffee, it is heating, and heating is drying, and drying is dehydrating.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's where I switch over to sort of a similar but different topic. But just talking about like HHO therapy seems so fucking interesting to me because it seems to just like the gas itself like penetrates into your cells or whatever. So it's like, it's easy to tell like if you need some skin lotion because you've got no moisture going on in your skin, right? And yet there are also going to be patches where you're like, wow, it's like no matter how much fucking lotion I put into this little thing, it doesn't soften up, right? Like there's something about like wetness in cellular. This sounds gross now, but there's something about it that is like, I don't know. It's like interior to your body. Like things are sometimes not getting like moisture to them. Does that make sense? And he's like, no, that made no sense. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're talking about HHO 1 minute. It's like, whatever. But yeah, just because that whole water thing seems like it's hydrogen and oxygen, What part of it
Yeah,
is the
well,
wet part?
it could be possible that we're compensating our past lineage of actually coming from a more liquid environment and a liquid medium into a gaseous medium, and now we're compensating that loss by using our diet instead, because that environment is gone. It's quite possible that we're desperately trying to find a diet that can hydrate us, when that's because we're not in our natural environment. Like this place, I think we used to be. The air was thicker. It was more hydrating than it is now. More energized. The air was more energized. And what they did is they cut down all the trees. That's what they did. All the giant trees.
Well, regardless if there's super giant trees or whatever, it's still like the amount of forest is less than it probably was. Um, although you would expect like deserts do happen naturally. Well, so yeah, weird. But just the canopy, you know what I mean, from all those acres and acres of forest, uh, you know, that'll kick out as much oxygen and have as much. Well, is it really it's the oxygen, but it's also the sequestration of carbon in the soil and the roots and the dirt, all that.
Well, if you reverse technology, the glands that you have behind your ears on your neck, you could reverse engineer that to make gills.
The what on? I mean,
The glands.
I'm familiar with the glands. What you mean?
Yeah. So I think that we used to have gills, but they've morphed. Like these gills have morphed and they've changed. They've turned into glands instead. So we probably would have been able to breathe underwater back in the day.
You talking about your lymph nodes?
Yeah, your glands and yeah.
So yeah,
Because there's a telltale sign, you know, in the human body for what certain parts used to be used for. And in fact, it's quite possible that humans actually used to have tails, and that's
you
why we
saying
have
it's
a
a telltale
tailbone.
sign?
We used to have a tailbone. Well, we have a tailbone, so maybe we used to have tails. You know.
The tailbone is a telltale sign.
Hey,
Is that what you're saying? You said it. I'm not putting words in your mouth. But if I was to say that, like, if you saw somebody
well,
with a tail, would you tattletale on them
why do males have nipples?
for fun and uh, and and pleasure? No,
Why
I don't.
why the fuck?
No,
What
because we're
for?
just that's the basic part. It's like our shoulders. We both have shoulders
Yeah, but what do nipples do?
because pectoral muscles equals because nipples going to happen now. I don't know why they're there.
I
It might be
think that should be the question of the day. That should be like grab it. We should be talking about nipples.
men, men. Yeah, but like you'd look really weird without nipples, though, right?
Yeah, in Australia they have a saying. They say it's as useless as tits on a bull.
Hmm. Yeah, bull can't even fondle its tits. That's true.
I've asked a lot of people where do pineapples grow, and you
Did you
wouldn't
say pine
believe
nipples?
the pineapples, not pine nipples. Fuck. I ask a lot of people. I did one day. Where do you think pineapples come from? And you would be
Or are you just
surprised
throwing it in now, right?
how many people think pineapples grow up on trees. You just ask like a whole bunch of people, and some of them will say pineapples grow on trees.
Wait, are you switching it up, or is my ears broken? Are you just alternating with pineapples and pine nipples?
No, not
Just trying to
alternating.
hide. You're trying to. Yeah, you can hide it in the New Zealander accent. I got you.
I've totally
Very.
changed the subject to pineapples. Apple pine. Yeah. Pineapple pen. And you ask, where does a cashew nut come from? And most people think, fuck, yeah, where does a cashew nut come from?
Yeah, I've never seen like a shelled cashew before. Is that? Do they not have shells?
So a cashew nut grows on an apple tree. There's a specific type of an apple, and on the bottom of that apple, each apple has only one cashew nut hanging off the bottom of it.
I'm talking about apples. What?
That's where cashew nuts come from, an
No.
apple tree. Cashew nuts come from an apple tree.
Man. This is bumming me out.
Google it. And that's why they're so expensive, because only one apple has one cashew nut.
I don't know. We need to be genetically engineering these cashews then. I would do everything with cashews, man. Cashew butters, cashew milk, you know, everything. So is it like not a nut then?
It's not a nut.
Are you sure they grow off of an apple though? Like,
Yeah, they hang off the bottom of an apple. One cashew nut per apple.
so like a special
Just
kind
like,
of cashew apple?
and just like a pineapple is actually classified as a community of fruit. Like each one of those squares of a
community of
pineapple
fruit, dude.
like each individual square of pineapple that you can pull off a pineapple is an individual fruit.
No, they just come in squares in a can. They're not
No,
actually.
no, no. No, when you look at a natural pineapple, they can
super
be
right.
like segmented into individual pieces. No matter what you think of the shape, they come out
Okay.
as an individual piece, and each one is classified as an individual fruit.
Okay. So a single pineapple is untold hundreds of pines?
Yeah, it's like maybe 100 fruits on one pineapple.
It's amazing. Fruit immunity.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. Is that why like gay people have like pineapples that they like put up for decoration? Is that a thing? Because it's like a fruit community? Or no? I'm not trying to be funny. No, I'm not actually trying to be funny. No, I think that is that not. Are they? Do they already know this joke or something? I don't know.
Well, maybe it's something to do with being fruity. Could be.
But it's like way. I don't know. Pineapples are like way different than other fruits, though. They're crazy bitches.
Yeah, well, I've got this wallpaper over all over the place, and it's that old-fashioned sort of a fleur-de-lis style wallpaper, but it's actually pineapples. It kind of looks like a cross between paisley and I'm just parking my car. Paisley and fleur-de-lis mixed together. If you look at it, you can see that type of wallpaper. You can see faces in it, like the Grinch Who Stole Christmas, or you could see the Green Man from Tartaria, or you could see, you know, there's all sorts of. You got wallpaper like that where you're from?
No. It's like nobody does wallpaper anymore. You know, just like you just paint the walls now. Weird.
Well, hope you have an awesome day, whatever you're doing. I'm gonna go. Have a good one, man.
Alrighty.
You fucking kidding me, Dyslow?
What you listening to, Andy? These Brits. Andy, what are these British people talking fucking about? Enough.
I think Rachel's gone back to the ball.
Good, let her stay there. I don't like her. She sounds like she's Stingray's sister. I don't fucking give a fuck.
I like her. Seems pretty cool.
Let her go. You know, if you love something, set it free. She clearly, she just says too many fucking words in a row. Oh man, like little bit. Ah, who wants to talk like that on purpose? Nobody.
I mean, you know, I mean, Chinese people kind of talk like that.
Okay, so she sounds like she's Chinese, but is she? You know?
I thought you were being part Japanese and you know, you have Japanese blood flowing through
Oh,
you.
you don't
Well,
think that they
maybe that's
sound like
even
something?
more reason to hate them.
Talking about, oh. I don't hate anybody.
Were you drinking last night, Snakes? You sounded drunk.
I was drinking last night. Yes.
You had the old social lubricant going.
I know. I was like, I'm fucking amazing right now. Listen to people. Like people are listening to me finally. No, it's all in my head. It's all mental, and Andy. It's all mental. Somewhat mental. I regretted it though. This whole morning, I just have not felt very healthy. So I only had 3 beers. I had 3 beers. That's not crazy.
Have you got any B vitamins?
Beaver what?
B vitamins complex. B complex.
I'm about as complex as I want to be, Andy. You know what I mean? So like, I don't think that's gonna help. I'm trying to eat.
It will help. I promise you, dude. You talk to an expert. What are you talking about?
It's just like one day, you know. I'm just like not like hungover, but I definitely like something in my stomach wants to like either go up or down, but it doesn't like being where it is. But it's staying there somehow. So I'm gonna just eat a bunch of food. See how that works.
Yeah. What are you having?
Let's start out with breakfast here.
Yeah. What? Eggs? You need some eggs.
Eggs, toast, cheese. I mean, that's what we call breakfast, I guess.
Cheese for breakfast.
Yeah. Makes the eggs taste better.
Is it real cheese though, or is it that American cheese?
Wait, no. It's absolutely fake cheese. But from not Kraft, so that's good.
Seriously though, if you took like 100 milligrams vitamin B complex and maybe 1,000 or 2,000 vitamin C, you wouldn't realize, you wouldn't even know you'd been drinking it the night before.
Well, marijuana is supposed to protect the brain from any neurotoxicity that alcohol might cause.
That's true.
You know that?
Yeah.
And
wow.
And Snacks, I'm pretty sure, was cross-faded.
I'm fucked up now.
Wait, what were you alcohol?
Yeah, apparently cannabis forms a protective shield. That's what I remember reading. Doctor's paper, the only paper I've ever, doctor's paper, and I'll that's probably the first and last one because now I understand why they are the way they are. Sure, they use these Latinized words to fuck everyone up, but yeah, it was one of them situations where I'd got dictionary open literally on the next page. I just keep looking. What the fuck does that mean? But yeah, the sentence that stuck with me was that the cannabis seems to form a protective barrier around the nervous system, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Man, that's so cool.
So yeah, if you're gonna drink CBD, get yourself some CBD oil, and have a bit of that before and after. I'd suggest.
Yeah, it's honestly incredible because even people who have suffered severe brain trauma, from car accidents or football or whatever it is, and a preventative to developing PTSD is having that neuroprotective running through your system when you're, playing sports. But then again, like like the UFC, if you test positive for marijuana, it's like testing positive for steroids. So like they're very serious about it. Baseball, I don't think they test the players properly, anyways. Like clearly, the same thing with football. So they're not as serious about it. Like their players smoking weed or doing roids, because clearly they're all on roids, almost all of them, right? But if I would definitely, if I was playing something like that where I knew I was going to get hit in the head or boxing, if I could even get the non-psychoactive, like CBD oils, I would definitely go down that route because it's been shown to protect your brain from concussions. And even people who are in a coma, right? They just experienced severe concussion or brain trauma. You give that person CBD oil while they're in a coma, it protects them until the body heals and they come out of the coma naturally. While they're in that state, it can protect the brain from any long-term damage and long-term effects, which is incredible. And yet they don't implement these measures in modern hospitals, knowing, right? We have empirical data showing that marijuana does this. They're not going to implement that stuff, bro. It's just natural. Like, I don't know. Weird. Anyways.
All right. Yeah, weed store opens pretty soon though, so hopefully no more drinking for a bit. You need practice. You need practice at it.
Just order some B complex. Put it on the side. Just put it in a cupboard somewhere.
I honestly I've taken like vitamin B like little tiny mini tabs, and I have always found that I do not feel so super on them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's that mental
not for
whatever it is. That's going to get in the way of anything positive, I would say. But for me, when I was, I mean, it's different, I guess, for someone who's just partaking, say, once every month or something like that. I'm assuming you don't sound like a hard drinker to me, so like, yeah, it's probably pointless to be honest. But if you were drinking heavily, like I was, man, the difference was night and day. Like I'd take the B vitamins, and I went from just having to pull the covers over my head to, how you feel like, oh fucking, you just want the world to go away. You take the B vitamins, and then inside an hour, I'd be outside and I'd be ready to go. And so because it's all like the B, a lack of B vitamins is like it's all to do with the energy production, isn't it? And that's what alcohol does. It's like I like the analogy of the Ferris wheel without any oil. You just sort of seizes up, it just stops, and that's what happened to me essentially. I mean, I just literally stopped, and I got actually outwalked by a 95-year-old with a Zimmer frame. But to be fair, he was quick with that fucking thing. He was really quick. I was like, wait up.
I guess I've just probably just had the experience of probably seeing too many bad drunks at a young age. So like, I guess it never really like, well, yeah, maybe not like want to be great at drinking, I guess.
What do you mean by what bad drunks? Sorry, what bad experiences you mean?
Like I knew somebody who was like a retired like music producer and stuff like that, and man, he had like a lot. He had gold records. He had money. He had the life and the money and everything like that, and he just everything fucking got divorced. He fucking lost all. He was on like a stipend basically, like, and he just like fucking could not stop shaking without like a couple beers. And I was like, man, that's scary. Like,
yeah, I got to there basically.
Yeah.
Terrible place to be.
Well, yeah, you're better now. You're not shaking. Did vitamin B help that?
No, but I don't think there's a lot of people that actually understand that there is a vitamin. The thing is, the thing that I always share is like a vitamin cure. It's hardly a cure, but it certainly helps.
Yeah, I mean, I could see if like, because I think like once you're probably like real hardcore drinking, then it's like, it's everything, right? It's like an antacid, it's a painkiller, it's any medicine you might take, you just be like, oh, maybe I'll have something to drink right now or something, or vitamins.
Exactly. I was talking about that to somebody at weekend. I went into the wild, and I was talking to old friends, like, and they, or have a drink. And the thing is, where I am now, I can quite easily have a drink, and it's nothing. Like I don't feel the need to keep drinking. I can just have one or two, and it's no problem. And there's none of this, like AA thing where it's like. It's funny because when I first stopped drinking, after 100 days, I forced got like a half a glass of wine down my throat because much as I appreciated AA and I understood their little program and I liked it very much, even though I never went to any meetings or anything like that, I'd look in their big book and whatnot, and I was like, oh, this is good information. As much as I liked all that, I also understood, because having listened to a lot of Record Tally, that I didn't want that to become a part of my identity. And so after 100 days, I had a drink of, and it was horrible. It was so disgusting. And but I did that because I didn't want to be I didn't want to be like, oh, it's been 370 whatever,
1,000 days over. Yeah,
and I've got a chip. I didn't want to do that because I didn't want it to become part of my identity. Like, oh, I'm an alcoholic. No, not at all. The truth is that I was suffering from terrible trauma and anxiety, and I was medicating with alcohol. So, you know what I mean? It's once I'd figured that out and I'd got to the root of it, the desire to drink was gone. Because let's face it doesn't taste that nice, really. It's not very nice, really, alcohol. I don't think so.
Oh, you do stupid shit when you're too drunk, and then you wake up feeling like shit, can't work, or at least probably shouldn't in most cases. Not a lot of incentives to it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was the same way, man. Like, sorry, just really quick. I'd go through periods. It's just funny hearing somebody else say it because my whole family, they were all of them were alcoholics, like bad alcoholics. And for me personally, like, seeing them like being able to freaking drink until they pass out, like I couldn't. I would drink until the bottle was gone, man. Like a full fifth of whiskey, and I'd still not be able to sleep, nothing. Still be sober as ever. Like for me, I don't know. I don't think I got buzzed the same way other people did. So for me, it was like I don't know. I just I never really fancied drinking. I could drink whenever I want to. Like you said, like have one or two. It's not a thing, but my grandpa always told me, he's like, be careful, you know, because your family, like most of them are alcoholics anyway, so might be in your, you know, system or whatever. I don't know, but just weird. I'm heavily addicted to nicotine, like struggling to quit that, but alcohol has never been an issue for some reason.
Do you classify yourself as a smoker? Or are you
Yeah,
just nicotine dependent?
No, unfortunately, I definitely a smoker. I smoke like a pack a day. I've been trying to quit for a long time and tried to
I
wean
actually,
off.
I don't even
Go ahead.
smoke I try not to even smoke an actual cigarette. I only hit alcohol off a one hitter to like recondition myself. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying like hell to cut it back, you know.
Why don't you just get some natural tobacco? Some additives in it.
Well, most of the
That's
additives are in the paper.
Yeah, I've got hemp papers, and
I don't like paper.
I've got hemp papers, filters, and I use
I don't
natural
like those either.
tobacco. So I find myself justifying something that's clearly not a good thing.
I just don't want to like. I mean, for a long time, and you know, just because like, oh, you know, like I'm a tough smoking guy, you know what I mean, or I'm the lonery smoking guy, or I'm the fun smoking guy at the party, whatever it is. It's like, yeah, I just try to like detach myself from that idea of myself, you know,
Yeah.
and almost to just be like, I never really was that, you know what I mean? That was like some bullshit I thought
Well,
was cool.
that's a good idea, Snacks, to do that with everything.
Yeah. No, totally. Because you could be like, oh no, I wasn't really an alcoholic. I was just medicating because of all. So it just takes you away from that identity, which is all they want to stamp on you when you're in
Yeah.
an AA program, right? They're just like, you're an alcoholic and you'll always be an alcoholic forever,
Exactly.
forever, because you're weak. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
and pain's stronger
bro.
than you. You know, but they don't say that. It's like, yeah, it's fucked up.
But that right there, that you just applied that awareness, and that's really all it matters. What you just bring that into whatever's needed, and all of a sudden you can start to address it. Folks don't want to, and I see why. I was trying to explain to somebody. I went out to this bar and I realized how stupid. I suddenly had this moment where I'm like, "Why am I even talking about this? I'm not interested." But I think I was trying to help them, and I was just sort of trying to say, look, if you can bring this awareness in, then all of a sudden you can start to address it. But his attitude was, look, I enjoy doing it. If it kills me, so be it. Which to me is, I'd say I call that insane, and not in the way the kids use it. Positive light, like that's unawareness right there. As I suppose we could use all kinds of different words. Unconsciousness. So you bring the consciousness to it, and then all of a sudden you go, "Oh shit, look what I'm doing!" And the guy was thin as a rake, and now he's rotund. Well, he's huge, and so you're not telling me that's fun. That's not a good place to be. You know, don't tell me fat people are jolly.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing as alcoholism, though, to some degree, isn't it? Isn't it the same thing as alcoholism, but just not with alcohol? You just self-medicate with food, right? Make yourself feel better. That goes on. I don't know. I don't have an eating problem, but
to me, it all comes back to this issue of thinking, because, I've spoke about this many times. By the way, I've always been interested in poetry, and so I've just bought Walt Whitman's of Grass. So I'm going to start buying poetry books because it's one of them things where I'm like, right, there's something, I'm going to go down a poetry fucking rabbit hole for a bit.
Fucking E.E. Cummings, fucking Frank O'Hara. There's so many great poets out there for sure.
Yeah, that definitely speaks to me. Sorry, go on, dude.
Oh, okay, no worries. Sorry. What I was gonna say is one thing that I think has prevented me from ever really considering, and probably yourself too, from ever really considering alcohol to be something that you were dependent on is the fact that like the cons definitely outweighed the pros for you. So figuring out why that was and what it was to other people could mean the difference between like being able to handle other things in your life, like the cigarette smoking. That's what I've been thinking, at least, anyways. Is like trying to reinforce the idea that I don't like it somehow, even though I really do. So I have yet to figure out how I'm going to do that. Somebody told me eating oranges like right before smoking or right after smoking makes it
What
taste
kind of
like
cigarettes do you
shit.
smoke?
Margarets.
It's like so close to my specialties anyway. What I started doing was, I was smoking American Spirit, like whatever the maximum, but not too maximum flavor is, turquoise, I believe, which is not the color of turquoise, but don't let that confuse you. Anyway, I started cutting the filters down, and it makes it even stronger. And then that made me be like, it's a little bit unpleasant, And then
I'd agree, absolutely.
So, but that's what this woman told, this old woman. She's like, that's what I was already doing it, and she goes, that's what we did in this class. She quit smoking and stuff. And, she said that was the first thing to do, cut the filter down to half, and it's hotter, and it's like it fucking, But I used to like smoking non-filtered cigarettes, so I don't
yeah, same. I was just gonna say the same.
like I don't care, like. Give me a exhaust tailpipe of a car. I'm there.
Exactly. Dude, I've tried so many different methods. The only thing I have yet to try is the patches. And
so the patches, I did that for. I just took like it's phase A, whatever, which is the strongest nicotine, because like they all cost the same amount of money, so you might as well just get the strong. I think, and then I cut them into like 4s, basically. And so I never really even used that. That's the strength of the patch is so strong it like burns my arm. You know what I mean? I got like rotate where I put it. It's fucked up.
Oh no shit.
But I for sure like didn't smoke for like about 6 months or something. And I was just like, oh, that's cool. Like I didn't mind if other people smoked around me. I was like, I don't smoke. I'm not a smoker. I don't even want nicotine because I have it. You know what I mean? It's like already. I'm just nicotine dependent. I'm not a smoker. I guess I could graduate to that. I don't know.
What caused you to go back to it after 6 months?
New perspective, and the fact that like I'm like interacting with, because I don't have like a lot of people I like to talk to and shoot the shit with. But like if I'm when I was at New Perspectives place for about a month, it's like he just smokes all the time, and I was just like, let me just have one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to pull through with my friend. And I'll have another, maybe I'll have another one, and then like, and then sooner or later, I was like, yeah, you got another cigarette, man? And I was like, fuck you. And I'd quit like Flat Earth podcasting. I quit everything. You know what I mean? It's a new perspective. Brings me back to my old habits.
Fucking Dave. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to talk about this because I am. Like as I said, we justify the stupid things that we do. Like the longest living woman, as far as I know, it might have changed since I looked this up, but it was a French lady, and she was like 127 or something, and she quit. She literally smoked 2 cigarettes a day, and she quit for the last 2 years of her life or something. And she was really fucked up by then. She was like Pinball Wizard basically at that point. She couldn't see, she couldn't hear, and so the way I look at it is, as long as I just don't do it too much, I think that's the thing when you start chain smoking. So I like if I'm out or if I'm in a car, if I'm driving, if I'm out in general, I don't smoke. But like when I'm settled down, like now, and I have a cup of tea, I'll have a roll up, and like I said, it's natural tobacco, no additives, hemp papers, and a filter. So I always think, well, probably not too bad then, because if I smoke like 5 roll-ups a day, that's like the equivalent to 2 cigarettes. Because they're a lot. Roll-ups are different to cigarettes in a big bad way. For instance, I always used to think when I was drinking, if I dropped because I haven't smoked cigarettes since I was a kid, basically. I've been on roll-ups for ages, but if I'd have dropped a roll-up on my bed when I was passed out drunk, it wouldn't set fire to my bed and burn the house down. Whereas a cigarette probably would.
I gotta start getting drunk in a kiddie pool. No worries. Here's that show, The Last Man on Earth.
Last Man, yeah, it was pretty good. Who was like the first lead in that?
I forget his name. I think he's actually very funny, but whatever.
It was one of the SNL cast, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Will. Something. Will Forte is his name. Will.
Oh,
Forte.
Yeah.
Keenan. Yeah, that guy's like. The one black guy is like. It seems like they just won't let him leave the show. I think he's been under for like the longest ever. Keenan something. Anyway, what was the story?
Who?
Oh, so it was that. Yeah, basically like the first scene in Last Man on Earth. Like, he basically just like goes into. There's nobody alive, so he just goes to the liquor store, just gets all the liquor, and then just like fills a kiddie pool with it, and then just like gets a straw, and he just jumps in the kiddie pool with a straw.
Interesting.
I think the issue for me was that when you cross 35, the fucking hangovers are just terrible, and so, like I said,
no kidding.
I got to a place where I was like, why am I even having a hangover? I might as well just carry on drinking, Just don't stop. And then, you can imagine how well that turned out. Ended up with a two-year hangover.
If you're a nice person and you're a happy drunk and you're really not hurting somebody else or abusing people, I don't see what the big deal is of somebody drinking. But my problem with it is that the problem that I had was that I couldn't stop. I wanted to get drunker and drunker and drunker, and the more drunk I got, the more of an asshole I became. And so other people had to deal with me, and I had to apologize all the time, and I got sick of it. So I finally decided that it was better for me to just not drink and pick up a different habit. So that's what I did.
Yeah, I mean, you're abusing yourself, aren't you? That's the thing, and that's gonna manifest in you abusing somebody else at some point. That's just how it goes. Even if you're a happy drunk, and I was like, oh, I just want to
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Eventually it's going to manifest into you abusing somebody else. That's the way I mean.
I think anything that you do to yourself is going to affect other people, but is it really right for other people to tell you what to do just because that small effect affects them? I mean, come on, I mean, if it affects them physically or health, health wise, then yeah, I can see you making a big deal for that. But having a case against it because someone just acts silly when they're drunk or something, that's not really a good excuse to hate somebody for doing it. You know what I mean?
Well, addicts in general are pretty fucking tedious to be around. And
so, can you tell me someone in this room that's not an addict?
No. Usually, you could be.
And why are we having that conversation? You know what I mean?
No, well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, look, if you drink heavily, you're probably most likely going to piss and shit yourself. And that's
eventually, yes, I agree.
That's just annoying. That's gonna annoy folks around you.
I would agree. Wow. I mean, I'm all for everybody doing what they want to make themselves happy. I think you ought to be able to do drugs. I think you ought to be able to take heroin if you want. But you ought to be doing it in your own home where you're only affecting yourself, not out in the world trying to kill people or getting run over by a car or doing something that's going to hurt other people. That's the only time I think that you should be able to legally do it what you want is when you're not hurting other people. Does anybody disagree?
I don't. It's like everybody that like might do that has the potential to like become a total train wreck and damage other people or just like suck. You know, we
Right, but
shouldn't
we
like
still have
we
to
shouldn't be doing
allow people
things
to
that
do
like
what they
that
want
help
to
us
do,
to
right?
like be shitty, right? Like
No,
that's
I agree.
you
I
know.
agree. I'm not saying we should promote it, but I'm saying, I mean, you know what I mean? Like talking down to it just because someone, like just saying, well, because I smoke a little weed once in a while, that I'm a horrible person. That's kind of a stupid argument because I might not be a horrible person. I might just be a pothead. You know what I mean? So,
I don't know. There's
I
like
mean,
a okay, okay.
to me, I'd advocate for just finding out why. Like for me, like I didn't want to be sober. Like being sober was like a fucking horror show, and that. So I had to like learn to live, learn to figure out why. So get to the root of the situation, and most people don't want to do that. And I love I love that. Like I say, that when I read The Power of Now, that really sent me on this journey of figuring out what the fuck, what's this all about, you know? And that's why when I finished that, I was like, let's figure out where we live now. But I would say priority one is figure out who you are and what you
yeah.
want, basic things like that. It sounds really silly to say, but most of us don't really think about it. And I mean, because we get in a little autopilot bubble and we're just like, oh, this I do this and then I do that, and then. But once you really start to have that self analysis, then you can start to address certain things. Like I love that, like the way Eckhart Tolle puts it, in that that people love their pain. That's a really weird thing, isn't it? Because if you were talking, like if I wanted to address, like now I can talk to you guys and you're all like, oh, this is interesting. We'll listen to it. But if you encounter somebody and they're in terrible emotional pain, and you try to tell them something like this, they're most likely going to show you that very thing that you want them to address. In which case,
Yeah.
you could only ever walk away from that,
Yeah. Right.
because there'll be no satisfactory outcome. It'll just be a shit show. But what you realize is, and it needs to be a deep realization in yourself, is that you cling to the pain because you'd rather cling to the familiarity of it than step into the unknown. That's the truth of it.
Your pain has become a prison, but it's comfortable.
Exactly. And once you realize that, then you've got one foot out, you know.
Yeah, I just want to say me personally, coming from a life of drug abuse, not hard drugs, but I have tried cocaine and Molly, which are considered hard drugs. Different types of Molly, the real Molly and then the fake Molly. So who knows? Probably some meth derivative. But I like hanging around straight edge, good people, humble people that aren't dependent on any substance, whether it's alcohol or weed. And there's something righteous about hanging out with literally like people that just don't depend on any substance to live and be happy. I like surrounding myself with people like that, and it's rare. Like you said, who here isn't addicted to something, right? But when you do find people like that that are legitimately straight edge and humble people with good families, good children, obedient children, that's something to admire because I come from uh, a rough background. A lot of us, probably have rough backgrounds or broken families or whatever.
Well, it's
But
funny when he
anyways,
said
yeah.
that. You know what? You know what it made me think of? It made me think of like this is going to sound silly. I'm just going to say it anyway. But like Geo being obsessed with the sky, for instance, you know, or plant medicines or whatever it is. You know, it made me think of that, which is like arguably not an addiction; it's more of a passion, and so that's probably the good side of what we're talking about. But isn't it? That's kind of weird that my brain just went there because I kind of love that in people when they have a passion for a thing and they're obsessed. It becomes like an obsessive thing. Like I've got to figure out what the fucking sky clock is. I don't know why my brain went there. I love these two women. If only I could find myself a Dr. Sam Bailey. Oh, they're talking about similar to what we were just talking about. That's funny. Isn't that interesting? US is number one for antidepressant use. You know, this is kind of an interesting thought that this is why I'm going to go into poetry so I can sort of formulate thoughts better. I think because I'm struggling with words, and that's okay. I'm not going to beat myself up about it, but I'll try and get it out as best I can. So you've got to think about what the United States is. It's a group of folk that weren't happy or they were whatever compelled them to up stakes and then just fucking go somewhere else. I think there could be a correlation between that and antidepressant use.
The correlation is poor people. Poor people ain't got time to be depressed. I bet you if you check the hoods in America, the ghettos, you're gonna find that antidepressant use is way down there, just like it is in the other poor countries.
Oh yeah, that's a good point as well, Jeremy. Yeah.
You ain't got time to be depressed when you're poor. You gotta get money, get food, whatever you gotta do. There's no time fucking around. That's white people. That's like middle class, rich
First
white
world
people
problems.
problems.
That's what I like about this Kelly Brogan. She's a reformed feminist.
What's up, Danger Bear? Sydney Pixie. What's got here?
Yo.
Essentially. He's here too. So, Andy, do you think it's a paradox that there are no gentlemen at a gentleman's club?
There's no gentleman at a gentleman's club. That's funny.
Well, you got to convince them that they're not doing anything wrong, otherwise they won't show up, will they? If you put a note on the door that says, you know, people that cheat on their wives or have sex outside of marriage are assholes, then I don't think they're going to want to go in there and put their name on that, you know. I know. I'm Captain Obvious. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Somebody was on here like a week ago, and then they were like saying that there's like no such thing as a paradox. Like paradoxes actually don't ever occur, which I'm not so sure about because it's gentleman's club thing. But go ahead.
Paradox. Well, I guess technically you could kind of like imagine it, but I don't know. What difference would it make though?
No, because like a gentleman's club would be somewhere where like dudes like open doors for people or whatever. You know what I mean? Do gentleman type shit.
Right.
Nobody's gonna pay for that.
Yeah, that's true. yeah, I get you.
We have a call for Rudy. Rudy at the Champagne Lounge. The door is open. A woman needs it held open for her. There's a puddle.
Yeah.
There's a puddle. It's like,
there's a hole that needs to be filled, son. Get your butt over here. I don't. Well, actually, you know what? To be honest, I think that even if they did it that way, there would be people that still go. But honestly, we all want to think that we're still doing the right thing and we're still good people, even though we do dumb things, right? That's the problem. And then when we let that go too far to where we create this world where we can just do whatever we want, but yet there's no responsibility for it. But then we complain about how evil the world is and how children are molested and people are killed and there's murders and all this. But we're part of it. I mean, because we're dabbling in the evil. Think about it, people. It's not rocket science. A lot of what I hear in the world today, people crying out that they want what they want, but they want you to accept it. Not just like, not just to ignore it, but they want you to just completely forget that there's anything wrong with whatever they might be doing and accept it as in like call them a special name and give them glory or pat them on the back every time you say hi to them just because they're doing that thing. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't mind if you just want to do what you want to do, but I don't really want to know about it. Do it on your own time. Just keep it to yourself. That's all I'm looking for. Like if it applies to my business or me personally, then let's talk about it. But what you do in your bedroom doesn't really apply to me. So I think we should just keep that to ourselves.
Well, that's how it used to be, didn't it? I think there's a shame attached to it, and perhaps there should be. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I've always been a bit weird around the idea of with the whole sex thing. I don't know. Like
Right.
I was watching Knowing Benjamin's stream the other day, and he was basically advocating exactly what you're saying there. And I think he followed up with something like, let's get them gays back in the closet or something like that.
No, I'm not about that. I mean, I'm not trying to hurt nobody because I get it. I understand people have problems and I understand that they can have all kinds of things that I'm never going to understand, right? I can't really understand that because I'm not like them, but I can see that they're normal people most of the time. And otherwise, besides that problem, they're normal people, right? So why would I treat them like crap or talk down to them or be mean to them or, like I'm not trying to do that, but I am going to stick with what I believe in, and I'm not going to stand for, if you start acting a certain way, I'm going to move on. I'm going to not want to be around you. That's just how it is. But that's the way it is with everything, isn't it? Why does it have to be special treatment just because of sexual or gender? Well, like, why does that have to be special? I don't.
I mean, first of all, they don't see it as a problem. FYI.
Well, like I said, if they're doing it in their own house and they're talking about it in their own living room, I don't either. Let them do what they want. But when they bring it into my living room, then now that's an issue, because it's supposed to be about not harming other people. And if that's harming me in any way, even if it's all in my head, it's still harming me. And you should at least show some respect for it and say, hey, I understand. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be so loud about it. Maybe I should keep that to myself. Isn't that what we do in public, like when we talk to each other? But why is it okay for us to just do that outwardly when we're not face to face?
Well, I think it's because it's like so different or whatever thing. You know what I mean? Like if it just starts to screw society up when people like hiding big parts of like who they are or that. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like I hear you though.
Hey, sorry I always bring Alan Watts up down a slag, so you can roll your eyes now.
God damn.
But it's funny because he said this is the one thing he disagreed with his father, his dad. It's the one thing he disagreed with his dad with, because Alan Watts said that you should enjoy sex, you should take pleasure from having sex. But his dad were like against that. He thought it was shameful or wrong in some way. I don't know. I think that comes with religious ideas as well. So
sex isn't wrong. Sex isn't wrong at all. As long as it's between you and someone else and you're both in agreement. I don't have a problem with that. But does that need to be exposed to the world outwardly in visual and in spoken word? Like, why is that necessary? Because we have children out there. We have women out there that we don't want, and they don't like to hear these things. We don't want, like, why poison their minds? Just because we're selfish and we want to be around sexual things that are appropriate for our own tastes? That doesn't make sense. That's not thinking about everybody else's feelings, right? That's just being selfish.
Yeah, well, they say pride comes before the fall.
Yep, we all fell, didn't we?
Well, I definitely agree with letting kids just be innocent, and this whole let's put it out in the street shit. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. When I was young, and I was into that, and I was into chasing women and trying to get, lay everything I could find, and I did for a while. I believed in that philosophy for a while because I wanted to see what the world was like, and I wanted to see what all the adults were getting, and I wasn't, right? So once I realized it, though, but after I did all that for a while, I started to realize, you know what, this is just horrible. It's like, it's stressful. I mean, there's so much work involved. It's like, and just keeping on the persona that it's such a cool thing, even though nobody else thinks it's really cool. You can tell by the look on their faces that they're all miserable, but they all keep doing it. It's like, I don't get it. Like, I'm just not into that. I'm into things that really turn me on, right? Like, I don't want to do things or be around things that make me feel bad. And even if it insults you, that I think that what you're doing is bad, I don't know how else to fix that except for just for us to keep our own personal stuff to ourselves, right? I'm sorry, I'm trying to. We can always go into special rooms, we can always go places where people that want to think that way can go, right? And we can hang out with people that are like us. That's why we have our friends and our fellows and our own homes and our own places to hang out, our own clubs, right? So if we did that more, instead of trying to force the world to accept us and make us be able to do what we want right out in public, that's just not right. Because not everybody wants to look at it that way. Not everybody wants to see it, regardless of whether it's heterosexual or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Some people just don't want to be around it. And I think that's why it's wrong. It's not about whether, it's personal. It's about that because they're forcing everybody else to look at things that you like, but they're uncomfortable with is just wrong.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And
I was going to say, does anybody disagree? If there's anybody out there that disagrees, please speak up.
Yeah, I mean, it's when it becomes law, like do all this hate speech shit, where it's like they start to put these pronouns in law. That's a real slippery slope, and that's where it needs to be stopped. That's where it's like, oh
It looks
shit.
to me like somebody's trying to set themselves up for a place where they can take advantage of the system by just simply saying, well, I'm this or I'm that, rather than actually having to prove themselves to the people, which is the person that's supposed to be taking care of and voting this all in and being in charge of it, which is us, right? But if they're not answering to us, then they're not working for us. We need to fire them and find somebody else.
Yeah, I like that. It's a very American way of looking at it. Yeah.
Well, but that's the law of the land, and we all know that, right? No matter what country you live in, you have laws that God gave you rights. Okay, just because your government took them away doesn't mean that it's not that's right. You can look at it however you want.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying anything bad about anybody's government because I don't know. I don't even know what my own government's doing, to be honest with you. I can only assume based on what I see them do. And right now, they're killing people. And that is blowing me away that nobody wants to admit that and say, you know what, we need to do something about whoever these people or whoever's involved. We need to figure it out and we need to do something about it before they get one of us. Like, are you not worried about that? I mean, I think the whole world should be worried about that. Not enough to run around like nuts, but we need to start putting our foot down and voting for the right things or making sure that our votes count, right? Instead of just thinking, oh, it's all good and everything's going to be fine because the TV told us so. We need to stop doing that, bro.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was telling the story the other day how my house basically ended up like a bit of a DOS house for just a load of lads to get stoned and mess about with motorbike parts and that kind of thing. And then my granddad moved in with us, and that changed everything because he was in World War II, he fought in Egypt and all that, and he was seasick the whole way there. They had to go to Italy first, and it was a bit of a nightmare by the sounds of it. And in fact, he did have nightmares about his best friends with tow tags on the back of lorries because he drove a ammunition truck, but he'd never really talk about that. You'd really have to fucking push him to get anything like that out of him, sort of thing.
Right.
But that changed everything. That the house suddenly we had to tidy it up. We had to fucking the garden looked like the Amazon jungle. We had to chop it all down, and we got a greenhouse for him, and because that's what he
do
liked.
That too, even if I was young.
But that just changed. That changed everything, and it sort of because my dad died when I was 7 years old, so it put a man in the house again, and a man from that generation. They just had a lot more integrity and stuff like that. So it was interesting to be around that kind of person. But he hated the fact that, for instance, I'm kind of a pacifist, or I certainly was back then. I'm very much, give peace a chance, all that stuff. And so I would say anybody who would join the armed forces is fucking, well, they deserve to get shot if you're going after somebody's fucking country. Whatever. Anyway, the point is that I used to say to him, look, Grandad, I'll fight them when they come up my backyard, but until then, fuck that. But now they are coming up my backyard.
By then it'll be too late, son.
Exactly.
You got to think about that. Yeah, you got to, freedom is only freedom if we keep it that way. Once we let someone take our ability to fight that off, to fight away somebody that tells us different, that's where we make the biggest mistake. I mean, I don't care what country you're from. That's the truth, bro.
Yeah,
and we all want to be free to do what we want, right? You want to be free to be gay or straight or whatever, right? We all want that because what they're trying to do is change that, and that's really what it's about. Don't let them suck you into that because you're gay or something, and you think that this is some kind of fight for your rights, because they're just tricking you so that they can take all of our rights away. It's not about making you better or making you equal. It's about making us all slaves, if that's not already been done.
No, I agree. I completely agree. And as I say, the straw that broke the camel's back for me was the fucking the thing, the whatever, the thing in 2019. That was it for me. I was like, you got to speak out. If you don't speak out, then you're complicit. Basically, you silence acceptance, and you've got to speak out. So
it definitely started different for all of us. Yeah, but I don't know how old you are. Well, I'm 50, but I remember I was in my early 20s when 2001 came around. So, and I had already been investigating, stuff under the line, because the internet was coming around, and I was able to like seek out and talk to people. And I talked to a lot of older people, veterans and this and that. And they told me all kinds of crazy stories about the military and about, seeing UFOs and all kinds of just silly stuff, right? And not necessarily true, but just stuff that I hadn't heard before. And I thought, well, that's weird. I want to know about that, But what was interesting, though, is that they never lied to me. Like all those weird stories that those guys from the military and stuff told me about the war and stuff, every one of those stories turned out to be true when I investigated them. I thought, well, that's interesting. I expected there to be at least some stories that they just made up. I thought they were just joking around with me, trying to get me to do the right thing. Because they were old guys. Like I never really thought about it, like that it made sense. You know what I mean? And it's funny when I realized that people don't. Like it's funny that when I start investigating, when people tell me something, a lot of times I realize that there's some truth to that. And there's a reason why they're looking at that information. And it's like interesting because it's like, well, I just expected there to be nothing there and for this person to be nuts. But like, how is it that there's evidence for stuff, but yet it's like, it's just kind of weird. It makes it so hard to understand what's real and what's not. And I think that's where we're at. We're at that threshold right now where they've got us to where all of our information comes from outside media. It comes from this black mirror in our hands or on that screen in front of you. And if that screen and that thing in front of you is literally there to deceive you from the very beginning, then it's kind of hard to you have to still draw the line to where what reality is, what you see in the real world and what you see on that. You still have to compare the two and be able to figure out what's real and what's not. And I've never really seen in my lifetime, I've never really seen any of those wars or any of that stuff actually physically affect my neighborhood, my city, my state. I've only seen it affect the prices and that kind of thing and the monies. I've never seen it really physically affect until this recent one, like you said, in 19. But I know we're not supposed to talk about that, but I think you guys already know what I think about it. I think it's just a sham, and I think we should all be careful because I think it could be used against us. Things like this that make us sick could be used against us, but that doesn't mean that what they're saying is true. That's all I got to say about it.
Yeah, it's just another way to take people's rise up, isn't it?
Don't believe anybody's bullcrap. Just find your own, look it up for yourself.
Yeah, I completely agree with that as well. Find something you're interested in, look into it. I mean, because I don't know where you were going with the war thing, but it made me think of Smedley Butler. Smedley Butler was a really high-ranking guy in the military, American military, and he heard about this shadow government type of situation, and he took it to the president because he was that high in the military, and still nothing was done about it. And so he wrote a book called "War is a Racket," and that pretty much says it all, doesn't it?
I figured that's where you were going with the story. That's why I kind of threw that in there. It's like I was showing respect for military and things like, a lot of you guys have, put your life on the line for our countries, all of our countries. And sometimes our countries have fought each other, but we have to realize that truth doesn't mean that we all aren't still being pushed around and controlled by some other hand of the government. You know what I'm saying? And that we aren't being forced to do this against our own wills. So we don't necessarily need to hate each other. We need to figure out who's doing it and what, you know what I mean? All right, I'll shut up. I don't want the conversation to go.
No, you're making some good points. Yeah, let's look further up the ladder and see who's fucking pulling the strings.
That gets you in trouble when you make good points and you tell the truth. It gets you in a lot of trouble.
No, but you've got to be willing to die for truth. Or what's the point? You've got to be willing to die for it, especially when
encouraging him, Andy.
Especially when you realize that that's not the end. So, as far as I'm concerned, death's not the end. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. There is worse things in this world than death. So that's the bit that's a bit nerve wracking.
Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not, because I'm a crazy person. I'll go out there and I'll attack someone that I see doing something wrong, or I'll call somebody out if they come by my house or they're trying to steal my neighbor's stuff. I mean, I'll do that. That's just me, and I know I could get killed for it. But I don't think I'm stupid. I think that's what a man is. A man is somebody who defends his territory. All animals do it. Why in the hell wouldn't you? I mean, you all say you're animals, right? You all say we come from apes, so why not be an animal? Protect your territory, man. Like, why would you? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, I just think we've got all his ideas about death all wrong. I think it should be a happy death. Perhaps we could have our hospitals filled with all kinds of psilocybins and whatever the person wants, basically, to see them off.
I don't know.
I was reading
something.
Obviously, wait one sec. Obviously, if somebody dies and they're very, very young, then that's tragic. Let me just get that straight.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah.
Snake.
I didn't think you were gonna be. I didn't think you were talking about just like kill
I'm talking
everybody.
about
Yeah.
old age when everybody's really sad and mopey. And no,
I think
that doesn't have to be a bad
smart
thing.
enough
But
to know
anyway,
that.
carry on, Snake. Sorry for interrupting you.
All right. Well, no, it's still depressing, but yeah. No, I mean, no matter
Well,
how many
it's funny how we do agree on things, right? Funny how we are agreeing on.
Bright colored lights and smoke machines. Yeah, like it could be a wonderful death hospital or whatever. But yeah, like it's still sad to see somebody leave. But I guess the idea is like, yeah, we don't really know. Like, I mean, we could have ideas of what's beyond this, but like, you know, I guess the fear of not being here to just have the next breath, I guess, isn't the worst fear of all, really. You know, right? It would be like, oh, there's like
To be honest,
there's
I can't wait.
all this,
I
and
can't
it's
wait to
not.
find out what's on the other side. I can't wait. I'm excited. I really am. I'm not willing to jump off a building to find out, but I can't wait to meet the creator. I can't wait. I can't wait to remember what the hell was going on before I came here. I can't wait to find out the truth.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
good morning.
Howdy.
Buenos dias.
Okay. I'm kind of excited when when that time comes too, because like I'm so curious about what happens. I mean, not eager to leave or anything, but just like I just so wish I knew. Oh, sorry for butting into your guys' conversation.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you said something because I think we all have that curiosity, regardless of whether we believe in a God or a creator, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just thinking that maybe when we're in here and we're talking to each other and we have differences, maybe we should find the things that we are still the same on. Because I think we do agree on a lot of stuff, regardless of what side of the argument we're on. So maybe finding more common things to get along with each other first, and then we can talk about the stuff we don't agree. Because then we know where each other are coming from, right? We're not just assuming that you're here to drive us crazy or just to make us, angry or something. It ought to be open for everybody to come along and talk, even if they don't agree, and even if they're angry or whatever. We should be able to calm them down and talk them out of it, right? And get them back to our level and say, hey, we're trying to have a good conversation here, not a troll conversation, right?
Or like not a frustrating conversation where people feel like they're not being heard or understood.
Absolutely.
Well, like actual conversations. Yeah.
See if you agree with this. I don't know. Might split the room. If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured, however far away. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that. Follow your heart. I believe in that.
Say that.
No, I think it's like a celebration. Yes, but then someone could take that and say, well, that lends into the trans idea, doesn't it? And take it this whole different way.
Because that would be because of some ego thing, right, or some acceptance thing. That would be a mental thing, an issue that's mental to each person individually. Not that it's a bad thing, but it is still individual, right? So, I mean, you got it. 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Shouldn't people's uniqueness be celebrated, though?
Yes, in the proper form, in the proper ways. Yes, absolutely.
By ridicule.
No, not necessarily ridicule, but I mean, you should. I would want to go into a group where people are like me. I get frustrated when I'm in a room like where there's trolls and people that are just coming in to aggravate me. It frustrates me because it's like, well, why are you doing that? I'm really honestly trying to find out things and learn from you guys and to make friends, because I can't do that in the real world because most people won't talk about this issue. So it's like it makes me angry though when I see all these people that are curious about that, but they're all fighting with each other, getting mad. It's like, come on, dude! Like
it has really for me seemed like the idea of like joining in this and being like, I'm going to find friends is so misguided. Like, and that's what I've kind of thought too in a way. And even though I have found friends, but it's like that you will find them and that they will be the people you think is that.
Well, you have to expect the opposite to happen too, right? You have to accept the responsibility that you might be wrong. Right, exactly.
But
and
also,
I'm wrong.
it leaves
Yeah,
you open emotionally,
you're
right?
right.
Like you're
There's
open
a different side of
emotionally to like, oh, like if so and so doesn't agree with me, it's gonna hurt my feelings. I'm like, oh yeah, savage Savage Dude 55 like says that, you know, like now I'm a pussy, and it's like, oh man, and I thought we were really friends, you know. So just to spare yourself from that, because like, I don't know, you gotta find like real people, you know what I mean, like that
You got to remember something too. People that mess with you, usually they do it because they like you, because you remind them of themselves. So if you just think about it that way, even though that's not always true, 99% of the time it is. So normally when somebody doesn't like me and they keep telling me to shut up, or they're always aggravated with what I say, I usually go right after them. I go and talk to them. I'll make friends with them and say, hey, what's going on? Why do you disagree with me? Explain it to yourself. Because usually that's what it is they want to explain themselves, and they're wanting to talk to you because you seem to be thinking like them, and they don't realize it, but it's psychologically true. Think about it.
I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to say, like, yeah, like sometimes you meet people and you're like, oh yeah, we're just totally like 100%, you know, off the bat. And then other people you're like this other person I know that was like an annoying person, and I would say that you're like that too. It's like the people who I don't like already have
accidentally or on purpose.
They have help.
That's the question we should ask.
I'm just saying, like, it's hard for anyone to really like say like I don't like this, or you know, you'd be like, there's something about that person I don't like, but usually it's because it reminds you of someone else. That's why we.
Yeah, usually because it reminds me of me and the things that I hate about myself. That's that's what I'm saying.
It reminds me of
I mean,
me when I was
right
dumb.
for everybody, but
then we might remind Globers like what they might be like if they weren't so slavishly adherent to these textbooks or whatever, you know. And then they think that they have a correction, like they've been corrected. You know what I mean? So they can't think like just willy-nilly stuff, you know what I mean?
Well, I think an honest person that just believes in the globe
judge themselves
or the globe part, that's different. But a person who doesn't, that won't have any evidence come in and even change their argument or even change anything. People that are like that, hardheads, those are they're just anti-earthers. They're not even globers. They're not, because they make globers look bad. Think about it.
Sometimes I do wonder if like the globers coming here to argue like have like an emotional part of them where they kind of know, oh my god, it's probably flats, but they're coming here like with a sort of like, oh, say it ain't so, and like they're looking for some obvious like stupidity where they can like, okay, now I can dismiss the flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But they can't find it, so they just keep arguing.
Hard to know that.
That's a type 4.
Hard to know who's in it.
I'm just joking. I haven't categorized.
Well, it's hard to know when somebody. Well, it's like confidence and ego. There's a difference, right? You agree that when somebody's confident, it's because they believe in themselves and what they're talking about. They know it. They've been through it. They've argued it many times. They know the subject, right? You're not gonna just come in there and just wreck somebody like that because they know what they're talking about. Now, you might be able to come across with some angle that proves them to be dishonest or or whatever, or maybe catch them, calling somebody, some racist term or whatever to make them look bad. But you can't argue with somebody's evidence as truth or their witness to something if they're being honest with you. But I don't see that honesty in most of the people that come in here to argue against us. Most of them, I don't think they're actually asking a question. They just want to tell us the answer.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that honestly, like some people have been in flat earth for so long that they forgot what it was like viewing flat earthers from
say that one more time.
Side. So like we've been in flat earth for so long that we've forgotten, we have amnesia to what it was like being a glober, because flat earthers are literally like a different class of people according to them. Like when they come in here, it's like going to the zoo. Like they can't believe that there's like people out there in the world that actually believe that the earth is flat. Like we're like an anomaly. They look at us like we're they're interested in us because they're studying us, bro. They literally think we're like a lesser class of human because we believe in flat earth. Like it's that serious. I'm not joking. Like
yeah, I mean, because they're
like when you're in academia and you have a bachelor's or a master's, and then you hang out with people that believe the earth is flat, you can't help but look at them like they're lesser class. That's how academia
you have to investigate what they're talking about first. But I'm saying, yeah, I would assume that you're right. That would make sense to me.
It's not merely that they don't have this.
I think that's what they're told too. Oh, sorry, it's what they're told from like the media and academia, and they tend to believe what they're told by these authorities.
And believe it or not, there's a big hole in the internet where there's people telling the truth, the actual truth about what we know and what we don't, and not just saying, well, I know it's true and I'm confident in I can prove it. Well, a lot of the stuff that we have as evidence isn't really proof. It does tell us that we don't live on a spinning ball, but it really doesn't tell us the actual size and shape of the Earth. And we could be a little bit wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why everybody's so hard-nosed to think that they know all the evidence, and there's anybody in this group on either side that thinks they know everything. Because we don't. None of us know anything. That's why we're arguing. That's why we're trying to figure it out, right? But it's like we're not doing anything to find out. We're just sitting and arguing about who's doing it. It's just so frustrating. I wish that we could move beyond that and like get something done and actually put out videos that actually fill in the gaps for all that crap that the Glober people and the people that are just trying to snub nose us aren't putting out, because they're not showing evidence. They're just showing how stupid we are. So let's show the evidence and not argue about how stupid Globers are or stupid people that don't believe it are. Just show the evidence and let them decide for themselves. That's the honest way to do it. And that's the way you'd want to be treated, right? So that's the way I think it ought.
I mean, that's a lot of words. Anybody else want to respond?
Well, it's not like truth comes out very fast. You know, like it might, like a paradigm shifts like this take generations. And so if we're just, I think you just have to inherently just, you know, keep talking about it, keep having the same conversations over and over, because like every single one, I think you probably wake people up a little bit and it spreads, you know? It's just not fast.
Sometimes I fear that I'm drawing people into, when I draw people into this particular thing, like coming on Discord, I feel like I'm doing them a disservice, not a service.
Yeah, no, but Discord is it's just like that. The vast majority of people aren't going to be interacting on Discord. They're just going to be watching videos and being at home contemplating, like, could that be true?
Well, honestly, I come in here to find people that think like me and then pull them out. But I'd still come in here, but it's because there's people in here that need to be pulled out.
Pull them out where?
Oh, how do you mean?
It's cool that this is a place
into reality. I mean, into reality. I mean, like you can only spend so much time in this particular area of what the flat Earth thing is. You have to move beyond it. You have to graduate. You know what I'm saying? Like, and for me, that was going out and doing experiments and seeing stuff for myself and witnessing things for myself, so I could share them with people, and then going out and sharing them with the world. Like, we're not really helping many people here except ourselves, maybe. I'm sorry, it's only my opinion. I'm just.
I think just like I don't know. There's like different places that people kind of begin this quest for knowledge on, and sometimes there's people that start on the ball side and they get to some kind of flat concept, you know, and there might be people that are never going to get there. They're just like stuck on the ball and they're going to be arguing for that model. But I think that for them, the real graduating to the next level is just being able to understand that given these two sets of knowledge, right, skewed in certain ways or obfuscated in certain ways or whatever the case may be, that these two things actually have parity, like that they're equally possible, you know. And just to get to that point is the end for them. That now they're actually like a flat earther in a way, or they've had their moment that way. They might not even begin to think that it is flat or whatever, but just to be able to have that moment for themselves, like I think that's about as much as you can hope for with some of these types, you know. And so I think our argument at least needs to be able to accomplish that, you know, to be able to truly bring it to everybody, at least just for some, what's the very like flat earth light kind of version for them, you know what I mean? It's not going to be where they think that they're going to still think that they're on a ball, but they'll at least understand our side better until we sound less cuckoo.
Dude, we don't sound cuckoo at all, though. That's the problem. Like, I think the lines of reality have been so blurred that, like, yeah, like, what is cuckoo these days? Because, I haven't turned on the news in a while, but it's bad. I hear it's bad.
If you're like a full-blown reality believer of the television and the newspaper, and if that's what you full-blown believe, you know what I mean, and the ball and all that stuff, like, yeah, we're gonna sound like we don't jive with that, you know what I mean? Like,
you know, I almost thought like Cookie Monster was going like, you know, when he said like pull people out of it, because I was just contemplating how like things like the flat Earth, because I've heard you guys also have conversations here about food and nutrition and stuff, and it feels like it kind of like segues into like, oh my God, the Earth is flat. I need to eat a lot healthier, because you realize like just the lack of nutrition and the lack of real knowledge in our culture, because like if people could just
I
see
mean,
it
some
from
people
our
do find that. People don't. It just depends. Yeah,
oh
it's different for everybody. But yeah, absolutely.
yeah, because like if you see from our point of view, like okay, from the Globers' point of view, they're like, oh my God, people believe the Earth is so flat. That's a sign of just how bad the education system and how dumb like people are getting. Whereas like you look at it from our point of view, you're like, oh my God, the world is flat, but like they've convinced everybody it's a globe. And then you start seeing like the textbooks, because once you have the real information, you can see that like the things that they teach in school, they're just telling you, oh,
Don't
this
match
is
with
the
either
Big
one, though.
Bang.
That's the problem.
Huh?
They don't really match up with
Hey,
either argument. They kind of like confuse you
dude,
between the
just
two, so you really don't.
hey, Cookie Monster, can you hear me? I don't know if you could.
Yeah,
I don't know if you could tell, but you stepped on them at the end there. Just let people finish speaking.
my bad. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'll just saying it makes you see the textbooks differently. Like you realize that the textbooks themselves are the indoctrination tools. They're like real information, but everybody's like conditioned to believe the real information, that they're like fact. But once you see the propaganda, it's like now you're living in a different world, and it's like astounding.
I was just going to say, it's weird because I don't really, I don't know. Let me just say, first of all, I'm a bit bored with the whole flat Earth discussion. But also, I was in a different server the other day, and I did get muted for, well, basically, they were talking about God, I guess. It was in the politics server. I think that, because you can start any channel you want, and I think it was called Theist Talk or something. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, I was having a pretty good discussion with this guy, and then I just brought something up about moon landing being fake, because I obviously don't believe that. And he's like, "Oh my God, are you a flat earther?" Because there's a flat Earth part in that server as well. It's like FE20, 24/7 basically used to be part of the server, and now it is again. So, but anyway, I just jumped in there for whatever, because I'm a bit bored with talking about flat Earth, to be honest. And so he's like, "Oh, are you a flat earther?" And I'm like, "Well, I haven't seen too much evidence for this globe. I mean, satisfactory evidence. If you've got any, please post it and I'll take a look," sort of thing. And then they just muted me straight away. So I did feel a bit discriminated against in that regard. But I was like, I don't know, it just felt weird because, just as Lion said there, I'd never even, I was suddenly, because you've been in this subject for so long, you just sort of go, oh right, yeah, some people haven't looked into it. So I'm kind of waiting for. I really want to see a physical measurement, like I don't exactly know what. Maybe if we could measure LIGO or something like that, which is a government property, so that'll be a bit of an issue. But yeah, if we could measure, if we get like a direct measurement that I can hang my hat on, then that'll change everything for me, sort of thing.
So what you're saying is, if you saw the right amount of evidence, you would be convinced it was flat too. But you just need to see that evidence. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, let me be more clear. My opinion's not changed since I came into these servers, and that is that I don't know what the Earth is, and
There you go.
that's quite an
I like it.
unsatisfactory answer to folks. I've just called it a realm.
There's nothing
My
wrong with that in
opinion
my.
hasn't changed in that respect. I don't think it's a wobbling space pair, watery oblate spheroid, whatever they want to call it. I don't. I think they're not being honest. They're not telling us the full story about where we live. That's what I'd say.
And that's why I'm trying to pull people out. That's what I meant.
So, and I think that's the only rational, sane position to take. from what I've seen. I know there's a lot of games going on from both sides in this argument, I've noticed. And so, to me, I'll say it again. I want to see a direct measurement, like Brian Leake is talking about measuring LIGO, and there being 4 feet deviation there. I think it's like 2 miles or something like that. And if that 4 feet deviation's there, then that's it. You know, I'll be like, it's not flat.
I'm going to need to see the whole Earth from a distance with my own eyes. That's the only really convincing evidence that's going to convince me that it's a ball spinning. Is if I
Well,
saw it
that's
that way.
never going to happen, though, is it, dude? You're never going to be able to see the whole
I
Earth.
don't think it will, but I'm still open to that it could be done. I mean, I'm not going to say that no, it's impossible that somebody could show me that, but I doubt it too. I do doubt it too. But I'm just saying that's why I say pull you out of here, because well, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody. I'm not trying to like say anything bad about anybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I pull people out because I think this is just a conversation that just goes around and around, just like you said. You're not really going anywhere. It's just somewhere to like hang out and argue with people. It's fun, but that's really all I use it for.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's weird, isn't it? Because I just want, like I said before, I came to a place where I was like, right, somebody, we've got to fucking speak out and about truth in general, not about flat Earth. I'm just talking. I want to speak truth because there's so many deceptions going on in the world. We've got to speak out. But this conversation, that kind of keeps us in talking about the same thing, going round and round and round. That's why I say I'm a bit bored with it.
But you agree that the people in here are actually, their minds are starting to open and they're starting to figure stuff out. And this is the place to look for you if you're trying to pull, find people that are like-minded and like, because I want people that think like me. I want to be able to have a group of people to talk about things and issues about the world and not have to worry about what I say on whatever, That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, not to run into that cog dish where they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't want to be around my neighbors. They just all go, oh, well, it's just up in the sky. Why do you worry about it? It's not affecting you. I go, no, if they're spraying some chemical in the air, then I need to know about it. And so do you. But no one seems to care. It's like, that's just an example, but it's like, it's frustrating. It's like, what, you're telling me that some could be spraying over the top of you and it could be poisoning you, but you don't care because you just think that the government's trustworthy. Okay. Have fun with that.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for a long time. The best thing about flat Earth is that it sort of jolts your reasoning faculties. It sort of gives you that jolt, and you're like, "Fuck!" And it is like you're on autopilot. You're just going through life. Like somebody asked me a question about that on, I think you're on 24/7. Somebody asked me, I can't remember the context, but my answer was they've never thought about it. And I hate to use this term, but normies, they've never thought about it. And then, so in that respect, I'm really glad that flat Earth's huge now. I reckon. I think more and more people are hearing about it. Let's face it, most people just hand wave it away. I get that totally. I did the first time I heard it. I was like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous." So I totally understand why they do that. I'd just say look into it a bit more because, I don't know, the whole refraction thing. I'm not so sure about that. That just seems like a get out.
But what I'm saying is we graduate away from this because this is just, flat Earth is just one of those things, but it seems like the one that gets the most attention. So it's the one that we all use in order to get the message out. You see what I'm saying? And for me, I'm trying to put out a message. I'm trying to put out the message of let's find out what's true and let's preach that. Let's stop preaching that we know everything when we don't freaking know it. Like it's that simple. Like, and that's why I say I pull people out of it because I think that once you throw away that idea that you're going to convince all the people that really are here just to argue with you, they're not here to learn, then you know what I mean? You're just spinning your wheels, bro. Like, you got to move on to bigger and better stuff.
Well, that's ultimately like the only thing that they can, like, I don't know. It becomes like strategy, to waste time, strategy to annoy the other party, strategy. You know what I mean? Like these are like once you're really kind of dug your heels in here, right? Like these are options that you have. And so, people employ these subconsciously. They employ them overtly, you know what I mean? But it becomes trench warfare, basically. That's the roundabout nonsense that we don't really want as part of our daily existence. So, yeah, it's nice to try to, like, just be able to like converse freely, like we were talking earlier, whatever about nutrition or about this that, right? Go ahead.
I was curious though. Has the topic of religion, spirituality, God, etc. has that been coming up a lot in the live stream?
No more than usual, as far as I know.
It's
No
heavy,
more
but
than
by the
usual. Okay,
numbers,
cool.
like by the numbers, this is
No, I was
like
just curious.
this is like a half very religious, half very flat server. Right.
Sure. Without speaking Chinese. Sure.
Sure, fun though.
No, I've just been, dude. People have been talking about it a lot around me, like off the internet. And I felt like maybe something was going on. Where people are just, it's on everybody's minds lately or something. So I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're all in kind of predominantly Judeo-Christian countries. Like, it's going to be around, right? The idea, and not everybody do I meet around here says like "God bless you" and all that. You know what I mean? But some people do, and it's just like, huh? All right, thanks. Until you get a time to think about what that means or whatever, or why that happened to you. Then who knows? Or was that person just being passive aggressive? And they're like, "God bless you. I hope God watches after you." You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what in turn makes it popular to talk about it, but I think a lot of the people are. It
Well, no, that's the
occupies a lot.
question.
Yeah. What's that?
No,
I
you
just
hit
think
it nail on the head. Like,
this
why
movement's going to get
is it
used
so
against us
popular right now?
because
But
Sorry,
the
I
why
think I
is
was
government's
speaking
using
at the same time as somebody.
but why is religion so popular? You're asking.
Well, I mean, I have my own answers, but yeah, I'm curious as to what all these other people are getting into religion for.
I mean, I've never been into religion until recently, and I've been like thinking a lot about it too.
Was there like something specific that happened that's not like too personal, or just one day you woke
Um,
up and you were like, "What's up with this?"
no, I feel like it's actually just from like a large body of information. Like okay, because in the past, like I'd always like read like I've always like read a lot of books. And so anytime like there's any kind of book that where somebody's like, oh, somebody's talking to aliens or somebody's talking to like spirits, or anything like that, like I would read them, just out of curiosity, because I spent most of my life just being really interested in different ideas. So if there's an idea that like I haven't been exposed to before, like I want to find it. And so I'd read all of these books on like aliens and mediums and people like tuck into spirit guides and stuff, and then I noticed that they all had like lies in common, like verifiable lies, as if somehow like there was like a connection there, and so I realized like, oh wow, they're all deceptive. And then when this whole thing happened in the past few years, when you start to realize like that there's possibly like more lies, and and then you see, like a combination of things that I've seen in my real life, of wondering like what is going on with these people. And then you see things like things that just like don't quite line up, and you start to realize that like, okay, even if I'm not religious, there are other religious groups in the world who really do believe this. And then it's like this like weird sneaking suspicion, like could this really be like that that all these like high ranking people are really doing this like really weird religious stuff, you know, and then it like just kind of like starts like an investigation and trying to figure it out, and then like this feeling like, oh god, there's like a world that we interact with that we can't see, like there's something going on, and it's just really hard to figure it out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been coming into contact with the unseen part of this world. I guess like the unseen spiritual warfare, and that is a driving factor to push people to understand something that's obviously affects our physical realm, but doesn't fully exist in it. I'm tracking.
Yeah, and it's also like for me personally the realization that even though I haven't been religious, I know that like if I don't say any prayers or anything, or like, then it's like I just often have like this sense that there's like something out and about, you know, or before, like I used to have like a lot of like negative self-talk and stuff, and then when I realized that I can just sit here and just ask for those voices to go away, you know, or demands that they go away, and like when I treat them like they're not me, it's a really effective way to squash them. Whereas like when I think like, oh, these are my thoughts, then it's like I can't quite do that, you know? Or like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of a weird where or like the realization that like your actions have some kind of effect. Like, and it's like actually it's somehow more spiritual to like live a more disciplined life than to not pay attention to like how you live your life, and just meditate and do spiritual practices that like maybe they do give you like a legit spiritual experience, but somehow your life doesn't get any better from that. And like that, to me, like that lens is lending like a lot of credibility to the to Christianity. And so I've been reading books by Orthodox monks, and sometimes like I want to like object to the information, you know, and think like, oh no, could it really be like that? But you know, but then I realized like, okay, I'm still in the process of understanding, so I need to like not have that judgment, just keep studying, and I just know from experience of like studying other things that like every time I think that something's like simple and that I understand it, there's always new angles, always new ways of like, you know, like where it's the simplest thing, but you can really spend a lot of time on something that seems really simple, and always be getting new things out of it. Like imagine if in the past people thought electricity and magnetism was like simple, whereas it takes spending a lot of time with it to like break it all down into something as intricate as a circuit board.
Yeah, these things take time. I actually 2 months ago I joined an Orthodox Christian church, and I had my catechism last month.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was like sola scriptura for a very long time, like almost a decade, and it's really nice to come into a church body. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like I've been listening to this podcast called Lord of Spirits. It's by Stephen DeYoung and Andrew Stevens. They're two Orthodox priests. I would check it out if you're interested in Orthodoxy. Lord of Spirits podcast. It is start from episode 1. It is so insightful. These guys explain it really well, and they're total nerds. Like if you wanted to learn about like Lord of the Rings, and you like found some Lord of the Rings nerds that were like patient and were going to answer all your questions, these are those guys for the saints, for biblical history, angelology, demonology, eschatology, all of it. Like they've got a pretty good grasp. Yeah, I would definitely check
Man,
them out.
that's so interesting that you said like that you're getting into Orthodoxy, because I'm also getting into it. Like it's something I never thought I would be getting into. So I'll definitely check out that podcast.
Yeah, definitely. I have a huge problem with authority. I've like never listened to the person or whatever. I never like did that. I didn't follow any of the rules. So for me to like come into Orthodoxy and kiss the cross, and we actually just had a veneration service, exaltation of the cross, where we had like a splinter from the actual cross that Jesus Christ was crucified on brought into our church uh, in the back of another wooden cross, and we had like a 3-hour service that was really beautiful. I also I don't really work well with other people. I'm a do-it-myself kind of guy, and so the whole idea of like going to a church and worshiping with others was very alien to me. But then I started to notice like who was in church. We've got widows, we've got mothers with dead children, we've got fathers who are they've been divorced and they're trying to like raise their kids on their own. And their spiritual battles from where I'm standing are way harder than my spiritual battles. But I see them in there in church, and it's like, okay, this is how we fight. This is how we fight spiritual warfare. This is what disrupts the demons, and this is how we bring about paradise for a small amount of time here on earth. And even hearing the words coming out of my mouth, I'm like, oh man, everybody thinks I've gone completely nuts now. But I stand by everything that I've said, and it's something you just have to experience.
No, I'm in the exact same boat where like there's still part of me that thinks like, oh wow, have I like gone off the deep end? Or like part of me that kind of wishes like, can I just go back to my like regular secular life where I just did whatever I wanted, Because it feels like with Orthodoxy, it's like, oh, now there's all these restrictions and stuff. But then I realized that like, it's like parenting, where it's like if you just let your kid like run around and do whatever they want and you never teach them anything, then like they're probably not going to grow up to be like a disciplined, like functional adult,
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of get a better understanding of why, like how life can become so difficult when everyone, including yourself, is sinning. It's just ruining everybody. It's like ruining life for everyone. All that selfish shit that I do, all the lies that I tell, it's not helping.
Yeah, because it's that realization, actually, like the realization of how morality protects you. Like in how like when I see how our secular world, how like they've kind of broken down like our sexual mores, and like they're constantly trying to tell people like, oh, you should be free to do all this stuff and not feel guilty about it, but your Judeo-Christian heritage is encumbering you. But then you see people break free from those bonds, and then their lives like they're terrible, and they have to like just convince themselves that like that they're still okay, when it's like you can look at them and be like, no, dude, you are not okay. Like these people, like they have, and like I think if I wasn't seeing like the results of like giving up that morality, I'm not sure I would be entirely convinced. Like I might still believe like, oh yeah, I mean, what's the big deal if you do this or that, But now it's like I feel like I get like a kind of like a front row seat of seeing what happens when you give up your morality. But then also like when I realized too, like the concept that pornography is a weapon against your enemies, like you know what I mean? When you just understand how bad that stuff is, like which is something like that I already knew, um, from reading books, and so it's like I think that realization that okay, even if like say Orthodox Christianity turns out to be wrong, and it's like that's not really how things work. I do think I accept that like it is probably the best system for living the best life, and like cleaning up those things that you really shouldn't be doing that will like I think that as hard as it is, it like make you stronger.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I wouldn't even say anymore like, you know, X denomination of Christianity is right. I think of religion as the government, or at least how the government should function. They're there to serve you. Like a priest, he is there to run the show. That's his job. He's like a cop. He's there to serve us. Now, I don't mean like you treat him like crap or you don't listen to what he says, but it's like, well, on top of that, a priest can only be, a spiritual father for Christianity can only be as effective as what the denomination of Christianity is claiming. And Orthodoxy is the only denomination of Christianity that claims its origins with Christ. Every other denomination, Protestant, Catholicism, Seventh-day Adventist, whatever you want to call them, they do not claim the origins of the church with Christ. And Orthodoxy is all about maintaining the traditions that Christ taught his disciples and everybody else. Like,
Yeah, that's
the
interesting.
thief on the cross, yeah, the thief on the cross next to Christ, he was never baptized. He never worshiped Christ. He never went to church. He never had a catechism, but he was in paradise on that day. And lucky him, right? That's nice. So how does that affect us? Well, we don't get to be hung on the cross next to Christ. We don't get that that blessing. What we do get is a pathway to be Christ-like, to be like Christ. We have all of this history, hundreds of years of people who were trying to do it right and wrote about it, recorded their, how well it went for them, and we get to study that, like through the lives of the saints and all that. And I think that's an incredible blessing for us. Like, we don't have to be hung on the cross to come to know him. We can do that through, worship at church, through having a healthy prayer life, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry to be long-winded.
Oh, no, it's
Yeah,
all good.
Oh, you're talking to Eden. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, you can go.
I was just going to say, perhaps it didn't happen. Perhaps it's, analogous for the archetypal human that must endure, must suffer, basically. There could be all kinds of things. I mean, I'm certainly not going to argue what may or may not have happened 2,000 years ago. I think that's just silly because we can't verify that anyway, can we? So, but I realise that I've got to be respectful, and I do feel like I'm treading on broken glass around hardcore people that this must have happened. It's like, well, maybe not. Maybe not. So that's how I feel about it.
Hey, I was just like you.
Yeah.
No, I was.
Well, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't know. But I always say, like, when for instance, I don't care where the words came from. Like, a lot of people get attached to the thing, whatever it is. And I say, no, it's what the words can point to, what you glean from the words. But no, the man. And I go, no. It's what the words point to that you can have an understanding and then move forward. That's the way I see it, anyway. That makes sense to me.
I hear that. Well, one thing that I also like about Orthodox Christianity is most Christians that you come across that are not Orthodox will say, my God is real. All other gods are not real. That is not what Orthodoxy teaches. Not even close. And a lot of people are going to be like, well, like after I say what I'm about to say, they're going to say, well, wait a minute. Isn't that like pantheology? I thought Christianity was a monotheist religion. It is a monotheist religion. However, all the other gods are 100% real. Thor, Odin, Kronos, all the Greek gods. Orthodox tradition teaches that not only are these gods real, they can be worshipped, but they should not be worshipped. And there are people in the Orthodox Church today who have given testimony as like, yeah, I was a pagan for 20 years. I used to do pagan rituals. I was praying to Thor. I was praying to Odin. And then one day they have a spiritual experience with, this Thor or this Odin character, and they are literally told, yeah, that's nice that you're worshiping us, but now it's time for you to worship the God that we worship. And when I say God that we worship, I mean the big G God that these little G gods are worshiping. And fact check me if you want, or take my word for it, whatever you want. But this is direct from Orthodoxy, and I think that's a very unique thing, because I'm not saying that Krishna or whatever these other gods. I'm not saying they're not real. Not even close. They're real. They're powerful. They can have effects, but they are not the Lord of Spirits, which is a term that not many people hear about. But basically, God created all the little gods to do jobs, and some of them ended up getting worshipped.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. I've been reading The Soul After Death. I just finished reading that, The Soul After Death by Seraphim Rose. And that explains how the aerial realm is like the realm above us, from like the earth to the stars. And it's apparently just filled with demons. And they worship Satan. And there was this traveler named this guy who did out of body travels, called Robert Monroe, and he would travel the spirit world, and he said that whenever the lord of that world came by, everybody would just immediately bow down, every time he came by, it was just oh, okay, we got to stop now and bow. And he said that he had one interaction and with this king of this aerial realm and the spirit realm, and it was so cold and indifferent that it left him weeping for days.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all kinds of really intense spiritual experiences that I now give 100% credence to. I believe that you talked to a demon. I believe that you channeled a ghost. Do I think that was a good idea? No. But I absolutely believe it happened. Because another thing, I left organized religion when I was 12 years old, and I just was out there in the cold with nothing but just thinking that I was a god and I could do chi magic and all this stuff. And the weird thing was I kind of could do some cool stuff. I was learning all these new tips and tricks, but nothing substantial, nothing that would nothing that brought me to love. A lot of it was about power or being strong or whatever, but none of it was about love. And so being able to tell other people yeah, what you're doing is real, but is it bringing you to ultimate love? I think that's what's really important, because that's what Christianity is all about. That's why we were in the garden. That's why God wanted us to walk with him. He was going to, we had a schedule, but we went went and did our own thing with the whole fruit.
I always like that line in Troy. You know the movie Troy, Brad Pitt movie? I don't know if you've seen that, but
yeah,
I always like that line where he's like, the gods envy us because we're doomed. Everything's that much more beautiful. I always like that line.
Well, he's not half wrong. There is a lot of envy.
You ready? The gods envy us. They envy us because we're mortal, because any moment may be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we're doomed.
Yeah.
You will never be lovelier than you are now. We will never be here again.
Oh, did you memorize that? What happened there? Did you?
No, I looked
yeah,
up,
you were pretty
man,
quick
because
with that.
it's one of my favorites too. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
That was
no, I
beautiful.
read it, but it's one of my favorites. That's why I looked it up.
Oh, sweet.
I got interrupted by an ad too. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, it's a good one, man. The gods should envy us because value is only placed by the threat of being you never know what you have until it's gone, right? That's kind of the same. To me, that's the same thing.
I love that. That was awesome. I thought you got it memorized.
I'd like to. It's not a long quote. I'll memorize it. The gods envy us. They envy us because we're mortal, because any moment may be our last. Everything is more beautiful because we're doomed. You will never be lovelier than you are now. We will never be here again.
I'm gonna start doing this with poetry, by the way, soon. I'm gonna start because I'm been inspired because this stand up I like called Frank Skinner. You won't have heard of him basically, but he's a stand up in the UK and he's done a series of podcasts on poetry. And I've always had a thing for poetry, and like I don't know about you guys, but I start and I'm like, oh, like I bought a couple of books, and I remember I was going to mention the name Ezra Pound. Ezra Pound is interesting because he inspired like one of these truther people that you from back in the day, Eustace Mullins. He wrote the original book from the early 1950s, I think 1952, which was about the Federal Reserve and all the things we know about the Federal Reserve now. The fact that, well, it's not federal because it's privately owned, and they don't have any reserved because it's not, backed by anything. So Ezra Pound's probably got all the algorithms like pew, all the alarms are going off because they actually locked that guy up. They put him in like a mental institution for like 12 years or something like that. Anyway, interesting guy. But apparently he's such an intellect. All the people we think of intellects from back in the day, from like the early 1900s or something, they'd send him their work and he would sort of proofread it type of thing. He would sort of go over it. But so I bought his book and it were like poems and that. And like, I don't know, I just get a bit, I want to be able to express myself better. And I think poetry is a good outlet, good thing where you can like learn words and whatnot. And and I need that, as you can tell. I'm sputtering my way through my sentences. The fact that I can form a sentence at all after pickling my brain for years is good. But yeah, so I'm gonna start learning some poetry. Just FYI.
Yeah,
Does anybody know anybody know a poem off the top of their head, by the way? Because I know one.
If you guys know the poem If?
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh my goodness. Okay. If you can keep your head about you when all around you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired of waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give away to hating, and yet not look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet triumph with disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk them in one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve you long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I just looked it up. Is that
that was nice.
Rudyard Kipling?
Yeah, Rudy K. He was kind of Masonic, but I love that poem.
Yeah, it seems everyone is. You better make your peace with that because, yeah, everyone that is anyone seems to have some sort of Masonic ties. So I just kind of made my peace with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just ordered Paul Whitman's Leaves of Grass because I always like that. Dead Poet Society where Robin Williams is doing the yarp and all that stuff. I always like that. So I feel like I know what I'm like though. I'll just jack of all trades, master of none. That's that's kind of what I do. I just look into a thing and I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then I'll probably it'll be a little fad.
Oh, can I say something real quick? Because I gotta go soon.
Please do.
But I've never been into poetry before recently either. But I think too because before the last few years, like I didn't have such dilemmas to try to work through. And like all the dilemmas of like trying to figure out the truth in the past few years have like really given me an appreciation for when I find writers who because all my favorite writers, they all may come to like different conclusions or like they write about different areas, but I can tell that they're like earnestly and sincerely trying to like find the truth. And like when you're on that journey of finding the truth and you realize just how hard it is, like now I'm finding like, words that like speak to me and like kind of give me more hope. But it's just that I think I didn't appreciate like those things before because I hadn't yet found like the dilemmas of life, Like, does that make sense? Like, when you get into something like flat earth and it's like, oh my God, this is going to alienate a lot of people and put me into this different category of people. It's difficult. And then it's like, how do you stand up to that? Or even if like, what happened 3 years ago, when it comes time to like, oh, you got to get this shot or you're going to die. And you're like, oh dear. And it's like that dilemma of like, if you haven't already been on that path of truth, like getting onto it and just realizing, you know what I mean? But if you don't do that, then you don't know, you haven't been in the edges. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But like the kind of people that they're like inside of the cocoon because they're believing the media and they're taking the path of least resistance. But when you stop doing that, and you find the edges.
Yeah,
like, do you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I've had a moment where I can't remember. I think this is before I came onto Discord, where I felt like I was facing the other way round in a sea of people facing one way, and I was like, why am I doing this? Why don't I just turn around with everyone else?
Yeah.
Like, but I don't know. At some point, I think you just need that truth that's inside. I always try and talk about, but I find it so difficult to point. I think we can only sort of because it's funny because I can think of like I could say divine spark maybe, and that's connected to that truth, and and then once you realize that deeply, then sort of nothing else matters or something like that. It's weird. It's like you just want to just. This is why I've been saying just last few. It's worth dying for. That is worth dying for. I don't know, because to when you live that other way, there's a lot of insanity with that and a lot of issues that come with that, and unconsciousness. And anyway, I was gonna post this guy Benny. I loved having a modern poet that I liked, and it's Benny Wills. I always want to call him Willis. His name's Benny Wills. So yeah, I just listen to a few of his poems. They're great. Retard.
Okay. Oh, hey, can I ask you guys something real quick? But I used to find it was on BitChute, but it was like by Fyodor Dostoevsky. He wrote a thing called like Confessions, where he talks about his path to Christianity, and I listened to it on BitChute before, but now like I can't find it anywhere, and I don't know if I'm just like not looking very well, but I just like because it was like really influential when I was, but now I can't find it anywhere. Even it seems to have been, I don't know if I'm using the wrong search terms, but do you know what I'm talking about? Like by Dostoevsky, Confessions, where he wrote like how when he was younger he used to be like, you know, he grew up religious, but then by the time he was a teenager and like he realized he didn't want to be anymore, his faith was like just a facade, so it was like easy to push down and go into like a hedonistic lifestyle and just focus on trying to be the best possible writer he could. And but then he felt this like persistent like dark like a void in his soul, and so he was looking for it, like looking through science, like philosophy, all these things, and like felt really depressed until eventually he noticed that like the peasants who were super religious had much more difficult lives, and yet they never suffered from the kind of problems of like depression and suicide that like his contemporaries who kind of had a more hedonistic lifestyle because they were more wealthy, they didn't suffer from those problems. And then he was sort of like appreciated, wow, this is, when he went to sit in the church, he was like, this is like the religion of my ancestors, like my people. And he noticed that whenever he believed, he felt like that spark of light, you know. And then when he started doubting and he like turned away, like the world lost its color again. And then he was depressed until he started battling his like his addictions and like, you know what I mean, trying to like clean up his life, you know, like when he started engaging in that battle, then like yeah, I was just trying to find it because it just made me realize how important it is to like engage in like your life battles if you're trying to like break an addiction or some bad pattern of behavior. Yeah, I just can't find it now.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into that, but that sounds super interesting. And yeah, I was going to say, it seems human beings like we have this innate thing to follow. Don't you think? Just seems like built into us to want to follow a thing. And when I think of a religion, anything like that, or just say Christianity, that would be that's a very powerful thing to sort of hand all your problems in a sense like that. You know, that sort of an analogy like footsteps in the sand. You know, just handing it all over and just being like, there you go, taking that burden off yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real powerful idea, isn't it? And I definitely see why people lean towards that. I mean, me personally, I've talked about stillness quite a lot, so I don't want to keep boring y'all. I think that's a journey in itself. That's like my center that I think is within everybody. I think you just don't realize it because it's covered up by a lot of chattering in your head. And so that would be what I'd advocate for, because you may notice when I love talking about God, but I never try and define what it is because I don't know what it is. I just feel a connection to it, whatever it is, you know? So I quite like the what they said in the Orlinda book, the OLB, talking about All Father, and then from the German being All Feeder. Like they had several names for it, like I don't know, pretty cool names, like heavy metal sounding names. Like I don't know exactly, but I like this idea that it feeds into everything, you know. But I quickly realized the more I try and define it, the more silly I sound. So I just usually avoid it. But I also realized that it's like the peace that's in me. There's a peacefulness in there, in that stillness, and so that's what I think of it as. Like if you think of everything else is in like this ceaseless vibration, you know, constant vibrating thing, then that what I'm sort of pointing at is still. And so that would be my sort of my baseline of sanity, if you will. That's about. I think that'll change every time I come and talk about it. You know, So I could definitely see why someone who follows this specific guideline would say, no, look, mine's better because it's built on a foundation. Yours is all wishy-washy and it's not built on any kind of foundation. But then I go back to the Bruce Lee thing where I say, you got to be like water. Be like water, my friend, And what I like about it most is it doesn't require belief. It doesn't require any belief because it's self-evident. Because as soon as you feel that stillness inside, you're like, oh, and then everything else. When I went into that years ago, and I was hanging on by a thread. There's no doubt about that. And like I say, that book, The Power of Now, that saved my life, literally. Especially the pain body stuff, because I had a huge, dense, emotional pain body that needed to be addressed and sorted out. And it was, thank God. And so that sent me on this path of trying to figure out who I was. And yeah, I think we get into problems where we start trying to define what God is personally. All I could say is I feel a connection to it. I just don't really know what it is. So I don't know. If I get to the end, the pearly gates, and he's like, "Look, you fucking had the answer right there. That was my book." I'd be like, "Shit." So yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm at today. I have said before that there is a chance that I might end up going back to this faith without work stuff. There's a chance for that because, why not? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Who knows? I do think that this idea that and I'm not knocking knowledge. I mean, there's nothing wrong with knowing things, learning new things, and incorporating it into your life. That's brilliant. That's a wonderful thing. But at the same time, I often think, well, what are you going to achieve? It's like a Tower of Babel, isn't it? That's the way I see it. It's like you're not God. So, yeah, I could see me definitely this idea of ascension through faith. That does actually make sense to me because you got to know your limitations, and we're just fallible. We're just fumbling about, really.
Wow, Andy, I didn't expect you to speak about the one true God, Yeshua, today. That's a quite improvement. My goodness, well done.
That's an idea, Exo, right? That's an idea. So,
well, I'm just telling you where you got the idea from. There's a big claim on my side. I'm not telling you to make a claim yet, but I know exactly why you would say something like that. There are no coincidences. So good on you. Yeah, you'll open up more. That just means you're starting to get comfortable talking about it, brother. So right on.
Yeah, I've never really had a problem with that, to be honest. Some people I've got a problem with that word God because it's got so much baggage attached to it. Me personally, I quite like the word, but I like the fact that Eckhart Tolle, he uses the word being for that very reason. He doesn't mind the word either.
Sure, amen.
But he recognizes that other people do.
You ever looked at the Hebrew word?
No.
So in Hebrew, it's Elohim, and the Hebrew characters. Yeah, you've heard Elohim, and the Hebrew characters tell a grand story. Just by looking at the actual letters of the Hebrew language. And it actually spells out an amazing name. It's actually the powerful shepherd carpenter of the waters. So yeah, there's something about these waters, Andy. Yeah, you should be Andy. Andy, the beer water guy, actually soon. But anyway, the Ma'im, yeah. So water in Hebrew is Ma'im too. You'll figure out that word's going to be important. But there's lots of secrets in the Hebrew that nobody's tapped into because it's scary to admit when you're wrong. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of haters out there, Andy, too. So watch out. You're talking about Jesus now. My goodness, amen.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't like using this term elites to talk about these megalomaniacs, because I think it sounded like they walk with God, and clearly they hate God because they're messing with his greatest creation.
Right. And how about this? They actually think they're doing good. Some of them are Pharisees, and they think they're the good people, actually, and that they have to get rid of. There's really sick people that are megalomaniacs that will justify the evil things they do. They will tell you, and they will pass a lie detector test. That's how good evil is. They think they're doing the right thing. Yeah, this world is so disgusting, Andy. Yeah, we can't talk about that stuff. But yeah, they lied about everything, and people have that problem with the flat earth because the flat earth has so many problems as far as what it does as well. And that's why there are people waking up to, understanding that we can't name creation, Andy, right? Like, what about the water? What about the heaven? We live in creation. Yeah. So the whole time it was about, I believe in creation. You know what I mean? That's what it was about the whole time, is acknowledging a creator anyway. So some people come to the flat earth and still are atheists. That's the point. If it had the truth, they wouldn't still be, denying the obvious God creator. Duh. Nobody becomes a Christian and says, yeah, I'm a Christian now, I don't believe in God. Yeah, I believe the Bible now, but I don't believe in God. Nope, the Bible just fixes everything, Andy. So that's where the truth is.
Yeah, I still think Alan Watts makes a good point in saying that something with such wisdom that we can't even begin to fathom wouldn't leave a manual for the fact that it would let me see, it would atrophy the reasoning faculties that was God given in the first place.
Oh, well, poor Watts is wrong because he didn't have to leave a manual until eventually. So he doesn't understand, and that's why he has nothing to show for, because he doesn't believe in God. He just believes in himself, I guess. So these people have no claim, bro. They deny the creator to justify their own religion. And that's why there's so many haters out there, bro, that, have to attack and do things like that, because that's their only choice, bro. There's so many haters. So when people like that, that's the exact same thing the truth movement does. The truth movement has to smear people and say, well, there is no God, or actually it's not about God, or we don't need the Bible. So that's exactly the exact same deception. Yeah. That is the exact same deception. Yeah. So all these people that are intellectuals are the ones that are pushing the evil. Andy, what a coincidence. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was a Catholic priest for 5 years, so say no more. I get it. There's no wonder he thought about it in a way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what are you going to do, bro? I mean, yeah, I bet he didn't know about the Mayim. I bet he didn't know about Elohim, right? He didn't have any clue about the earth being out of the water and in the water. For this, they have no idea. Do you understand? These men haven't even been able to read the Bible for 1,000 years. They have no idea what it says. The opportunity of waking up the deception, the whole part of this opportunity, Andy, is so now you can understand the Bible. The whole point of the deception was to discredit the word of God. That's what it's all about. It's that simple.
That might be the case. I'm not saying it is or isn't because I don't know. But it seems to me that some amazing men wrote that thing. That's the way I currently.
Oh my goodness. Woo, man! Oh my goodness! Yeah, there's one special man that wrote it too, and the Word of God. So yeah, John 1. In the beginning was the Word. See, that's what it is. So you're talking about wrote it. Listen, He is the Word. That's how powerful God is. God didn't just. It's beyond our understanding, Andy. That's why it says, "In the beginning it was the Word." In the beginning, the Word became flesh. After that, the Word became flesh in John 1. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word is with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by Him. 5 powerful words. 6. Anyway, God bless, bro. I'm impressed with you, Andy. So that's amazing. So I'm just going to leave you be, bro. Enjoy this new car you're driving. My goodness. I mean, it's like, yeah, you got this lifted Dodge Ram Cummins, man, with twin turbos now, bro. So be careful with it. You could wreck it too. Don't abuse the knowledge. When God gives you knowledge, Andy, you have to literally give it back and say, wow, Lord, why did you pick me to know this? That's how special you are. You see, you got to turn to God and say, wow. No, you have to. If you don't thank God I'm not talking about you. You need to thank God for knowing those things. I'm just telling you, you're part of what, 1%, understanding that they've lied about all these things, breaking through and realizing that you have a creator that's going to forgive you. Wow, bro. That's you. I mean, you're there. You're about there.
I don't know about that, but I will say that when it comes to spiritual things, I always like. I'm going to quote another movie. I can't help my indoctrination. The American movies, but Good Will Hunting. I always like that line where it's like when he's talking about Mozart. I think And he said when it comes to, he's talking about maths. When it comes to that, I could always just play. And so when it comes to spiritual stuff, I could always just play. It wasn't it's not an effort. It feels very natural. And I've said this before, when I've read passages in the Bible, I've read the words, and I can see that the words mean something completely different to what the words seem to be saying. Like I was reading one a bit back where it said something about, it was like a courtroom thing. Like I can't remember it exactly, but it was something like, make sure you pay your debts or something on time, or she'll be taken to court and you'll be given the full, whatever it is. The judge will give you the full sentence, or I can't exactly remember the thing.
And to pay it, to pay the fine, or swiftly, or something like that, right?
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Sure.
So I read that, and straight away I realized they're talking about karma right there. They're talking about something.
No, not karma. Well, not karma. Karma would be anti-Bible, though. That's a Eastern. That would be a completely different term. They're talking about justice or righteousness or God's, God's methods. Yeah.
Well, the point is,
sacrifice. Yeah, meek. I'm sorry, but nobody ever calls that word out. I have to say something. I'm sorry. Nobody ever does. I got to be different. I'm sorry.
Well, this is where I get a bit. I don't know. I get a bit shitty with the Socratic method. I appreciate it on one level, but then on another level, I kind of people get lost in all the fucking meanings of things, and it's like, no, whatever gets you there to the other shore, just use that word instead. Then, because some people they'll say a word, whatever it is, let's say God, because that's pretty much at the top of the list, and the consciousness bangs up against it. And then they're like, no, I hate this word. So use a different word. Jeez.
What about? There you go. What did you just say? Just then, you just said something. Just then, you don't have to repeat it. But that is a nomenclature that has been bred into society to say agree or oh my goodness, right? But instead they'll say that JEES, referencing somebody's name, maybe a name above all names in the Bible. So we don't really know what we're doing because we're so used to it. So they use words to abuse, right? Like the word universe. Andy, what comes to your mind when I say universe?
Well, one, I guess. Uni.
Yes, that's right.
All kinds of things, I guess. I always used to say, by the way, I always used to say universe instead of God. I always used to say universe. I'm talking, this is a long time ago.
Wow. Man,
yeah.
You're gonna, okay, I guess there you go, bro. You got it. I thought you were gonna at least talk about it first. You just went right to the answer. Okay.
Andy, I got a question for you. I mean, anyone can answer if they feel compelled to do so. What do you think the currency within the spiritual realm is?
Blood.
Wow. A lot of answers
I would
there.
argue
Yeah,
attention. Your attention and captivating your mind. Yeah, through faith, absolutely. Your faith.
Yes, worship. The word is worship. Yep.
Don't do anything for you. Faith's the only thing that's going to get you in. Your faith and your belief in Jesus. Whatever you want to call him. So that's all it is faith, right? That's why they played with your faith with these shots. They played with your faith. They put your faith in men with these white coats, and that they would have the cure. And you forgot about Scripture and how God made the blind see, made the dead walk, and made the lame healed again, right? Even just by touching his coattail, he was healed. And you forgot about that. And you said, oh my gosh, let me run to the laboratory distribution center and get these injections because God can't heal me anymore. Because they played with your faith.
I don't think that's applies to anybody specifically in the room right now, but I hear the intensity and I understand where it's coming from. And that is kind of what I'm getting at, is where we put our attention is very important, especially if attention is a currency within the spiritual realm. And if something is getting our attention that's not holy, you might want to pump the brakes on whatever it is you're doing. We should be focusing on good things in life.
Didn't mean to start a fight in the middle of your Black Panther party.
Jenny! Dude, that was such an epic drop. Holy shit. Can I use that? Is that cool? Someday, somewhere?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, forgive my cursing. I gotta tame my tongue. But yeah, that was funny. Well, Andy, what do you think about that? It sounds like you've gone down, like you've been on a spiritual journey for a while, taking you to a lot of places. What do you think about attention being the currency of the spiritual world?
That is certainly interesting because, like, I always like that story of the because in the 60s, like, people went to Eastern philosophies because it was cooler. People got a bit sick of, as Alan Watts put it, the idea of the sky daddy looking over your shoulder, ready to punish or reward. So they tended to go to the Eastern philosophies because they were, especially in like California and groovy places like that. So I like the story where this journalist goes over to Japan and he talks to the Zen master, and he says, "Can you give me one word that sums up Zen?" Because he needs a headline or whatever. And he says, "Attention." And it's like, brilliant. And he goes off, and then he comes back next day, and he's like, that's good. And I've been, doing some study. Well, can you give me another word, to go along with it? And he says, attention, attention.
That's yeah. Where did I read that? I used to study Zen Buddhism when I was a teenager, and I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. Maybe it was Sit Down and Shut Up. I think I read that book. That might have been in there.
So yeah, it is interesting to think, because I always think, like, when we first said it, I picture a man sitting, when you go and sit in woods, for instance, all insects come and see you. They want your attention. Everything wants your attention, doesn't it? So that's a kind of an interesting comment you made there. And what's Exo standing? Yo. I like Exo. Everybody seems to not like him, but I think he's a cool dude.
Yeah, I love everybody.
He's never boring. I get it. He comes in, he's a bit chaotic, and then he just like rage quits sometimes, and people, they don't like it, but whatever. It's never boring when he's in the VC. That's what I will say. But yeah, I find myself like, cause I talk to Loggy constantly, this guy on here, and he's done his research, and he shows how the Bible came about, and it seems to be taken from all kinds of different, like, there's a bit of Norse in there and all sorts of stuff, and a greatest hits, if you will, of mythology. And he's really good at being, because he's like, you call yourself a truther, and he talks like that, So I find myself defending the Bible, just saying, look, I can definitely see why people made a framework for people to try and make a civilized society. That makes sense.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to act better than anybody because of a book. The only problem with XO is that he acts better than everybody. Holier than thou. He's the definition of holier than thou. I don't care if you defend the Bible, but do it with humility, sir. Like, holy shit.
Well, I want to say something about what you just said, Andy, where they created the book to have the system.
Yeah.
The only issue with that is, let's say the Bible is true, and I'm going to say something very blasphemous right now, so all you Christians don't freak out. Let's say the Bible is true historically, except about Jesus being the Messiah, right? About Jesus actually being God. So their plan was, these apostles was like, okay, we're going to follow this guy, and then after he dies, we're all going to be horribly murdered. Like, that's not a plan. Like, that's not something that you, like, they all met their demise. They all were, like, pretty much all of them were martyred, you know, beheaded, crucified. Like, this was not, if this was like a get rich quick scheme, I really don't know who is paying out on it, because the whole idea was like sacrificial love, you know?
Well,
So
no, they had to die. I mean, that's they'd have to die. It's like in that new TV show. Well, I don't think it's new. It's probably a few years old, a couple of years old. Foundation, good show. I enjoyed it. And the guy, he basically is a mathematician, and he tells Empire, the Empire basically it's going to be destroyed because he's worked it out in this he's recognized it in his mathematical equations, and it's just inevitable. And at some point he gets banished, and then he hatches all this whole plan because he's kind of winging it, and he's like, he just basically he's got a grudge against this fucking thing, this huge force that's controlling everybody. So he wants to play this game, and so it's somewhat true and not true. You know, it's like it's a hypothesis sort of situation, and he realizes that he has to be killed because then it's, you know, you get that martyrdom situation. You get that, you know, while he's just a man. So they have to be they have to be killed like that. And again, I don't want to. The thing is, I like JT's attitude. You know, who's like, hey, you know what? If I found out that this was all actually just for control or whatever, and he still lives a righteous life, and you know he's got kids. That dude's crushing it. You've heard that guy's testimony; he's fucking awesome. So it's like a win-win, you know. So that's the way I see it.
no, I hear you. I think because I was there for so long, where I was just like, yeah, I get it. Like, pretending like you have a sky daddy watching you all the time, and like thinking good thoughts for people, and loving your neighbor, and you know, loving God, whatever that's supposed to mean. Because I'm not even sure he's God, right? Like, I was there for a very long time.
No, but what's bad about that? Tell me what's bad about that.
No. Well, this is the crazy thing. Would I have those same thoughts? Would I have come to those same conclusions at that point in my life had I grown up in a Chinese culture or a Jewish culture? You know what I'm saying? It's like the most tolerant places on earth are Christian nations, or were founded as Christian nations, or heavily influenced by Christianity to a point where that is the predominant religion. Like, there's not a lot of room for thinking outside of the box in an intolerant society. So the fact that you even get to make up your mind about your spirituality is like 9 out of 10 times a result of having lived in a Christian society. Now, I know there's exceptions to this, but I still think you got to acknowledge that it produces a place in which you're allowed to think freely.
You're well said. No, you're right. Yeah, we've known that for a while. Yeah, the general understanding of the people that are working in their culture. You're absolutely right. The governments that are in control, we know they're lying. That's how even the churches have always lied. But yes, the consensus of the people is actually the righteousness that has kept society not from just going absolutely, and it's going to go absolutely off the edge, right? But not yet. Yeah, for that reason, because of Christ. You got it.
Yeah, I kind of think Jesus was just a man. I'm sure that won't go over too well with you, XO. But yeah, it makes sense to me that there was a teacher of righteousness, and he went round and he went to different tribes, and you know, people listened, and then the powers that be turned it into this whole other thing. That makes sense to.
Oh, the powers that be. Oh, well, I would just say, well, the Bible stands alone, though. You don't have to believe the Bible. I'm just a Bible teacher. So the Bible does show that Jesus is God in the flesh that came to earth, that also created everything, that obviously, yes, became a man, wanted to experience his creation for himself, made all things by him and through him for him. Colossians 1, 1 through 15 is really nice. Philippians 2 explains it. Yeah, found it not robbery, not going to use his Father's power. That's why the angels had to escort him down off the mountain. When Jesus was tempted by Satan, Jesus said, "You will not tempt the Lord thy God." So, but the Bible isn't for everybody. There are many outside of the Bible belief systems about Jesus. Yeah, but that's what the Bible says. So the Bible's the Word of God. Yeah.
Well, I got a question about Jesus. When he died and got resurrected, and now he's alive again. When did he die the second time? Does it say in the Bible or no?
What do you mean dies the second time?
Well, is he still alive, walking around? I mean, what he died and he wasn't moving and he was dead.
He resurrected and then he ascended to heaven.
So the whole body, the flesh, and everything, just got sent up to heaven.
Something like that. I don't know.
Does it say when? Like, what did he do after he was walking around? Did he just walk around for weeks, months, years?
It's really weird how Isaiah 14:12 gives a description that says, "How you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground." And then, right, so son of the morning, and then you go to Revelations, was it 22 what? And let's look this up. Revelation 22, I think it's 14. Let's look at this. Read the full chapter.
Well, while he's looking that up, I'll just say, Jeremy, the Bible teaches that after Christ emerged victorious, for the next 40 days, he taught and ministered his disciples. So basically just preparing them for his ascension into heaven and to spread his teachings.
So we go back again real quick to the Bible, which it says, right? It says in Revelation 22:16, it was not 14. It says, "I, Jesus," and this is in red letters. This is Jesus speaking himself, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. And still in red letter writing, Yeshua speaking himself says, "I am the root and the offspring of David, comma, and the bright and morning star." So just don't forget the reference there, because in Isaiah 14:12, it kind of gives that same reference. So something going on there.
What do you think's going on?
I mean, his peoples were with him, right? Like, did he just disappear? What do they say?
Well, it's the son of the morning star, right? That's the name of Lucifer. But then Christ is saying he is calling himself the same thing in Revelation later on.
Oh, well, Isaiah 14:12 says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the
And it's
morning."
a real weird contradiction how the Freemasons play the whole what society calls the trickery game of, oh, we don't worship the devil, blah 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 blah, and then through all the rumor mill and everything at the higher ups ends, you find out that what they do is they say that they're worshiping Lucifer because of this specifically.
What were the two verses? Isaiah 14:12, and what was the other one?
Revelation 22:16.
So he just goes to planet Venus or something.
He goes to Venus,
just like the song.
It's just really weird. I don't know. But then you've got
I
the
think you're getting a little confused because
of Lucifer,
Isaiah.
taking.
Men go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Right. But then you have the differentiation of, Satan taking Christ up to the mountain. Like he took him. He didn't go. He didn't say, "Come on, buddy, let's go." Like he took him up, and that's kind of one thing. Is much of Babylon rambling. He speaks out of his mouth. The guy earlier that mentioned something about how the angels had to help him down. So like he was taken up, right, against his will. He was taken there, and then he had to be helped down. So it's like, what power does somebody have that needs that assistance, right? I don't know, man.
I think
There's
you're
a lot.
totally misunderstanding the text here, because Isaiah 14:12, he just says "son of the morning," and then in Revelations 22:16 it says "the bright and morning star." And I don't know if you know this, but Isaiah is being translated from Hebrew, while Revelations, at least in the King James Version, is being translated from Greek. So yeah, the word "star" isn't there. The Hebrew word for "son of the morning," morning being, I think, Shazar. And then morning star in Revelations comes from the Greek word aster, as well as orthrenos. So orthrenos, aster, morning star. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think you're a little confused. And then when you say that he needs help or assistance from the angels, so angel comes from a Greek word that means messenger. Right? Now, all angels can carry messages, but they have different jobs. Like Satan, that word, that's an office, that's a title in the angelic governance. That's not a name. That's like postal worker or something.
Right. So
And
when
well, let me just finish what I'm saying here. I'm almost done. I know it's long-winded. I'm sorry.
Okay.
These angels were created to perform specific jobs. So he's not in need of assistance. The Lord of Spirits has created all spirits to assist him. I'm done.
You're good. The first reference to the morning star as an individual is in Isaiah 14:12. How you have fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn. So the dawn is the morning, right? So son of the morning. You have been cast down to the earth, you who once laid low the nations. And that's in the NIV translations. And then the KJV and NKJV both translate morning star as Lucifer, comma, son of the morning. So it's clear from the rest of the passage that I say Isaiah is referring to Satan's fall from heaven. But then you go to Luke 10:18. So in this case, the morning star refers to Satan. In Revelation 22:16, Jesus unmistakably identifies himself as morning star. So why are both Jesus and Satan described as the morning star? That's one thing to think of. And then another concept is to look at in Revelation 5:5. Jesus is referred
Dude,
to as
you're
the
going.
lion of the.
You're machine gunning right now. You're machine
Yeah,
gunning. I
I'm
just want to
doing the
let's just
same
take it
thing you
one point
did.
at a time.
Hey, buddy, I'm doing the same thing you did.
Well, if you want someone to respond
I'll
to
pause so you can keep up since but just note of reference. I didn't do that to you. I didn't interject. I stopped when I thought you were done at one point, and then I let you keep going. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. I wanted to. You can say the next point. I just wanted to say you keep saying that he's referred to the morning star in Isaiah 12, but that word Lucifer, that just means illuminated. It's or it means brightness. It's the sense of brightness. Hellel.
Hell.
Guys, you guys are missing the whole point.
Hell. I have nothing to debate at this point. I just was making like random little snippets of information to look at. That's all.
Okay.
Hey, but I'm being very specific. Jesus got. All right.
Okay. Maybe Jeremy could go real quick.
Yeah, I'm being very specific. Jesus, he died on a cross, got resurrected 3 days later. He's chilling with his peoples. What happened? Did they wake up one morning and he was just gone? Did they see him disappear, like vanish?
Oh,
like what
okay.
happened?
I see. Yeah, so the least credible people in those times were women. And so the idea that a
Amen.
woman was the first person to reveal to anyone that Christ was missing from the tomb, and the cloth that he was wrapped, that the stone had been rolled away, was a woman. So for the apostles to believe her or to even follow her to this was kind of an insane act of faith. Okay? So that was the first person. Then they show up and they realize that he's gone. And then Christ appears to them, but he looks different. But they know who he is, basically. And for the next 40 days, he walks with them, and then he ascends into heaven.
Okay, the ascending part. Yeah. That's where we're at, right? He's chilling with his peoples.
Mm-hmm.
Then, like, what does ascending into heaven look like? Was he like lifted into the sky? Did he just disappear? Like Back to the Future picture? Like, what happened?
The term ascending into heaven are the words that we were given by the authors of the text that best describe what they experienced.
I think it's like the opposite of his return, right? So when they said it ascended up, and then it says he'll break the clouds and come down again, I think it's like what your imagination would tell you, you know? Like he literally went up in the sky and they watched him.
They watched him go up in the sky.
I mean, does it sound that far-fetched compared to other things that the Bible has stated when you look at the grand scheme of all the stories? If you try to
But this whole
isolate it,
thing
then yeah,
seems
you
far
can make
fetched.
it
Believe
seem
me.
like sci-fi.
I thought you were done. My bad.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This whole thing seems far fetched. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's historically, like archaeologically backed up and proved. Like, there's so much proof and data to this story that it's not anything that's debatable anymore. You know, it's just whether it's really not debatable at this point. There's so much.
Just because you put a bunch of. Thought you were
It's
done
not
again.
just
My
me,
bad.
dude. No, I'm sorry. It's not just me, dude. There's people that have been like professional scholars, right? People that have dedicated their lives to discrediting the story in this book. They've spent every waking moment that they can think of trying to discredit this book. And the best that they can come up with is here's what they say. This is the official narrative. And I don't know if you know this, right? After all these claims, all these discoveries, Mount Sinai, all these places you got the phosphorus balls on the ground, sulfur, whatever on the ground. It's 99% pure, not found anywhere else on the earth. There's, all these different discoveries that have happened.
Okay, so just because you put some real shit in a book and it can be historically accurate doesn't mean the whole thing's accurate, right? Because I can put, there was a city, 8 million people lived in New York State off the coast of America, and then what? Everything I say after that is true because there's a land with these people in it, and some towers fell. Like I can make up a whole bunch of stuff that really happened.
Not just that, but there's like prophetic values. There's claims that were made in the Bible that keep continuing, that continue to unfold, right? And so there's a
Let's
lot
hear
of
one. Yeah, break me off with one.
The Euphrates,
the destruction of the temple in 70 AD.
There's really a lot if you really look at all of them. And you saw somebody else just chimed in instantly, like quick fire from the hip, quick draw McGraw. We didn't need to pull nothing up. It's not just
so they said a temple was going to fall.
Go ahead.
We can't go over them all at once. We can only do one at a time.
I understand.
Right?
So, I understand you have a little.
You could elephant hurl them all at me right now.
I understand you have maybe a little bit of emotional animosity towards this subject, but you have to understand you have to apply the same scrutiny towards the scientific, teachings of the mainstream world that you do the Bible as well. If you're going to be
an emotional
fair,
thing, and I do. Oh my God, I thought you were done. This ain't an emotional thing, dude, and I do hold the same scrutiny to the scientific community.
So I hear you. Hold on, Fresh, 1 second. Jeremy, let's just take them one at a time. I'm the one that chimed in and said the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. The Jerusalem was overthrown. The temple was destroyed, and that was predicted by Christ. The Romans did it.
So Jesus said the temple was going to fall. The specific temple.
Yep.
Do you know have the like the part of it, the verse or whatever?
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
Load it up. Put it on a big screen. Where's Timo at?
Pull it up, Jamie. Sorry.
What about like the what is it called? The Shroud of Turin? Do you not believe the other with like the Dead Sea Scrolls, like all these different things? You don't believe these things are real?
There may be some real scrolls and some real books. Sure, I believe that all that's real. There's definitely books and scrolls and shit.
I hear you. Do you believe and this is not, I'm not like being, I promise you, dude, I'm not trying to be like confrontational at all. We're having conversation. So don't think I'm trying to preach at you or anything. Cause I even find this kind of odd. Do you believe that all specifically what they consider canon now is the best description for is that a good ideology for scripture, or do you think that the original texts that were removed should have probably been, they probably should have stayed involved with the entire body of work? And if they were fallacious in any way, how do you suppose these pieces of work were added to this body with it having as much I guess sanctity to it? I don't know what the word, value to this, right? These nations revolved around these stories. They operated and they went to war over this book and things like that. And so it's just kind of odd to me how nowadays you've got the KJV, which they call canon, that they've removed, the Book of Enoch and a few other ones. Not a few, quite a few more. They've removed them for some reason, but it's how did they get? Okay,
Dude,
sorry.
they were never removed. No, you're just saying wrong things, so I got to just jump in.
So canon, biblical canon. So biblical canon isn't the reduction of certain books.
All right. So the Bible, as the Nicene Council saw fit, was a collection of scripture that was to be read during liturgy. It has nothing to do with what you study on your own time. Orthodox Church, we're going through an Enoch study right now. We just don't read it in the liturgy, because you have to understand that's what people were practicing back then. Orthodox,
because it was removed.
This is pre. This is why? No, not removed, dude. It's not removed. That's it's not removed.
Okay.
It was never the Bible was being put together at this point, but before the Council of Nicaea, the Bible was just a couple of little fragments. They didn't even call it a Bible. It was their holy texts. And during Second Temple Judaism, the Book of Enoch and other Enochic texts, that's what they read from. The people of the Old Testament read from Enoch, just like we read from the Bible. It's about what's being read in the liturgy.
Removed? Why was it removed?
What do you keep saying removed? It was never in. It wasn't Christianity before Christ. It was Judaism. That's what it was. That's what Christianity was. Judaism before Christ came. Do you understand that?
I don't understand what Christianity is.
Christianity is the following of Christ's teachings post his resurrection.
Under what order though? Why would people start a new religion?
Under his order. They didn't start a new religion. Orthodoxy.
What scripture do you have to reference that says start a new religion and call it Christianity or name it after me? Other than follow, all he spoke was follow the old Torah, right? All follow the old law. So I don't understand what you're saying, to be honest.
That's actually not what he said. He said, "Don't forget the old law. I come not to fulfill the law. Or sorry, I come not to break the law. I come to fulfill the law. But it's no longer Thou shalt
What
not
was the
kill, and
law
don't
though?
even have anger. Don't even
What was,
have anger in your heart against your fellow
what was
man.
the law though? The law was Torah back then, right? So
Yeah, it was
he's
the Ten
not. He
Commandments.
didn't. You got this, player. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, yeah, no, just you keep saying, why did they take it out? Take it out. What do you mean, take it out of what? What was there before the Council of Nicaea? Do you know? By the way, I used to be you. I used to be like, oh, they took it. There used to be 77 books of the Bible, and now there's only 66. Da 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 da. And I didn't understand what I was saying was wrong. Now that I know that I'm wrong, I'm just trying to help you out.
To be fair, there were compilations way before the Council of Nicaea, right? Like the Ethiopian Jews, right? Ethiopian Orthodox. They had Jubilees and Enoch in their compilation. There were Syriac churches.
He
There
doesn't want.
was
He's not interested in
no. Hold
learning.
on. Let me just finish real quick.
Be quiet. Just
Hold
be
on,
quiet.
hold on.
Let him
Just
finish.
learning, I promise.
Yo, hold on, bro. Hold on. There were Syriac churches also with their own independent compilations that also included the Maccabees. They included Jubilees and Enoch, right? But for he is right that Enoch was never taken out, because even according to the temple Jews and the Levites, Enoch was never to be included as part of the Tanakh, part of the 24. Neither was Jubilees. There were certain writings that were purposely left out because those writings are not meant for everybody to read. And this is corroborated by the prophet Ezra, because Ezra even said that certain books were meant to be left out and were only meant to be read by the priesthood.
That's right.
And
as far as
Enoch, in the first chapter of Enoch, it actually prophesies that this book is only meant for the end times, for the last generation to read.
For a distant generation. And just to piggyback on what you said and address what he said about the Ethiopian Bible, the Orthodox Ethiopian Bible having Enoch in it. Yes, that's correct, but they don't read it during liturgy. That's the whole thing. It's like there's so many Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, all kinds of people.
You're detached and have zero idea what you're talking about. I'm married into an Ethiopian family. My mother-in-law came and migrated from Ethiopia.
I'm sorry, dude. I had to mute you because you just keep interrupting people, and you're not really engaging in what we're trying to talk about. But yeah, I'll go ahead and unmute you now. Just don't interrupt people, man.
And since nobody's talking right now, I'll repeat what I said. I'm married into an Ethiopian family. My mother-in-law came directly from there. Her father was a senator over there, related into government. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but you have no clue what you're talking about right now. I'm directly tapped into what they do over there currently. I can call them right now and have them get on the phone and explain it. Do you want me to add somebody to Discord for you to learn something? I can literally send invites to people over there right now, and they'll explain to you how you're wrong.
I want to take you seriously, but I'm having a lot of trouble just because you're being ridiculous. So I don't know what you want me to tell you.
What's ridiculous about me explaining how I'm married to an Ethiopian partner?
It has nothing to do with what we're talking
I have
about.
family relations that know exactly the context.
So how does that translate to you knowing what was? How does that translate to you not understanding that Enoch was never taken out? It was never taken out of anything.
That I've discussed with them. This is something I've been researching and looking into prior to just having this conversation. Why do you think that I'm just ignorant to this? Just because you think you're privy to it? What type of ego view is that?
Dude, you're just saying things that are patently false. Like these aren't even you have this mainstream perspective of Christianity, like, oh, Enoch was taken out, and it's like, dude, no, it wasn't. That's not even up for debate. And okay, you married into an Ethiopian family. What does that have to do with what's read in the liturgy? Are you an Orthodox Ethiopian?
No, but even amongst the Yahudim, they weren't reading those texts on Shabbat, right? Those texts are like you said, they're not part of the liturgy. Those were meant to be read in private by the elect. Those books are for the elect.
That's right. No, I agree. I completely agree. In private, not a part of the liturgy. It's not what we're meant to be focused on right now. And some people are like, wow, how can you say that? It talks about flat earth. It talks about giants. It talks about the floods. It talks about demonology. And it's like, yes, it does. And that's all important thing. That's all important stuff to know. But this idea that like, well, I'm not really going to focus on the Bible because it's missing Enoch or something, or I'm only going to focus on Enoch because it was taken out. These ideas they're traps for fools. And I am a fool. I am chief of the fools, and I fell for all of them. And I'm just trying to help a brother out.
Yeah, in the Bible, not in Enoch, it says it's a sin to call people fools. So maybe you should reread it and watch your mouth.
Dude, you're so sassy, bro. The only person I called a fool was myself. I said it's a trap for fools, and I am the chief of fools. I called myself a fool. So I don't even know if you're getting offended by that, dude. You should probably get off Discord. Like never mind.
I'm far from offended. It's just funny you're like saying that we need to focus on scripture, biblical, not Enoch, and then you say some stuff that's anti-biblical. I don't know. It's just
That is
kind of
not
odd.
at all what I said.
I
I said
think all political.
Holy smokes,
you
dude.
did, though. Good try.
I think all political. It's all like, sometimes real, but like each religion. I think religions, like my opinion, divides and conquer people. That's my opinion of it. So it divides and conquer people. Like like Islam hate gays, Jesus hate gays. That's all. That's like all Islam hates women, all that crap. So
Therefore, gays make people upset or something. What are you saying?
nope. No, that's the Bible says like gays it's an abomination, man to man, woman to woman, all
Yeah.
that crap. There's some scientific studies like woman to woman, like when they
Well, I mean, it
when
is, right?
when they make a baby, it's very healthy. So
And
it
how is
has
it healthy?
statistics.
Well, I don't.
Oh,
How do you
because
get? You can't have a baby though without a man's sperm cell, though. You understand that, right?
yeah, it's but like in relationship form, it's
No,
very
like
healthy.
all studies show that kids that come from homes that don't have the father in them, from like single mother or gay family homes, they have a lot higher incarceration rates. They've got a lot more trauma rates and mental health issues. There's so many studies that prove that a healthy mother and father relationship inside the home is like the most important thing for a child to experience.
Be right back. Be right back. I need get
Oh,
a drink. Be right back.
Gary, were you the guy that was on the last Fight the Flat Earth stream with Sean G and Craig? Asking for a friend.
I
Say
don't know,
again.
but I just want to get my Jerry Springer beats so I can go home.
Say again. Somebody said fresh.
Yeah. I said, Yuri, were you the one that was on? Were you on the last Fight the Flat Earth stream in Demon Stride server with Craig and Sean G?
With who?
Have you ever been in Demon Stride server?
Like maybe half of the time. Most of the time, as soon as I go in there, I can't do anything. I can't speak in the VC. I can't get into text chat. He just lets me sit in there, but he keeps me blocked out from everything. So I don't go in there.
Nah, who was the other guy talking? Maybe I got you guys.
Yuri's the other
Who
guy.
was it? Hold on, it wasn't you. It was the other guy with like a crackly voice. What's his name? All right, maybe I'm hearing shit. All right, never mind. Well, there's mad eclipses coming up, guys. This is the time to do a full call pendulum. We capture the Elias effect, it's over. Just letting you guys know.
Jeremy, now that you mentioned the eclipse, 33 days before 9/11 this year was Hawaii, the whole Hawaii fires and the directed energy weapons may be potential for the destruction. But 33 days afterwards, thanks to Rusted Soul, is the annular eclipse, solar eclipse. 33 days after.
Hi, Pete.
Hello, how are you? It's just
Good
interesting. I mean, everything is
in my
pretty-
new
yeah.
residence, so lots to do. Just wanted to say hi because I was listening for your voice the last couple of days. Hi.
Hello,
Hi,
Sydney.
what's
Nice
up?
to hear from
What's
you
up?
again,
We
dear.
talk about like let's continue conversation. I think some parts of the Bible it's like, oh, some guy did it. I'm not atheist, so I used to be Christian, but like I'm awake. I'm like
Right.
a little bit woke of the religion of it. So it's
What
like
is happening here?
I think every religion divides conquers people. That's my wokeness.
Dude, whatever's happening is called a perfect storm. Snacks, and I think you know the protocol, so buckle up.
Oh my god. I just
Buckle
saying
up for
religion
something.
is divine conquers people. That's
Yeah,
all.
what do you do, Flatty Puss?
Let's end this conversation, okay? Do conversation.
Yeah. How do you prepare? How do you buckle up? Do you collect toilet rolls like we did for the last?
Yeah, how do we do that, man?
Yeah, how you buckle up? Like, buckle up the ride. You're gonna buckle up, like the ride, the roller coaster ride.
I mean, the ride needs to be
Buckle up
secure
and
on its
knuckle
own before I
down.
even
How
get
buckle
on
up?
it, sir.
Like, did you buckle up before the Incredible Hulk rides? What the fuck?
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is
Is it
real
just
life.
fantasy? I wonder how Mark. Remember, Mark Sargent was a prepper's snacks. He put out his own prepper's guide. I wonder, has he anything to say about we should buckle up for this?
Well, buckle up for what?
Yeah, Mark Sargent was a prepper. In other words, you preparing for some sort of disaster situation or transformation. I'm just wondering, is there anything to say around about now? When we probably need to prepare and we need to probably buckle up.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah. Oh, my Jeff. I give it, Jeff. God damn it.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, the Jeff. Look at the Jeff. So. Oh.
Why? Why does this happen, Jesus Dodo? Why is this happening? Is there a
Well, I
purpose?
think it's all pre-scripted. That's what I was mentioning about the 33 days after 9/11 with the solar eclipse, right? So imagine everything is pre-laid out, pre-written. Then it's certainly all God had to do with the stars or the relationship between the skylines in a flat Earth sense and the effect they have on sort of processes on Earth. So it's just God's will, if you want. It has to be the Creator's will, if you want. The time of transformation, transmogrification. Revelation,
Oh, that's it.
Apocalypse.
He's actually talking through there.
My own advice is don't do too much different. That's what I would say. Let me just say this: my own advice would don't be doing too much different. Would you gather your own strengths? Don't be harboring food or doing anything like that. You'll be fine. I think the biggest destruction is about the destruction of the illusion. That's all. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you at the ocean, bro? Your microphone is horrible right now.
Okay, sorry, bud. I will correct that momentarily.
You underneath a helicopter or in front of a giant wind turbine, boy? Is that just me, or does anybody else hear that and loud noise? It sound like a huge fan in front of his microphone. Is that just me? I didn't mean to start a fight in the middle of the Black Panther party, y'all. Don't get mad.
What the hell? Dude, I can't, like... Okay, here's my point. Yeah, why I'm, like, black for? Can you... Come on, dude. I'm saying my opinion.
Yuri, so you said certain religions hate gays, right?
I muted him.
Don't say which ones. Hold on. Don't say which ones.
No, I don't think we
But
can.
you said certain.
I muted him. He's muted. We can't be talking about that on the live stream. We can't be typing about that in the text chat. That's not what the server's about. Yuri, please go ahead and read the server guidelines if you're confused about how to behave. Yeah, we're not gonna be
We're
doing
gonna talk
that.
about gay people. Okay.
No. We can talk about gay people. He was talking like this religion hates gays, that religion hates gays, and I was like, oh yeah, we're not doing
Right.
I didn't even mean to say that
Which
on
is
the fucking
not
live stream.
not cool. It's all good. Listen, he's religion. One way or another, religion hating something or not something. To me, it doesn't matter because human survival depends on people not being gay. That's all. So there's that.
Yeah, if somebody wants to unmute him and make it a thing, that's fine. But I'm just trying to keep it normal. Like, let's just keep it kind of sane, and positive
I
as
gotcha.
well. Yeah. I know dead air sucks, but better than something that gets the server messed with.
That's better. I would say the positive thing I'm going to sort of represent here is, well, the destruction will be about the destruction of the illusory world which we were all immersed in. So more so than anything else. Yeah, that's what I think it's more so about. That's why REM, Michael Stipe sang it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine, because the world never existed, right? That's given anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean, the world seems extra to what reality truly is, right?
I think it's all a metaphor. I think the spinning ball earth is a metaphor. The lie is sort of built on the truth.
Oh, so they're being what you might think they are being, and they're saying the world as you know it, right? The lie you've been fed,
right?
It's at its end, and
exactly.
We'll be fine now.
Exactly. And when I say metaphor, let's think about this. If we decide as flat earthers, because we know something is moving, then we have to attribute certain sort of characteristics or aspects of motion to it in order to describe, well, what we see in the sky. So that's what I think it is. You take it literally, you sort of lose, but you take it apart, the blue marble, if you want, and then you put the differing pieces together to reconstruct, well, the only reality we've ever known. I think God has faith in us. That's why I think God has more faith in us than we ever had in him or her or she, them.
Well, I think that's very evident. The fact that the creator of everything respects us enough to give us free will to choose how we want to live our lives, that's pretty awesome. I'm very humbled by that.
It's interesting we leave a last will and testimony. I think the clues are sort of strewn all around for us in the language that we use and the pictures presented to us, and we just got to decode the word in its proper application. Yeah, the world, for instance, world, the phonics. So the world, is there something that could be whirling in reality? I think so. This is how we maybe get the seasons and the passage of the sun. Something at the center is moving up and down to give us spring and fall, that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so now I'm getting these October 4th conspiracy videos on my Instagram feed or reels or whatever. So I don't know, is this still something that we actually think is going to happen? Like I'm sorry, I'm
No, man.
reading
The
a lot
reason
of
I
this.
laugh is because every single time the internet starts to blow up about something's about to happen, it never fucking does. So I almost hope something happens now because I'm getting sick of this. Getting carrot led in front of me. Like I want the carrot now. Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, I said it the other day, I'll say it again. Conspiracy theorists and the conspiracy theory community as a whole has a lot of strengths, but predicting the end of the world is not one of them. We have always been 100% wrong 100% of the time. And
yeah,
I think there's something to be learned there.
What about this? If you still want the carrot, that means you're still an ass. What about that one? Because that's the bait for the ass, right? The ass who pulls the load with the carrot ahead. Yeah. I would say things are happening. We just don't realize it. I think 2012, December 21st, 2012 happened. It's not in the way we expected it. It's not in the way we expected it. That's what I think. All of these dates are significant, but something will be going on behind the scenes. We won't be told directly. This is why everyone is jumping on this 10-4 date. You know what I'm saying? It's almost too easy. It's like with the Hawaii and the directed energy weapons. It's almost too easy to get to the bottom of it. That's never the truth.
Yeah. And then we just sit and argue about it, fight with each other about it, and we won't know.
Why don't we have Kosho back talking about the reality of the sending the Starman, Elon Musk sending the Starman, Tesla Roadstar.
Hey, I got a question. Why? Yeah, why hasn't Elon Musk been to space yet? What gives? What's going on there?
I call him Babylon Musk.
You know what I mean? Like, homeboy's sent a bunch of people and stuff up there. Like, why hasn't he himself? Because he's so cavalier. Why doesn't he just hop on a spaceship? Like, what? You're not going, bud? But let's put it this way: your whole life and your family's life, so many people's lives depend on your company going to space. You wouldn't want to just once go up and see what it's like? Okay.
Yeah, everyone else is doing it. Why can't we? But yes, exactly. Why wouldn't he just take a trip up to the ISS?
Yeah, take a trip. Listen. Well, like Richard Branson at least got over on him on that one. It's like, well, Richard did go up with one of his ships, even though who knows where it fucking went. At least he went up there. Now, the thing is, it's like this. It's like a chef cooking a shitload of really good food and never having any, never trying it. Like, what?
You're
okay.
Right. Right, it's like
What are you doing?
he
Why
never
not?
drove. It's like he never
chips.
drove one of his own electric cars or something, right?
Exactly, dude. Like, come on, what? And it's too late now. Elon, listen, it's too late now. Can you imagine the headline? Elon Musk finally goes to space. Like, no one's buying it.
Dude, they're sending Steve Aoki to the moon next year.
He's gonna do a set on the moon. He's gonna perform.
I think, let me tell you what I think. And the only man who's covering this sort of thing is Tim Osman, OZMA, and the Infinite Plane Society, because anything obvious is obvious. So we laugh and scoff at the NASA fakery. We laugh and scoff at maybe some of the mouse in the engine, right, for SpaceX. We laugh and scoff at other things. But yes, seeing through it, Then you have to get to the words chosen, the narrative given, the what is it, Falcon 9 or whatever, it doesn't matter. The name's chosen because it's a deeper sort of connected story, you know what I'm saying? So to throw it all out after recognizing the fakery, well, I think you lose the battle. I think you lose the battle and discredit your, well, we could call him the enemy if you want. Maybe not the enemy, but you know what I'm saying? The adversary. Yeah, that's a bit deeper though. That's a bit deeper if you haven't been following, because there's connections back to who? Willy Wonka. Elon Musk bought Willy Wonka's house. If in a sense you think in terms of the Antichrist, Elon Musk is a great offering, because the Antichrist has control over this realm, which is the heavens above, the intermediary, the ground is seven, even beneath. Elon Musk has his boring company, he has his Tesla motor cars, he has his satellites, cube satellites, and also he has, well, the SpaceX. So you know what I'm saying? If it's all scripted out, which it is, of course, well, maybe we'll pay attention to these clues. I still I still about 90% think he's Seth MacFarlane. I don't care what anyone says. Is it possible? Yeah, it is possible.
It's possible. Hey, I'll say that it is possible. Yes.
Right, and I'll post you a side by side. If you look at Elon, I'm going to post you a side by side here. His nose is pinched, so they just pinched his nose.
I've seen all of your side by sides, dude. The eyes kind of look like it, but that's about it.
Yeah, but you have to remember it's a disguise, and I'm not saying it is the case, but here we go. Look, if you think about how easy or how difficult it would be to make one into the other, there we go. Look at Elon Musk's nose. I challenge you to zoom in on Elon Musk's nose. It's just like he has super glue, sort of narrowing the end of it there. But look, there's so many characteristics that are matching up there. Is it possible to transform someone to that degree?
The lips are kind of giving me some problems, though.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Just one side by side. I mean.
Okay, so here's something I'll give you. One thing I'll give you is the sunken inness of the eyes on the guy on the right. What's his name? I forgot.
Seth MacFarlane. Seth is a biblical reference.
Okay,
well,
see how they're sunken in? See how they're sunken in?
Yeah.
But on Elon's face, they're not. They're flush with his eyelids.
Right, so that would indicate if Seth MacFarlane is in both pictures here, he would have to wear some sort of facial makeup.
Yeah, it would be wearing something. Yeah. So I don't know, but that's about all I can really tell that strikes out at me. The noses are way different, way different. So I don't know how they're doing that.
Are almost perfectly symmetrical faces. Oh, sorry, in relation to one another. Anyway, don't worry about that. I don't want to get into that.
No, listen, because then you're going to start putting triangles and trapezoids all over his face.
I don't want to get into that. We already know there's loads of actors on this stage, but it doesn't matter. That's just
I'm just saying. Other than that, dude, I can't give you much on it, because if he's wearing a mask, then there's no fucking way to know, right?
Well, there is a way to know if you peel off the mask in your own brain. This is why I turn it upside down.
No, we're not going to. You and me aren't peeling off the mask, though. Pete, you and me aren't not peeling off the mask.
Okay, well, yeah, 1 second. Think about this, right? If it was the case, and the man Seth MacFarlane would have to wear this consistent mask over the years, so in a sense it would leave an imprint on his own skin. And that's what I think.
No, there's probably a real Seth
MacFarlane upside down. Yeah, the only reason I turned upside down, because now we're not filling in the gaps as it's right side up. Now we're looking for these maybe prosthetic applications over the course of years and the imprints. Go ahead.
It would be that Seth MacFarlane was playing Elon Musk the entire time, because Seth MacFarlane, his face is too small. So
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Not Elon Musk playing Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, okay. I was going the other way around with the sunken in eyes, but yeah, I mean, this is what it is. We're just gonna sit, guys. We're just gonna sit here and we're gonna play with each other's ideas.
Well, 1 second. That's why you don't treat Dave a new perspective with enough respect. The stuff that he talks about is already long established for most conspiracy-minded people. In terms of people playing roles, have you never heard of Chiarini?
I love Dave.
You know what I'm saying? But you're just let's venture into La La Land. Go ahead, though.
Dude, I love Dave. He's great.
Yeah, we're trying to get to the root of it, and that's where I go, and that's what I'm saying. If I talk about Elon Musk, Babylon Musk, right? Musk, an elephant on Musk, is SpaceX. Anyway, but if I was to talk about, why he sent a Starman in a Tesla Roadstar to the nearest sun, the star, I'm going to bring it back to Aristarchus. I have to snacks. Where else am I going to go? But no one will
Gosh,
go
you're like
with
a
me.
fucking rapper, Pete. Jesus.
Hey, Jesus,
Come up with a new word.
Jesus Dodo, Je suis Dodo.
You're like a rapper. It just rhymes like one word with.
But I have to get it out so quickly. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm so used to being in pressure environments. I'm just saying, is that not a valid sort of thought process in a sense that it's all sort of encoded in a way, and all of the theater presented to us was meant to be seen through, but maybe there's more deeper layers to it.
It's like somebody who was trying to mind program you would say those things.
I wonder, does it even matter anymore, snacks? All these years we put into it, what's the outcome? What do we hope for? As the guy said about the donkey, he wants the carrot at this stage.
I'm not exactly sure how this falling on your sword is helping, but yeah, keep on going. You haven't done anything in all this time, but yeah, so we're talking about it, I guess. Thanks. Okay.
Oh, it's not that. Hey, but what are you talking like that about?
That's you talking like that.
I already took the sword from the stone. This is it. Anyway, but I'm not okay. Okay, yes, and I guess we got to know our company. We got to know the company and the people in mature.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to some depressing shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop you from that. I didn't mean to stop you.
Depressing, man. I'm telling you, it's more hopeful. I'm the most optimistic man ever. But still, in all, we have to go through the death of the globe as we knew it, and all things associated, maybe, because we find a new life. You know, snacks, it's not the end. It's not the end. Just remember.
Pete, you're talking like lately like you're dying. That's how you talk lately. You're like, oh, you should remember everything I ever say because, you never know. It could be the last thing I have, never know. I have no idea. Like, what are you dropping hints here or what? Because I've already promised myself I'm not going to know another dead flat earther, so.
Well, isn't it all a question for each and every individual, isn't it? Especially in this setting, snacks. Come on, man. The most difficult setting you could ever find yourself in the midst of when you're alone. Everywhere, pretty much. These thoughts I'm talking about, flat earth and beyond, conspiracy land and beyond. The chances of bumping into someone that you can sort of relate to in reality, not even of the opposite sex, of the same sex, it doesn't matter, just some sort of friendship or someone to buy, is very slim. Very slim. So for the most part, you find yourself on this, lonely old road. That has to be the way it's laid down, then. What else can you think? That has to be.
I don't know. You're not quite old enough to be my uncle, but sometimes you seem like my crazy uncle.
So Sydney mentioned uncle the other day, and I think that might be some sort of code word. You know the way you have if you put your hand up, you have the baby finger, little finger, and the index finger separated from the two middle fingers. This seems to be another symbol. Just talking about symbols, that is predominant amongst the major players. I have my thoughts on that, representing 2 and 3. The 2 and 3 separated from the 1 and 4. But I think these greater symbols. I don't know what uncle represents in that sense. Snack. Maybe I should.
Yeah, basically everything I ever say to you is going to be in code. So, if I can keep your
That's
head
how everything is coded. Language is coded. You tell me mathematics is encoded. Everything is encoded. What isn't? I say a word to you, and it means a certain thing. But if I say a word to someone who knows what the word means, or the symbol, or the sigil, well, then that means something totally different. Not. I don't like dealing in these terms, though. It seems deceptive, doesn't it, Snacks? It seems like cheating, in a way. You've just been led into a club. Now you can view yourself differently than the rest of your fellow man because you've been led into a club or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you're trying to mind control me, Pete.
Yeah, it seems.
I'm trying to mind control me. I don't have that situation happening.
We had a good chat the other evening, Snacks. I enjoyed it, bud.
Yeah, it's like the moon will sync up correctly. We have a good conversation once every 7.5 years.
Every blue moon. Blue
moon. Oh, it's into the dodo glass. It's like through the dodo glass. It's almost like a meta dodoization of the Alice in Wonderland's thing, I think.
Oh, was it you I heard saying that there was 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet or something like that? Is it the original? Oh no, it was Tim Osman. Ozman, Tone with that. And I was thinking, Jesus, man. Well, 2 in Irish is do, so 2 in a sense. Even though it's fido, it's a dodo if you just 2 and 2, right? So yes, the dodo being the division and the completion. I can get that.
The organization of the alphabets, you know what I mean? Like because it basically it bears that the alphanumeric will always, be anchored to the order that the alphabet is laid out. So it's really funny.
I think we have to apply the alphabet within snacks, otherwise it won't make any sense. Then we'll be able to determine the difference between the capital letter T, the real meaning, capital letter H, capital letter A, the capital letter L. You know what I'm saying? Because it applies to our own specific being.
I think that there's a capital T think and a lowercase t think.
That's interesting about the lowercase. Yeah, what's the difference? I have my thoughts on it, bud. How you need to combine the lowercase to get the uppercase.
No, I just mean that, forget it. Well, one person calls thinking, another wouldn't. Yeah. Or that it's just programmed. It's just like kind of programmed for them to say it, so they say it. Consider thinking.
But I'm talking about flat earthers and beyond. I'm talking about flat earth and beyond. You know what I'm saying? So now we're trying to attach maybe a special significance to everything presented to us in this new setting. Yeah.
Do you have this website registered already?
Are
you making T-shirts? Flat Earth and Beyond. I get it. It's a bumper sticker now. Okay.
Okay, but that's no. I have about 100 other T-shirts and memes in mind before I would do that one. But it is. That's what I'm saying. It is now. So now we try to decode the language and the letters. I pointed this out. Maybe I'm the first to do it. I don't know. I didn't hear anyone saying lots of the stuff that I say. But at the very center of your keyboard is H. That's nothing new. But at the elongated X, you have the TH, U, M, and B, which is thumb. I just put it in that order because you were talking about anagrams the other evening in snacks. But yeah, why would that be at the center? Is it arbitrary? I don't think it is. And more especially then because everything is inverted. Well, I asked Gem Panda, what is thumb backwards? What any coherent word you can make from thumb backwards? Actually, a question for all of you here, if you haven't heard me ask that before. So thumb backwards gives you a coherent word, in my reckoning anyway, and it's pretty significant as well, biblically, I think. You know, YouTube with the thumbs up and the thumbs down. Do you know there's more and more children as I'm busking snacks and they're giving me the thumbs up? I just noticed it's sort of a trend, especially the children going by, whatever, in their own setting, just being distracted by some music, but giving me the thumbs up. I think of my own terms.
Does that mean good or something?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Where did they get this? Where did they get this? And that's what I'm thinking then about. The thumbs up at YouTube and just the thumb up in general. And now I think about it subconsciously now. If we're looking at our keyboards and the word thumb is before your very eyes for all of these years and you never spotted it. Maybe there's some particular significance to our opposing finger, which is our thumb. Or TH, I am, or B. Yeah, but go ahead. Will I tell you the word words? It's behemoth. Behemoth. Say it to yourself 10 times. Thumb backwards.
I'd like to program myself like
THUMB, BMUHT. It's behemoth. It's behemoth.
That's definitely. You should be quiet for a minute.
He, me, TH. I think that the S tone is the TH. So we're born with the potential, with the the left to right and the connection between the heart, and we can take that directionality then whatever way we will, if you want. If we go downwards, If we bring the two divided aspects within ourselves together and we go downwards, we get the capital letter L on both sides, right? If we go upwards, though, we get the capital letter T separated. And we have to be all because we are the whole. Yeah, you can't just live in your imagination, the brain. That's what the ball does. It lives in the mind. You imagine it, and all of the mathematics, the imaginary mathematics then, declare it to be so. You know what I'm saying? So you have to take the all, the A and the L into consideration with the H. All is also AHL, snacks, which is perfect. H being the heart, being the earth, being the ether, that central divide. People ask me, especially from Panda's place, chimpanzees, I call them at this stage, out of love as well. But yeah, they ask me, how does it work in another language? I say, don't worry about that, bud. You're dealing with the language you're sort of born and bred into. Because if you were even to think in other terms, you'll never get to know the nuances of a language. You almost can learn perfectly. You know what I mean? There'll always be different encodings within. The best language is the Masonic language, if you want. It's the pictorial language. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We should hire you out on Fiverr for branding, and then you can be a branding expert. What do you think about that? And then we can get you paid, and then you can design people like crazy logos. With all like encodings and shit.
Hey, snacks, hell's bells, you got to sell to become beautiful. That's a line for me there. I made up that. We're in the heliocentric system. What does it mean? Remember, if we have the E in the potential for each of us, right? We have the left brain, right brain, we have the left heart, right heart, up and below heart, and then we have the sort of small and large intestine, that division, and also the left and right testicle, if you want, or ovaries for a female. So how do we reconnect? Understand that there's a linear sort of division externally with the skeleton. I think this is what the one represents, but then the internal organs, like the organs of a church, are divided differently. There isn't such a linear, what do you call it? So our charge is to get the heart straight, to reconnect the brain above and the brain below. I was going to ask this question tonight. Well, I asked it before, actually. Can I ask you this? Is there any? Can you think of any such situation where a half and a half equals a half snack? That's a great riddle now. That's a great riddle. A half and a half equals a half. That's what I was going to ask, but I had no one to ask. Shit. I've given you the answer before, by the way. Use your brain. Use your brain, snacks. Well, that's the answer, isn't it? You got your brain. You have a half hemisphere, left hemisphere, right hemisphere. But when you add both together, then the half and a half becomes, well, a half. You lay your brain on the table, and it's not a sphere, it's a hemisphere, if anything. Yeah, sorry for, I think it's quite enough time, so sorry if I'm overbearing. I don't mean to be.
I think I need a coffee, man.
Hey, snack, you for coffee.
I go coffee now.
Let's see. I like to test my liquid measurement skills for a French press.
Yeah, that's maybe a more British joke. You for coffee. So obviously there's it was quite appropriate actually because you were fucking off for some coffee. So you for coffee.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think it's required if I'm going to actually try to engage in conversation with you, primarily.
Right.
I think I'm just saying like coffee is like a required.
I'll have a big talk like, as well, snacks, and I tell you something. Don't be talking about me in such esteem, in a sense. Right. It's the other way around.
Do some calisthenics.
God knows what your brain knows. God knows what you've considered over the years.
You got to be loose. You know, I mean, you want to match wits with the dodo, right? Nothing is what it seems, and everything's backwards.
Sure.
So, you know what I mean?
Sure. And this is why, even though everything is pretty sort of destined and determined, this is why every conversation is beneficial, because you never know where you're going to get your. I find myself repeating myself a lot, but I don't mean that in the sense that, just filling time or something, because I have nothing else to say. But I mean that, every new conversation in the emerging now, you'll never know as an individual where you're going to get your next clue. Even if it means nothing to me or nothing to seemingly anyone, you've never heard people talking about such specific areas, and it might just help you along in one's own, quest. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know. Like just like trying to figure out like what stuff's made out of. That's a little bit weird too.
Oh, I have something to say about that again as well as snacks. I have something big to say about that.
What? I guess like at some level of scale, like is everything just like perfect like platonic solids or something? Like it gets down so fine or whatever. It's just like, or is everything irregular? You know, like where one hydrogen atom could be like a little fucked up looking. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a crinkly one. You know what I mean? Like, or are they all inherently, absolutely geometrically the same? I kind of wonder about that.
I heard Stephen Jay Gould talking about this, and I'm not sure if you know, I'm sure you know who Stephen Jay Gould is, but he has a particular connection to 9/11. It's very interesting, but he talked about the Bible and how, I'm going back years now in my memory, but now it rings a bell to me, and, he talks about how it's read in a sort of a certain order, so everything sort of emerged from the no thing in a sense. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Snacks. Go ahead.
I don't know who.
Okay.
I don't know who left.
Yeah.
Somebody else.
Well, while you're getting your coffee, or while you're let me just say this. So I'll cut to the chase, which is we're told that everything sort of how would you call it? All the materials on Earth. So think about all of the different elements, all in what do you call it? The table itself. Everything gradually proceeds from something lesser, if you want, or something prior. So, everything was one to begin with, and then it was divided, and then now you have all the elements, or something along those lines. But if they have it exactly wrong, so all of the elements that we now can relate to or have detailed come from something that was at one time one, then became
how do you
divided.
like the
all of these elements would be viewed in opposition. Go ahead.
And not to cut you off, but what do you think of the concept? I guess some people would say called prima materia, like some kind of material that everything could come from, like and to some degree, isn't that just possible to do with hydrogen in their model, basically fusing different combinations together? You could recreate any.
This is what I'm saying to you. This is what the only way we can come to the truth is by taking what is delivered to us and distorting it, almost turning it upside down. So yes, I everything that they tell us, there's a truth, a new frame of mind, because we recognize that the lie is built on a greater known truth. There you go. There you go. Oh, absolutely with you on that one. Hydrogen being, well, listen, snacks, think about it like this. H2O, right? 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. Oxygen is the 8th element. Hydrogen, well, H at the center here. H is the 8th letter. We have 888, which is in Christian numerology, or gematria, I guess, in a sense, is the number of Christ. Well, numerology, I suppose. Number of Jesus Christ, the Son of Man.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Aristarchus, H2O. Yeah, the fuck, yeah, right.
Yeah, but you're not going to deny that hydrogen, H is the 8th letter, so there we have H2, so there's 8, and then oxygen is the 8th
For in
element.
what alphabet base? In what number base?
Well, you know I have my own.
It's a particular one, right? It's a very particular one, and it would have to be. You'd only have to be alive right now where you are to actually experience the fucking logic that you're having. Where if you were born in India, you'd never have these thoughts at all. So, like, what do you mean?
Well, you only have the logic that you have right now.
Unless people from Ireland like encoded this shit thousands of years ago,
you don't
right?
consider.
But you could consider, like, some cryptographic Irish mystics just like encoded this shit thousands of years in the past. That's why you're able to pull it out.
Yeah, but that's all bullshit. That's all bullshit. It's like a video game setting. Don't worry about that. What's that got to do with you?
Ireland's history is incredible.
Yeah, and you're talking to the king of our era here, bud. And I mean that. Era is the whole land of Ireland as it juts above the invading waters over this flat plain with an enclosed sort of surround where all the skylights are connected to one earthbound.
The British Isles. The British Isles
not
in
the British
Ireland,
Isles.
Britain.
Yeah,
no, but
not the
that
British
whole
Isles.
area. No, yes, that whole area historically has an incredible history.
I know that. What I'm saying to you is now in the current time, this is why I didn't mention Ireland. When I said era, it's E fada. You might know what a fada is. It's like a grave over, like a French grave, a little stroke over the E. E fada, IRE. That's era. That's the whole land of Ireland. The symbolic Ireland is divided in two with the north and the south. This is where have the trouble.
You know what? You know what British means in Hebrew? British.
I heard the Hebrew language comes from the Irish language, but go ahead. What does
you know what British means? Just take a wild guess.
I'm gonna let me give me a guess. Okay, I'm gonna think it's going to be something negative, right? I'm going to think it's because I don't know Hebrew at all, but I'm going to think it's something negative because the British.
No, it's not. It's something positive.
Go ahead then.
British means.
Irish. Yeah.
You want to know what it means?
Go ahead. Yeah.
It means covenant man.
Covenant man. Covenant of witches. I think about immediately.
I'm serious. That's what British means. Covenant man.
Well, what is a covenant? Who you're making a covenant between? A secret oath?
You gotta know.
No, I'm asking you. Covenant man. I'm with you. I already get the covenant between God and Lord God and the Jewish people.
I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, this is like some Indiana Jones.
You can figure it out.
Curiosity over here. I have here.
To be or not to be, my response is snacks. If we think of the capital letter B and an opposing B, inverted mirrored B combined, we get something. We get a butterfly almost. In a sense, I think that all these languages are leading us to the same picture, which is our picture now. But myself, as I speak for myself, and my new reality, my newfound reality. And I don't care about the what do you call it, Hebrew language. As far as I'm concerned, it's all fabricated history. There's the Irish origins to civilization. That's an interesting pathway, isn't it? We make of all of these things as a collective. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I believe that the ancient Britons and Scottish, a lot of those people were from the lost tribes of Israel. You have records before the Exodus, so before Moshe was even born, that they were Egyptian servants that ended up fleeing Egypt and going towards the British Isles, and then not pillaging, but then establishing themselves in the British Isles.
Why are the Jews? Can you answer me this?
Not the Jews, not the Jews
Okay, but
necessarily.
hang on,
But
line. Can you answer me this? Why are the Jews in general then being put in such a negative light, especially when we think about sort of information freely available now in terms of conspiracy? Why are they put in? They've been kicked out of so many countries. They may be responsible for 9/11. They're responsible for the money system. They're responsible now for the new slavery, the new found information on slavery. But what's going on? That's not how master criminals operate. So why would the Jews, in that sense, be put in that position? Is someone putting them there, or are they doing that themselves? That's my question to you.
9/11 Jesus Christ, that's the answer.
Yeah, but Larry Silverstein, the phone calls, the double indemnity, come on, man. I'm saying that that's not how master criminals operate. So obviously the Jews are some sort of front or other because they wouldn't put themselves. Why are they being put there, though? That's what I'm saying to you. Why are they being put there? I was actually thinking about 1948 when the Jewish state was established. After maybe that was the purpose of all the wars or whatever. But here's what I was thinking, Snacks, in terms of inverting 1984, George Orwell. Shit. Dystopia. Now we're in the midst of this dystopia unless we break free from the spell. Go ahead.
I mean, that's what you fucking get out of the connection. That's sad. You know? That's sad. That's bad detective work right there.
There's a compilation called the Coburn Bible. The Coburn Bible. It's just that's what it's not actually like an official compilation, but it's just a collection of a bunch of different manuscripts and different records from Ireland and Scotland, England, Germanic records in there, and there's Egyptian records from pagan people that lived in Egypt when they experienced, the curses that's elaborated in the Bible. But and you can get it from the Coburn Bible, which is a more like a Druidic historical view. So from the Druid perspective.
Ryan, did you hear that they found a big pool of mercury at the bottom of one of the pyramids in Egypt? Did you hear that? That's apparently only recent discovery. Did you hear that?
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just finish this train of thought. Like the Druids, I'm sure you're familiar with the Druids, right?
Well, yeah.
And their influence in Scotland.
Yeah.
Right, going back thousands of years. The ancient Irish and Scottish were Druids. You understand that, right?
So the alternative story goes, the Mike Tessarian story, and also the Mind Unveiled development. I posted a video here many times about the Irish origins of civilization. But yes, so the alternative story goes. Yeah.
But the Druids get a bad representation by modern historians. They're depicted a certain way when, and granted, maybe there's some truth to that. Like the Druids maybe went astray and deviated from the narrow path, right? And started going into the occult. Because apparently after during the Middle Ages, there was some corruption that occurred with Druidism. But originally the Druids, they were covenant men. And they held themselves by oath to the covenant.
This is my problem with you, Lion, which is that, you, to some degree, accept the Ball Earth determination of history or detailing of history, just a greater or lesser degree. And I think it's because you have to have these 2,000 years or whatever, X number of years for the Bible to be so, right? Because and I'm not taking away from you at all, but the problem is, though, as we come to flat Earth and we can't stop sort of questioning, the very next thing we're led to is Tartaria. Martin Leakey doesn't even talk about flat Earth anymore, and he made a living out of talking about our Tartaria, alternative fake history, and a greater sort of technology-based awareness of previous civilizations, which, the masters now have erased completely. So you never speak about that. And because if that's true, I'm thinking then, well, the idea of Jesus on a hill preaching to 4,000 people goes out the window. It's become silly almost.
Even Saint Patrick. If you study who Saint Patrick was, the real Saint Patrick.
It didn't exist.
No, he did exist, and he was a covenant man himself. He also was held to the covenant.
Well,
you gotta.
Official conspiracy. I hated St. Patrick a few years ago because the Catholic Church ruled by, or Christianity in a sense, ruled by the power of the sword. So in a sense, they killed the Druids, and Patrick might have been the very one. Someone said this very interesting thing to me, and this was why St. Patrick's Day is celebrated throughout the earth. On March 17th, it's exactly in the Lenten sort of span. Lent is all about understanding our greater spiritual connection, so fasting becomes key, and now suddenly within this Lenten span leading up to the crucifixion and death and resurrection of Christ, we have this temptation. So St. Patrick came in, and of course St. Patrick's Day is all associated with alcohol, excess, sort of jubilation, that sort of thing. It's very interesting, and he talked about the Kundalini, the snakes around, and how they need fasting in order to reach their ultimate destination. Anyway, that's just a by the way. That's a very interesting man that I'm just thinking about. But anyway, that's the point. What if Saint Patrick sort of ruled by the sword? But I say he didn't exist. I'm happy to think that he didn't exist, as opposed to went in and killed all of the people connected to the earth, the Druids, and to the true energies, and just wiped it out. I'm happy to think it's all part of a horror video game, honestly. That's what I think life is, Lionel. That's what I think it is, in a sense. A horror sort of video game where there is resolution at the end. I am legend. What the fuck else?
St. Patrick really exists, though? Like, no one knows when this guy was born.
No, exactly. I'm saying he didn't, Shirality. I'm saying
Yes, he did. Yes, he did exist. Yes, he did.
How do you know that, Lion?
Give me a second, man. I'm gonna pull up the records, man.
All right.
I can't do it right now, man. But I assure you, he existed.
You never. 1 second, Shirality. I'm going to say this is the problem. I say, Lion, is that look, when you get to Flat Earth and beyond, then you have this Tartaria, alternative revised history. This is where I bring people to someone called Nico Haupt, who was the original 9/11 no-planer. Would you fucking believe it? Would you believe it? In the snacks. Well, yeah, original, and he went on to be a flat earther when the rest of you were still fucking sucking your thumbs back in about 2000, whatever, 10, 12, over in the Flat Earth Society, and then he went on to produce his own body of work called, this is my point, called 1649ish. He's a big, massive book, bigger than the Bible, and all of the research he's done in this new mind, skeptical mind, it only goes, there's no primary source material predating 1649ish, 400 short years ago or so, less than that.
I basically don't listen to anybody with the name Nico.
He was over in Clues Forum Snacks, and he was a great contributor. But if he was the original 9/11 no-planer, shit, man, I'm talking about decoding the character and so following on from where he left off. And he left off at this revised history. John Laban, by the way, is picking up on this now, which is, he's talking about revised history and how Herodotus, for instance, as a historical character is only mentioned in the last couple hundred years. So how do we know what's going on? Well, this is where we have these clues to follow. Nico Haupt being one of them. Plane or no plane? Isn't this the essence of Flat Earth? Goodness sake, is it a plane or is it not a plane and it's a big sphere? Shit. Look it up, 1649ish. It's a big Bible. It's a big witch's book. Delqua had it, Snacks, and if you were listening throughout the years, you would have seen him picking it out as well. Very difficult book as well, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So when does it begin? That's the whole point. That's my question, actually, Snacks. Do you understand now that once you get to flat Earth and all the greater considerations, then revised history and more so a sort of more advanced historical setting is in place? Do you know what I'm saying? So then the whole question of Bible literalism comes under scrutiny, just as a par for the course.
That's like a time period in a convention. You know what I mean? I think there was time like rigid adherency to the literal word was met for the people that were upholding it. Yeah.
I think it's happening now, the Bible, and I think if we don't understand that, then we miss the point of life.
It's not necessarily about just that the book exists, because it's like more complicated than that. It's as simple as that, but it's also more complicated too, because there's like all these big powers moving around that deal in Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I think, Snacks, ultimately, when I try to coordinate or establish my relationship with the Creator. I think the Creator has faith in me, has faith in all of us, because we're presented within this seemingly impossible situation. But we've been given the brain, but we can come to understand that the brain, there's half a brain below. Sorry about that, my passion, but there's half a brain. You're everything. Your ability to come to reckon has to rely on this greater imbued coordination, ability to work out the relationships within, and then you'll see the external story as some sort of greater reflection of your story. What else? That's your own internal story and how both are connected. But yeah, what else? What else? Then you just get lost in insanity, I think. You know what I mean? If you're not more found as a flat earther as opposed to more lost, I think you might be doing something wrong somewhere. It's the only place you're free, isn't it, in your brain? Put the pieces together, and we're told, Snacks, it's as easy as A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, or like children we must become.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
Pete. I'm gonna leave,
No,
alright?
Brad.
Just stop
No,
fucking
man.
with. I'm just fucking done, man. Come on.
I know, man. Maybe we're greater than the material. Isn't it the very ball earther who tells us that we're lesser than the material? Someone told me today, your Tao over in Panda's place.
Fucking leave it there then. Don't
You're
talk
just an
about
ant
something
on a
else that
big. You're
happened
just an ant
somewhere
on a
else.
big
You've been warned
globe
before about that,
in an
right?
infinite space. You're nothing.
Come on.
He just told me you're nothing. Do you remember when I came back and said to him, Snack, one of the lines from my song is, well, maybe we're all as big. We're all just as big as we are small. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
I'm gonna leave, Pete, because I can't shut you the fuck up. So.
Oh, I'm shut up. Snacks. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
What? Nah, whatever. It's fine.
Come on,
I would
man.
just
Go
prefer somebody
ahead.
else to
I'm
talk.
sorry about that.
Other
Go
than
ahead.
you. Like it's just like.
Please go ahead. Accept my apologies.
Anytime somebody's gonna bring up something, it's gonna go down a fucking funnel that's gonna lead to like one of 3 9/11 Aristarchus or Jesus Christ, and then okay, so whatever. I don't know what kind of like.
Okay,
This is
well,
like it's
forget
like you're
about that.
freezing out the
Please
fucking
appreciate my
whole.
passion. Please accept my apologies for over talking you. Please go ahead, Snacks.
No,
You have
not
my
me. It's just you're just almost like freezing out everything.
have my come on, Snack, man.
Like
You have my
like
attention.
a
Go
spanner in
ahead.
the gears or something. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, please, Snacks. You
No,
have my
I'm
attention.
good. I'm not trying to reason or discuss anything with you. Bye.
Let's bring Kosho. Is Kosho
It's just
around?
you're
We can
gonna kill
justify
the
Elon
room.
Musk. Yeah, but go ahead then and talk.
You're
If
just
you're not
gonna
going to
kill
talk,
like somebody else here should ought to talk, but I don't necessarily think it's me. But I'm
I think
pretty
it should
sure
be
it's
you,
not you.
Snack. Stand up and
It's
just say
somebody
what you
else.
have to say. You have the
I'm
room.
just
Go
saying.
ahead.
No, I'm good.
Good, because nothing comes back to 9/11. Nothing comes back to flat Earth and beyond. And what else did you say? Nothing comes back to Aristarchus. You're good. Fair enough.
So either one of two things is going on then, right? One, it's your induction of either one of those three things into a topic that's going to create it to be that topic, or everything is that. Which do you think it is?
I think that everything is connected, and the more invested one is in this surround, that the more you will have to say. And I will check myself, Snack. I did apologize, and I do value what you have to say. And I think you will also agree with me, just to finish, that what you said, I brought everything back to. I mightn't come back to all of those things completely and utterly, but they're certainly part of it. Go ahead.
I mean, you're more than the sum of this meme about you, and I challenge you to shatter that in the next year by not referring to anything as being Aristarchus, 9/11. I guess you can talk about Jesus.
Kidding me?
You got that.
Why would you challenge me to do that?
No, I'm just like, I think you should accept the challenge on your own. Like, not that
No, I
I'm putting
couldn't
it
do
on you, but
that.
like,
When
you should,
when
like, look
well,
for
hang
it.
on. Have you heard that they crater Earth on the moon? Have you heard now that all the countries are being named? So I mean,
No way.
well, what do you mean? What do you mean?
I
I'm
don't know.
talking
Like,
about where I've come
tell me about
in
that.
terms of my own thinking about our greater enclosed flat Earth surround. What are you telling me to do here? What's
Yeah,
your challenge?
anything. Like, we know all about these, like, the home base ideas here.
Well, isn't that great,
Let's
Snacks?
get
I
to the
didn't have
and
to write
beyond
those
part,
5
right?
books after all.
Let's get to
I
the and
share
beyond.
everything freely. Isn't that great, Snacks?
It's like every second has, like, I think, like a north and a south node to it.
If you think about
Just positive
seconds, that's
positive
2.
and negative, like, running every second.
We have first, second, but the first comes from it's the zero, isn't it? It has to come from the zero. Where else does the first come from? The second comes from the first. Where does the first come from? That's the IO, the 1 and the 0. There's a relationship between the 1 and the 0, and also the point at the center when you draw a circle. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get lost in my Fibonacci stuff, and especially now that
I was making great progress in Fibonacci a few years ago, Snacks, and
okay.
I lost my work.
Oh, dog ate it. I got you.
I still remember it at a core. I reckon, right? Hey, Snacks, I have. Let me say this to you, particularly because you're a musician, right?
You know what's cool though?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I follow just like different columns of Fibonacci, and they're repeating shapes that they make.
When you talk about columns, I was thinking about little cubes. So I'm just refreshing myself now. Yes, I was thinking in terms of little cubes at the time, and spirals as well. Think about a circle, right, and a diameter, but we think about a point. A point in motion gives us the line in motion gives us the circle. So if we can relate every singular point along the track as a cube, then the Fibonacci sequence almost develops organically, if you want, when you consider this a circle in motion. So if you just draw a circle on a piece of paper and just someone lifts you up in a chair, you know what I mean, then you have this sort of slinky or spiraling fashion laid before our mind. Consideration.
Yeah, so that's one way that the Fibonacci series works, is within that geometric concept. But
they all
behind
have
the
it wrong,
geometry,
those
there are the
guys.
numbers, right?
They all have it wrong. Yeah, do you agree with that? That they all have it wrong? Like, say, Foucault or Einstein, they all have it wrong, but they necessarily have it wrong in the sense that what they're sort of representing literally, you know what I mean, in defense of the official story, but there's a core correctness to what has been said. Okay, do you agree with that?
No. It's like Mad Libs with you.
Mad
Did
Libs?
you see those? Yeah, they're like little stories but they'll like have like insert noun, insert word. But I could just like put all these like Pete-isms in there like in a row. Like it just
I love it. There's
made
only
no
one
sense to me
Piche, bud.
at all.
There's only one
Just saying.
Piche.
I'm saying I could
Sweet
just like
Odo.
I could quote the Shay here. Yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
there's another Pete, Pancho Pete. He's still talking about. He's still talking about certain things. Although hey Snacks, one thing you'll have to give me. I encourage Pancho Pete to pick up the guitar, and he did, and that's definitely something. If everything else is
That
shit,
was you. I thought there was somebody else that made him do that. There was the Skyfly Bry, and he'd be walking him through stuff. So you also tagged in.
I remember
were
Scott. I
teaching.
remember that
You helped
now.
raise
Shit.
Pete. You raised Pete up
No,
too.
that's
I guess.
fine. That's fine. I
No,
constantly encouraged him to do so,
Yes,
though.
the
So I'm not
village-
taking away from Skyfly Bry. I would probably never have thought about him again unless you mentioned it there.
He did, and his shitty MIDI stuff. He's like, okay, we're going to this, and it's like ding, 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 ding. It was sounding like totally shit. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah.
That's excellent, though. And the point I'm trying to make is, well, there's Pancho Pete.
That guy
now
sounded the
talking
most
about-
like Michael Caine. He sounded the most like Michael Caine of any Brits.
My dad is Michael Caine. I guess with practice, you can become Seth MacFarlane, great voice actor. Could he?
Michael Caine is not
say
your
Snacks,
Caine.
do you think
Okay,
Seth MacFarlane
let's get
could
one
do an
thing
impression of
straight.
Elon Musk?
Michael Caine is not your cocaine.
You reckon that Will Smith could do an impression of Barack Obama? My mother thinks I'm crazy. That's the one thing that makes me crazy for everyone. I say I speak a lot of sense. My mother's a flat earther. She's a flat earther. She just doesn't sort of care too much about it or doesn't realize the implications. But yeah, when it comes to Will Smith being Barack Obama, I'm just everything then you do or you say or you smoke.
Yeah, I mean, you know how ignorant that comes across, though, right?
No, of course I do. Of course I do. We're not ignorant. It's more contrary. It's the extreme contrary view to sanity because Barack Obama is his own person, to my mother. So my mother says she's a flat earther. Yeah, she doesn't experience the earth to move. She doesn't really care about it. You know what I'm saying? But when I say that so I develop upon that and talk about how there's actors in this stage and the whole theater is sort of set before us. When I say that Will Smith is Barack Obama, well, that's you're gone because why? You have that.
I mean,
monolith,
it's even like a touch.
delivering the
It's
truth. Yeah,
just the idea of it is even a bit dehumanizing. Just that you even had that idea.
Yeah, but
Just
don't
that
be
you even think
bullshitting
that
me.
way.
Don't be bullshitting me and telling me that you never heard that Barack Obama was Osama bin Laden.
I'm playing like Nancy Normie here. Okay.
Yeah. But there's no hope of talking to you then, Nancy. Go and get yourself coffee or something. Because Snacks, Nancy Normie wouldn't have even heard of the idea that Barack Obama was Osama bin Laden, right? But there was developed thinking and threads and thoughts on it, my own included. I did a whole thread over in a Clues Forum and also on ATS. I can post it here at 2012, friends. And I already sort of proved that to myself. And then now, Flat Earth and Beyond, my current thinking is, well, that was a bit too obvious, wasn't it? Wasn't it, friends? It was a bit too obvious. So maybe there's more to the story.
Like they can't go back and forth. You know what I mean? Like one can't be in a movie and then also like and they can't meet each other in public either. That's like
yeah, well, they haven't.
Like,
Hey, Snacks, there's even an interview where one interviewed the other, but would you believe, well, you know the story already.
You want to tell me Clark Kent is Superman?
Like you never a big hug.
I mean, if you want to tell me... What?
I posted a picture.
What's up?
I only got a second. I can't discuss it, but I posted a picture. Maybe you and Pete might want to decode together separately. It's like a really pure expression of the Fibonacci sequence, but I don't have time to explain. So see if you. I had a fun time. I just saw the image and I was like, "What's going on here?" And then I found more and more out about it. Like, oh, now like tons of aha moments, one after another. So check it out. It's based on the Fibonacci sequence.
I see it, bud. I see it. That will take more consideration now. I like it. I see the symmetry. I think I can see something that's missing, but that's okay.
Okay, so that's like digital roots, probably.
Where's the epicenter? Where's the epicenter of the grid and the circle snacks? How come that's not detailed? Everything stems from an epicenter. You can't have the circle without an epicenter. Are you left to guess with your microscopic?
So this, we're going to look at it like a clock. So it's running like clockwise, like from 9 being the end, and this is going to be how many? Like 1, 2, 3.
I guess this is something to consider. Hey, fundamental. He drops the gem and he dashes off. Snacks. I guess me and you are going to have to think overnight about this.
So,
maybe we'll get back tomorrow on our impressions.
This is
our initial impressions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would guess that these are digital roots of the first 27 Fibonacci numbers mapped around a circle, which has its own already geometries to it. So like no matter where, like it's positionally like a gimme that those things will occur because so whatever geometric relations like you would. So yeah, digital roots are we're just gonna like add the two numbers together until we get one number, which is different than a type of numerology or Kabbalistic reduction.
I knew it was 24. I was thinking 24. Remember I mentioned 888 earlier on with the numerical association with Christ? Well, 24 is 888. 2 and 4 backwards is 42, which is said to be the ultimate answer to life. Here's the thing, Snacks, life, the universe, and everything. We have to decide what a fucking thing is. We've been told what a thing is. Now we got to decide what a thing is.
Like it what happens basically with Fibonacci series is that it expands from like real quick. You know what I mean? But it's built in rules that have to do with number combinatorics and like addition and leftover numbers and stuff like that. You know. So we're just using like 1 through 9 basically, and sometimes we hit 0. Sometimes 0 is hit for like long strings, you know, where, within like a string of Fibonacci numbers, all going to have like 0 in that place. So, but essentially, like the unit of any Fibonacci number is only one of 60 different numbers that it could be, over and over and over and over, and every position of Fibonacci numbers are like that. And so each one of them represents a finite, discrete mathematical set of numbers that we can use and like put into a grid form. And because it's a square number, we can like divide it into multiple modes. So Fibonacci is very adaptive this way. And because of that, we can tile it different ways. And at least with this first 60 numbers, it forms like almost like a 3-dimensional number set. That
it's made up of points, though. Fibonacci sequence is made up of.
It's like
things. Why does it begin at 1? How can you begin something at 1?
If I rationalize,
go ahead.
If I rationalize these 60 integers that are the units column of the first 60 Fibonacci numbers, right? I can produce a number that runs the same going left to right, and then if it also is striping diagonally in chunks through this grid of numbers. So in the matrix, I can see the numbers add up. You know, so it's going left to right just like a regular number would, and then for some reason, if I force it into this particular type of geometry, it runs sideways up and down. So it's running 3 different ways at once. You know, it's like one of the most miraculous fluke find. It's a fluke for me to find this. You know what I mean? But it's like,
but it's a simple rule as well, isn't it? Oh man, you're after clicking, revitalizing something in my own thoughts now.
So if I read these stacks to you, they sound like chords, right? So it's a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That's like a 4-chord with
the stacks.
Snack stacks, yeah, these number stacks, man. And they all have equal like frequency, so like each one of them will all like add up to the same number of 20, I think, something like that.
That's
I think they're all
man.
equal.
Let me tell you something. I'm okay. Listen, I can't relate to you so much on that one because again, I'm just thinking about something adventure I did years ago into the Fibonacci, right? So I'd have to refresh. But let me make a declaration, and it might help you as well. I say that all letters come back to two letters, which are H and O, and all numbers come back to two numbers, which are 1 and 0. Now, the problem with the 1 and 0 is that, well, which came first? It's like which came first, the chicken or the egg? So this is where we get the 0 point. So this is where the point is the most significant, and a point in motion gives us the line, and a line in motion gives us the circle. So the Fibonacci sequence, just to finish snacks, begins with the 1, but it hasn't said shit about the 0, and this is where we're dealing with a two-dimensionality, non-motion representation
now,
of a
just give me a
thing.
pause now. Please.
Okay, an ideal. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So because of we're using the base 10 system here, right?
Yeah,
so,
it's a base 9 system ultimately, though. It's a base 9 system.
It is a base 9 system where there must be 10. Yeah.
Well, but so you can't have 10. You can have 1 to 9, but you can't have 0. Incorporating that.
It just means like
it's telling us that there's beyond the numbers, beyond the thing, the countable. Yeah.
Well, it's like it's 9 plus. It's like 9 to the maximum, you know.
But
it's
then
like 9.
you don't.
It's like the number 9.
That's where the
no
Fibonacci sequence doesn't start off at 0. It starts off at 1, and then you have 1, 1, give us 2, and it's a very simple sort of sequence, just in case anyone doesn't realize, right? So simplify everything, but every new term consists of the addition of every 2 prior terms. So in instance,
I'm just
it
saying,
starts off at 1. Yeah, go ahead.
Because and so just naturally from 1 plus 1, we arrive at a 60 pattern. That's really cool because that means that really we could make it so that every second or every minute or whatever, so every second in that minute we could like alternate between these like tones or whatever. We'd really be playing like all these end Fibonacci like root bases or just like fragments of it in different and we could hear all of them too if we had the calculating power, you know. I guess
you're
until
a brilliant mind. I love you, bud. You're a brilliant mind. You're a brilliant
I
mind.
just like I came across this and like I rather than like I guess like cuck to the concept that my natural intonation in my head didn't make me required to like learn music theory, you know, that like that was some bullshit I did not need to know basically, is true in a way, but it's not. And but anyway, I pushed a lot of effort that way, like through trying to like use numbers and drive music with it, and use cryptology and drive music with it. Basically, taking from the piano, using the black notes, you know, the A E I O U, and then we have 3 sets of 12s, right? So we can do 2 octaves, right? That's like 24 notes. So we can just like equate those to the characters of the alphabet, and then we can generate like tonal series from any, just for like some theoretical composition bullshit that would probably sound like a computer made it. But
right. So how did you? So did you make it gel? Your newfound way of thinking. Did you make it gel with other interactions in your like other sort of orders? Like I remember mentioning 888. Let me just say this, snacks. 888, we have the Son, the Trinity, the Son. When you bless yourself, you say, in the name of the Father, as a Christian, I grew up with this, right? In the name of the Father, you point to the center of your forehead, and the Son, you point down to just above your solar plexus, right? I think this represents the womb. The Son comes from the mother, and then the Holy Spirit, you bring your hands together. So the point I'm trying to say is, well, remember I mentioned 888. If we have the Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, well, 72 keys on a grand piano, right? So yeah, have you found that your newfound sort of Fibonacci thinking, gels, what I'm saying, with other languages? Have you found it gels with other languages?
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting, right? Because like phonology or linguistics, if you're to study like what sort of mouth positions and usage that we have, you could like define it. And it's like a science, and
Right.
so there's all these vowels, but like phonically, like there's more vowels. Like even though there's only A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y, there's also another alternate set that I'm probably using, like for adjustments to words or to make them fit or contractions or whatever.
See, that's the thing. That's I think the key, Snack, is because the languages that we use are just representative of something that's already harmony or otherwise. I think we're in a sort of a disharmonious situation, but we can put it right.
So there's like an angularity about certain languages seem very, very rigid. Like German can be very uptight sounding. You know what I mean? Like it's very, very uptight. But a lot of
staunch,
yeah.
Harsh.
But there's also
musicality. Very romantic, right?
Yeah, I mean,
who would you rather be, a lover or a fighter?
If you don't mind me saying this real quick, Snacks.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I couldn't hear you. You go.
Oh, you guys, yeah. There's like an English speaker's gonna use 20 unique or 20 vowel sounds, although 8 of them are diphthongs. So really there's 12 vowels and then 8 combination diphthongs when like one slides into another. Like when someone says boy, yeah, that has its own
when an Australian says boy.
What?
Really?
Yeah, but one second. Let me say this to fundamentally. This is the whole point about historical revisionism.
And there's peace talk way up here.
Well, I was just going to say this is the whole point of historical revisionism and flat Earth and beyond is where are these sounds, are these words developed organically or emergently in a sense, as we're told? I think we sort of cling to the old ways of thinking, or are they all designed deliberately in all of the different languages to present a sort of a coding for our brains to decode or interconnected? That's where I think Snacks is going.
So where I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to basically Leonard Bernstein's monogenetic formation of music, basically, or the concept that language is amplified tonal qualities. Song is heightened speech. Song is heightened speech, and it is mnemonic. It's memorizable because of its melody, because it's unique,
right,
and because of symmetry and stuff like that. So all these poetic ideas that are basically utilized within like English grammar and all that and stuff, and poetic device are also all employed in music. But if you let me continue, there's also an amount of thinking that certain tones are basically like middle C or right about like where kids from all over the world go na 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 na. They all do it. For some reason. And so Bernstein theorizes that there may be like a natural like tuning that people have basically, and that like language is just basically riding upon what is a natural like sort of musical skill of communication.
I love it. I love that. I never heard that before, but I actually love it. Now, I will say to you, right, what you've discovered, have you considered Snacks that is already known? If you have, please comment on it and your sort of future endeavors, or do you think that you've brought something, a new relationship into greater mind consideration? I mean, honestly, honestly asking
well, what I would love to know is like, how do I write better songs? And if I want to write better songs, then if there was some way that I could employ these like tools into my music, right?
I'll tell you.
And then
I'll tell you, get in contact with the dodo here, and myself and you would write the greatest song going, Snack. Shut the fuck up out of it.
But then I guess it got me thinking about cryptology and basically using language to drive melody and seeing like what those kinds of formations would look like.
What is a song, Snack? What is a song?
But then it ultimately becomes about like how much do you have to buffer the system in order to like make your chock full.
Right. Well, hang on, bud. Let me ask you this then. Okay. Is the greatest song to be written a sad song or a happy song?
It's it. Yeah, can I just fucking yammer on here a little bit longer on it?
Go ahead,
Like,
please.
it's just that like words themselves are musical phraseologies that are already assembled. Like to say that there is a distinguishing feature that's musical or not musical is to say that we have a beat or fucking not. You know, kind of. Like, because if we just had like if we were like tribally drumming right now, we'd be like fucking. It would be on a heightened level where I think we inherit a lot, you know, for language, obviously, but it's
Okay,
but it's
I have
based
a
on
question. I have a question. I have a
tuning
question,
that we learn.
Snacks. Very good. Pause a second. I have a great question. Classical music is associated with purely sort of a mental assertion, if you want. So it's a man's mind or a woman's mind sort of expressing on a keyboard. So there's no lyrics. Do you think that a song, actually, more specifically, the song that you would like to write, the best song you could ever write, would it contain lyrics? Great question.
A song has a definition to it that's not just melodies and whatever, but a song has to be portable. A song has to carry. You have to be able to whistle it. You know what I mean? And it's not something that's a jingle. So, you know.
I know what a song is. I know what a song is. No one.
Right. You listen to song. I'm just saying, like, yeah. I'm just saying, you know.
So I'm asking you, your song.
You
because you're a
should have
saxophone player, you can't sing. Show me the man who can sing and play saxophone at the same time. But
Well, like
your perfect song, Snacks, would it involve lyrics or not?
Yeah.
Yes or
Well,
no?
like when I play, like a lot of times I'm generating my attack patterns off of the speech patterns that would have been used in place of where those words would have been in the song.
Love it.
So if I was playing like
I love
Welcome to
it.
the Jungle on the saxophone, I'd be really trying to like, you know, fucking
I love it. I
knock
think
it out
that's
of
a
the park,
yes.
man. I don't know.
I think that's a yes. We should write a song, Snacks.
It's really just where we decide to like create the change, really, because if it's just open tones, then we would just be like, oh, we'd sound like Gregorian monks, like talking to each other, you know. So it's all about where you're deciding to gate your, you know, either somewhere stop the word or with your mouth or with
if I was going to write a song with you, I would say yes. It has to contain lyrics because Snacks. This is where the imagination comes into it. Yes, when there's no lyrics, right? You can just get lost in a dream. In a sense, there's no sort of connection. It's brilliant. It's wonderful. It makes you feel a certain way, but at the same time, you can't picture anything. This is the beauty about reading a book. You're reading the thoughts of others as they've pictured a certain sort of pseudo reality. It doesn't matter. But here's the thing about yes, I think your perfect song would have to be incorporating lyrics because first of all, you're such a great speaker. You're such a great thinker, and second of all, first we're told that in the beginning was the word. So the word is the expression which paints the picture, and third of all, then that yes, there's always a balance between the frequency, the vibration, and the expression, which is via the word.
So yeah, so like every word has a type of resonance to it. I'm just saying, like, and it's like, well, could you like extract out through numerological means, or you know, any kind of means, to create like sounds that kind of have the qualities of that word?
Yes.
You know? And the answer is no.
Oh, the answer is yes. I was going to say yes. Shit. Because you base it off one note, and you base the one note off the three associated notes. And Bob Dylan talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Dylan talked about this, and I think it's a key. That's what I asked you, Snacks. If you were making greater developments in your own sort of life and your consideration, if you already knew that all of the shit that we were thinking about or you were thinking about was known already, would you apply the same endeavor or effort?
Right.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And so so for a while I worked on this in my 20s, and like I hit some university time, and then I did some time in university, and then I was hip to this concept called isometric motet, which I had never heard before, and that's basically church generated music that followed mathematical dissection rules to take from the liturgy itself, like what was canonic or part of the parts of church or whatever, like the, I don't know, they got like an Ave Maria and the Vespers and what all those things is, you know what I mean? So it's like part of this, like each one of those has its own musical center pitch, you know what I mean? So it's like a concert, you know what I mean? In a way, like where it's cycling through these types of modes,
Right.
you know?
But it also depends on the audience, Snacks. If you're writing a song, who you're writing it for. That's why I asked you, is your song, your ultimate song, if you have it in mind, is there somewhere waiting to come out in all of us? Is it a happier song? Does it begin in a minor chord or a major chord?
Oh, geez, I don't know, man. You know, early church music, I think, is like plagal chant, and then that's like natural minor. So,
Well,
it's
let me say
natural
this to
minor,
you,
but I guess
Snacks.
that
Well,
sounded
excellent. I
cheery
love
enough to
that.
them. I mean, you know.
I love that. But listen, all my songs, I've written loads of songs. I may actually try to mention this to you earlier on, and I know we're talking a lot, but I think it's a good conversation, right? But yeah, I tried to mention this to you earlier on. Lots of things. We don't know anything about anyone, right? But I'm just saying,
But
I have
you
a
know,
box of 100. You know those micro cassette players back before you had all of this modern technology, back
a
about
micro
20 years
cassette.
ago, anyway. I had 3 hours each side, and I must have had if I give myself 10 songs on one of those tapes because it's 3 hours each side. I have 100 of those tapes in my wardrobe here, so
You
that
sell
gives
them out of
me
your
I'm not going to
trunk.
say 1,000 songs, but
Got MC Hammer with that.
hundreds of songs anyway. You know what I'm saying?
You got to hit and put a beat to it, Pete.
Yeah, but it's not about this. That's my point. I was just trying to refresh you on what I was trying to say earlier on. The point I was trying to make was that listen, it's our own song at the end of the day. The audience is you. It's your mind, your memory, your interactions, your child, your lover, your God. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So that's at its very core, that essential sort of expression. Now, yeah, you know that we know that in our hearts, and I think that great perfect song is waiting to come out. Maybe it requires cooperation, Snacks. I guarantee you, bud. If I excuse me this now, if you forgive my passion, but if me and you were your saxophone, I have my harmonica, guitar, a big piano. You have your piano. I have well, I could maybe refresh on the ukulele or the that's it was stolen. It was stolen from me years ago. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. Within an hour or two, we could produce something that's absolutely completely unique, but also more pertinent, which is flat. This is why I say it: flat Earth and beyond. Flat Earth is fucking obvious. Earth is fucking obvious, but you know what I'm saying. It's that sort of emergent and interaction, and that will develop the greater product. But who are we trying to sell it to? We wouldn't be trying to sell it to
Appellations.
anyone. I would just
Appellations.
writing a song with my friend Snacks and seeing how it goes.
I'm gonna do it on a mountain dulcimer, but also I'm gonna bring in hip hop flavor to it as well.
Would
That's
you
the production
believe?
concept here.
Well,
Like a Amish heavy metal. No, like a Amish pop techno, basically. Yeah, something like that.
all of the '90s songs are coming
We'll
back
get
again and being
we'll go
popular,
like
Snacks.
a little music concrete with the sound selection. We'll get like butter churning sounds, and we'll create a beat from it. You know what I mean? Like, be really nice.
It's all about an audience, isn't it? Funny, Snacks audience. I don't know if there's any light.
Yeah,
Reality
like,
light
but
is
is
just what we experience as visual light and interaction. So it's all about the frequency, the vibration that's coming out from an epicentral sort of emanation, and how we ourselves, as we are made from the greater thing here in our physical surround,
bars
react to the greater vibrations. That's what I think.
epicentral emanation, right? That'll be our LP.
That said, well, no, I like it, and I
Right, because
already
it's got two
proposed to you
E's,
there in
right?
chat. I love it, Snacks. That's
No,
just. I
I don't
remember
know it's
if we have 10 or 20 or 100 ideas for an LP title, well, that's one there, definitely there.
Oh,
But
you know
here's the
what?
thing: who are we
Yeah.
singing to?
Oh
Who are we
my gosh.
singing to? Are
But
we
really,
singing to
this
the
is all about the
choir,
album
the
art.
ones who know?
Really, yeah. You should like make a bunch of Beatles-esque like rip-off songs, and then
you can do the whole album art thing. Have fun with the encoding.
Snacks.
Not,
I
not
know
to Sergeant
Noel
Pepper's
Hogan
yet,
from
but
the Cranberries, but the Cranberry. Imagine
has
having the
no one
famous Cranberries.
memed that for you? Has no one like just populated the Sergeant Pepper's
You know,
cover
listen,
with
there's so
Piche
many
things?
memes made about Piche and everything is recorded as well. I don't
I
know.
hope
In
someone
one
with some
sense, I think I'm
creativity and
famous. I think I'm famous. There's so many memes and stuff made about me and the Dodo
maybe
and Aristarchus. I can post you loads of them here right now, made by other people.
I'm
But
just saying,
can I say this to you,
maybe
Snacks? In terms of what you're looking for from your music, I know the Cranberries from Limerick. Dolores O'Riordan faked her death. I'm sure of it. But I knew Noel Hogan, who is the main
Dodo,
lead
holy
singer.
shit, Dodo. Give somebody else a chance to speak.
But I'm saying this to Snack, and I'll shut
No,
up
dude,
then.
he's been trying to get in for like 20 minutes. I've been hearing. And
Listen,
you're
let
not
me
allowed
finish.
anybody. Okay, I'm just gonna mute you, bro. I'm trying to be nice.
Who are you?
Obo, the book moderator.
Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead, Snacks. I thought I was on point, but go ahead.
I'm cool with like if anybody else like wants to also get in. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make this like a 1v1 with you, Pete,
Thank you,
necessarily like
Snacks.
steel cage
I
match
just
style. You
wanted
know
to
what I mean?
finish then to Snacks, moderator, Mr. Moderator. Finish by mentioning why I mentioned Dolores O'Riordan from the Cranberries, international band Snacks. I knew Noel. He's the main lead singer, co-songwriter. But yeah, doesn't take much to write a song to make you fucking famous in that sense. But that's not what I'd be writing a song with you for. But go ahead now. Go ahead. What do you call it, Mr. Moderator? Go ahead, Mr. Moderator. You're clear.
I was like,
Go ahead.
yeah, I don't know, whatever, man. I'm just like, I was really just trying to talk about the Fibonacci stuff in the beginning. Get into music, but it's really weird that the units out of the Fibonacci, the 60 loop that's going on is like when it's in the 12 long rows, like 12 tone music. It's like it lays out in this sort of 3-dimensional way. Like
Ball Earther Snacks. The Ball Earther will actually see. That's what the Ball Earther will do. The Flat Earther will add the cubes in terms of a flat Earth basis, but a spiraling fashion, upwards or downwards. It doesn't even matter. So it's motion. It's incorporating motion and dimension. So okay.
Well,
Go
right.
ahead.
So I did what anybody would do is I tried to map this to a toroidal like grid, you know, to the best of my drafting abilities or whatever, you know. But I'm noticing like I've just had this piece of paper and just like I don't know. I'm just thinking that it's nodal, like that there is a north and a south to it, you know. Basically,
I think Snacks.
it's just a
Here's
It's
the
like a
thing. What about?
toroidal number,
Yeah.
really. And I honestly, like I don't know if there's any
I love it.
fucking other number in nature that does this, you know.
I love it, man. I love it. I think pi and fire are connected, right? So
But
phi is pi in motion. But here's what was I going to say to you about? Okay, here we go. If the words mean anything, the names Fibonacci and Foucault. Come on, Snacks. Come on, bud.
yeah, well,
Come
the
on.
Fibber part of it is his name really isn't even Fibonacci. You know, that's just where he's from.
Should have
His name
known.
is Leonardo da Pisa.
I mean, there's a lot of
Leonardo.
French and Italian
His name's
Yeah.
Leonardo.
people that have contributed.
It's
So
okay,
what?
man. Shit. Let me tell you something, Leon. Let me tell you something. Jesus is the Son. Just we Dodo here. Jesus is the Son. While heliocentrism, helicentric system is built around Aristarchus of Samos. Samos is Am SOS, which is Je SOS or Jesus. But yeah, last thing. Aristarchus is an anagram perfect of Christ's aura. Go ahead.
And I hit the buzzer every time. And anyway, yeah. So these number rings are pretty interesting, man. Like these 12-digit number rings are pretty cool to me. And
like they're basically capable of running type of math through them just by shifting where the divisions are in the line. You know what I mean?
I agree with
So
that.
like instead of it being a additive formula, it's more like it's you can shift the register to whatever square, and you get solves that are different. Like
a square in motion becomes a cube, those snacks, right?
yeah, and so you could do this with a cube too. But the 60 numbers,
an
like when
incremental cube, yeah.
it's where I naturally break it off is at the zeros, like when it crushes to a 0 at the 1, which happens 4 times. That's where I break it off. So normally it's like 4 lines of 15, and that's really cool because you can form a bunch of boxes out of it. You know, if you think about it, you can just like make
You have a mental block.
but a box is just like a cross too. So I'm like, wow, this is crazy. It's a bunch of interlocking crosses that compose the stitching of this number that repeats on and on forever, just adding 1 plus 1. Do you know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yes, I do. And what, in my own reckoning, Snack, just in case people think I'm some sort of a fucking faker or bluffer, I've had about 200 shows on my own channel, and I haven't shared a fraction of my own thoughts, in a sense. Not to say that they're any value, but I have something to say about that. And it's all about the establishment between the material and the immaterial, the mind and the matter. So that's what I mentioned about 42 being the answer to life, the universe, and everything. We got to define what a thing is. This is the countable thing, and that's where the Fibonacci sort of begins, which is within the lie, which is the one. So there's nothing preceding the one. Whereas, of course,
there is always something preceding.
Last thing, Snacks. The one is the material. No. The 0 is the immaterial source coming from the point. Go ahead.
So Fibonacci is about like essentially like starting 1 plus 1, right? So if we change that, what happens? Do you ever wonder that? What if we color outside the lines? What happens? Well, we wind up at certain junction points that are already within the number set. We can't get out of it. You're in the matrix.
Fibonacci has a linear relationship.
Neo.
Yeah.
You're in the matrix
here. You can't have a linear relationship within emotion. Isn't this what Dell is talking about these days, about the Earth's surface moving up, Snack? Have you heard? If you're trying to...
Oh, it was just the creator doing that. Just, like, stop fucking changing topics, Pete. Like, I don't know why... I don't know. I've been studying this for, like, fucking 20-something years, man. So, like, I don't know. It's cool that you want to make everything about...
We're having a great chat here, Snacks, because we're relating to terms that we can appreciate, me and you, but I don't mean to leave everyone else out. But yes, isn't that the latest conundrum that while the Fibonacci sequence now is moving in some sort of direction upwards, maybe downwards, who knows, who cares? People in Australia on the ball are upwards and people in Ireland are downwards according to them. But you know what I'm saying? The ball earthers pancake out the Fibonacci sequence and just apply it over as sort of a singular surface. Ironically, a horizontal surface, whereas in reality, with a close sun, everything is moving in this spiraling fashion, and a spiral is simply just a constant motion in a different direction. So you have a constant motion in one plane, and it's just moving in a different plane, which gives us the spiral, or the slinky, slinky. They can't entertain it, Snacks. That's why you have such an advantage, because the average ball, even to the best of them, Einstein can't entertain a stationary Earth surface. Therefore, everything you say is paramount. Definitely. The actors are revealed. But just as you're not speaking back, but just honestly, this is very serious talk, because we're after fucking stomping on Einstein here, That's not to say that the character and the information that he's delivered is not encoded somewhat to reality, and that is not a greater awareness of the nature. By the way, Snacks, Einstein, 1 stone, Einstein, 1 stone, 1 ST1, either side first, either way you look at it. Relativity, see, it all comes back to whether you decide, or mankind decides whether the Earth's surface is in motion or not. Go ahead. Go ahead. What I'm trying to do is big you up, though, as the listener here. And now you're in possession of greater knowledge. You can take on any man's mind, woman's mind, because they had the wrong context. And everyone believed that. Einstein's raison d'etre as a fabricated character was, well, to justify why we don't feel any earth motion. And with the ball, in a sense, the ball, the average bowler will tell us, is established before the ball in motion was established, which is again another clue for us, because the only way that the ball can be developed is if we decide against our experience that the Earth's surface is in motion. Then we look at the skylights and everything seems to be moving in a sort of vertical alignment. Shit. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, please. Come on. I'm going to talk it because there's a bit of silence. Oh, by the way. And by the way, can I just say, I might be muted at this stage, but can I just say that, listen, I've listened in to Earth Awakenings and there's been silence for hours on end. Hours and hours on end. I'm not criticizing that in that sense, but it's not as if I'm not in earnest. I do value the time I get to speak here, and I also value especially talking to Snacks about these sort of more advanced, or in a sense, simpler considerations. So yeah, forgive me if I infuriated anybody. It's not my intention.
Well, it'd help if other people talked as much as you do, then you wouldn't be singled out as the guy who talks too much. Because you know what I'm saying? Because you're not that guy. You just talk more than most people. That's all. That's it.
The problem is that because I've been in this, remember I mentioned I had 200 of my own and beyond YouTube shows. Some of those lasted 8 hours and end, but, and I have lots to say, and that no one else can say. So that's why I speak. And when I was talking to Snacks there, and thank you for the time, it was a great conversation, absolutely excellent. And I really mean that as well. Me and Snacks go into a room with an intention of making a hit song over the course of 2 hours. We'll fucking do it. But it has to be lyrics encompassing Snacks. And your best song, well, you have yet to tell me that. I think it's maybe half and half balance. But anyway, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Please bring up something that's... Imagine time was short. Please make your stamp. Make your imprint. Tell us where you've got at this stage of consideration or this journey. If you don't mind, I'd love to hear it. Honestly. What is Earth? That's the question I would ask. What is Earth? Is it possible that Earth is moving and not moving at the same time? Is it possible that Earth is flat and rotund at the same time? I would say yes. But I wonder what you might say.
Here's a big difference. I'm willing to say the Earth might be a globe. I am. You can record it, chop it up. Hey, Glatflobe said the Earth might be a globe. Yeah. I'm also willing to say it might be flat. Uh-oh. Now what? Like, get over yourselves, kids. If you can't say it might be flat, you're just being dishonest. I can say it might be a globe. It still might be, guys. It might be. You know how I don't know that? Well, I don't know it's a globe or not because I haven't left and seen the whole thing. I'm on it. So unless I leave it, I can't know what the whole thing is. So I'm going to say it might be this, it might be that. I'll tell you what the evidence does show. The evidence shows that the globe math, shows that the globe math we were raised on is incorrect. That's what reality shows. That's why I'm here.
Okay,
That's
excellent.
it.
Excellent. So I'm talking to a sort of, I know you see these terms. Okay, thank you, bud. So now I know who I'm talking to. Okay, you're sort of a beyond globe earther. That's a way of putting it, isn't it? So you don't believe the official story. You don't believe that people antipodal to you are sort of upside down to you.
Well,
Right? So
don't.
okay,
No, I don't want to
what
be.
is the
People
earth
don't want to
beyond
be
that?
pigeonholed.
That's a
Hold on.
different matter, right?
Hang on. I got a phone call.
Okay, I think that's what he was saying anyway. But if that's the case, that's fair enough. And the question I would pose to each and every one of you, because we've been lied to on such a massive scale, then right as I'm not going to say the term again. Flat Earthers and Beyond, FEAB, FIAB. You're a FIAB. Each and every one of you are FIAB. Okay. Well, the question is then, well, the ones who are delivering us the lie. The news breakers, well, what do they know? I don't like the thoughts of any man, woman, or child, or anything. God knows more what I know. Because who am I at the end of the day then? Who am I subservient to? Man, woman, child, myself, God? Who? Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? So it's easy to think that as I'm being delivered a lie, well then there's a greater possession, at least in terms of where I'm coming into now consideration of the nature of reality than I have been aware of. And there are people in possession of that. Isn't that with the Masons, the Rosicrucians, you name them, the fucking Templars, the Queen, the King, you name them. Isn't that surely where they're at? And I don't respect that. Because they've been told something. They're better than me. I don't like that. Or they're better than the child. Get the heck out of here.
Sorry, I had a work phone call.
You're good, bud. You're good. So where are you at? What is Earth then? What is Earth is the question.
I can't tell you, man. All I can say is my empirical experience says that it is not the globe I was told it is when I was growing up. I've been up 60,000 feet in the Concorde twice, and I've been in 100 other kinds of flights, helicopters, gliders. There's a thing called a gyroscope or a gyrocopter that I went up in. Some handyman pilot built himself. My mom didn't want me to go up, but we went up anyway. I've been up in the air. Okay, I've seen this place, and it's not a globe. So there's that.
Excellent, bud. What's your name, bud? If you don't mind.
So, this is Glatflobe, and it's not the globe we were told.
Nice one, bud. Let me just say this to you then, so as a consideration and response. Okay, nice one, bud. We talked before. I didn't realize. I'm just not looking at chat names. Anyway, nice one, bud. Excellent name as well. I love the spoonerism. But here we go. Now, as we come away from the illusion, which is the ball Earth, right? And your own direct experience tells you that, well, it's definitely not so. Now, we have to entertain the thought that there's a collective mind or cooperation in delivering us the light, and that they have to be, they've probably gone further than your mass ultimate height, and they've also considered, in inverted commas, also considered, just to finish my point, they've also considered, well, the greater extents or boundaries of the Earth itself. So there's people in play that are in greater possession of knowledge of the truer nature of Earth than you are. Is that true to say? Yes or no?
Well, it has to be. It has to be true. There's people who know more than me and less than me. That's true with everybody.
Don't you hate that? Don't you hate that?
Well, no, actually, it's okay. I used to, dude. I used to be like, well, why can't I be the guy that knows everything and I be the one that teaches everybody anything? And people think that I have some kind of like teacher God complex when I come in here and try to show people what's up. But that's not that. I now have to avoid that kind of behavior wholeheartedly and appreciate the fact that it's in our differences that way that we can actually learn at all from each other. Otherwise, it would be all the same information. It wouldn't be interesting. Nobody would learn. There wouldn't be any development.
I agree with you, actually. I love your answer. But yet at the same time, you're on your own personal quest. right? So you've got to find out what they know. They could be the
Yeah.
liars, deceivers here could be doing everything they do for the very, very best of reasons because they know the greater divinity in us, and life is about something. It's about some sort of a progression from innocence into corruption and back to innocence again. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a
Yeah.
greater sort of clock to life. But yes, where does that land us though? As an individual,
Well, it made me
how are we
think of.
supposed to
It made me
progress?
think of if. It made me think if there's an intelligence that has created this place or is maneuvering or whatever, managing this place. It made the decision to put itself. First, it made the decision to make a puddle. Then it made the decision to put itself in the puddle and get dirty from the puddle. And now it seems like it wants to try to find out how to clean what was in the puddle off of itself. Right, learn from mistakes.
I have a great consideration for all of us, and I brought this up a few times, and it's actually very good. But whatever about ourselves, our own corrupted selves, let's think about the children, your own child. You don't have to be specific, but just in general, right? So now we send them to school. They're presented with we have a whiteboard in front of us. They're presented on the left side of the whiteboard with the blue marble. Now the onus is on the parent, the true originator, the true creator of this most wondrous avatar, if you want. You know what I'm saying? It's a representation of you, and only the truth will do, because we're on a truther path, flat earth and beyond. What picture are you going to paint on the right side of the whiteboard for your child? And remember, it's an interactive picture as well, so you can just pinch your fingers. Your child can pinch their fingers and zoom in and out of the blue marble. That's obvious. They can do that via Google Earth. So yeah, what is the picture you are now going to paint for? I think that becomes your life challenge. Just one in general, a parent in general, a flat earther and beyond in general. What picture are you going to paint then for that pure innocence?
It's not my job to paint them any kind of picture. It's my job to give them information. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
going to
you're
tell
going to send
somebody.
them to school. You're going to send
No, I'm
them to
not.
school. Sorry about this, Flat Glove, for interrupting. You're going to send them to school, and they're going to learn not you particularly, but they're going to learn the official science, and then they're going to come home after
Hold
coming
on.
from the
They're
place that
gonna
you
be
send them,
they're gonna
and
be
they're
sent
going to
to
say,
school.
"Well, it's not true, right?" You're going to
Hey
say it's
man,
not true.
they're gonna be sent to school in their bedroom at their desk. Yeah.
Well, I like that. I like that.
They're
But
not
at
going
the
to be
same
sent
time,
away out of our purview. When my child is at its most sponge-like, right, sensitive, information retaining, absorbent, I'm certainly not going to give that child to any strangers for any amount of time at all.
well,
Sorry.
that's cool, but if we think about, okay, I'm not, I'm more power to you, bud. But at the same time, you have to introduce them to the greater, wilder world,
Of course.
wilder world, and then they're going to see that it's just generally accepted to be true that they live on a spinning ball Earth. But what are you going to say to them then? That they're being lied to? At what stage do you start telling your beautiful child that they're being lied to? You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't. You let them find out on their own. You present them with the information that is out there. You don't bias it up. You don't color it with your fucking opinions, experience, or thoughts. You just show them what's up and then let them decide. Give them the apple and let them take a bite. Don't tell them what the apple's going to taste like beforehand. Then you'll probably ruin it for them.
That's a good answer, but the problem is here, though, that the official established system, the schooling system, the scientific system, the developmental system, already incorporates as a sort of a basic standard that we live on a ball Earth and we are humans occupying a certain space on this ball Earth. So are you saying? Let me just finish this because there's a question to you, and I'm not trying to pick on you or say anything against
problem.
or for
I
you,
got
but
you.
I'm just
No
okay.
problem.
Let me submit the question then, which is, well, are you going to say to them that you have nothing to say on the matter, even though they're going to be exposed to this greater degree with
No.
interactions in society? Go ahead.
No, my response, it will be, it'll be as the questions come. She'll come to me and my wife with questions. I'm not going to force anything down her throat. If she wants to say, hey man, Dad, I know we've talked about this a little bit, but my teachers are talking about outer space and that stuff, and I know that you kind of said that they might not be right about that. What were you talking about? If she brings that stuff up to us, I'll give her my experience. But the last thing I want to do is tell her what to believe just because I believe it.
Well, 1 second, please. Let me answer that directly. And blessings to you obviously have a new daughter, right?
Yeah, soon enough.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, bud. That's so wonderful. My honest to God, true love and blessings to at emergent, wonderful life. Okay, so the problem is now, right? Now you now are the responsibility. You tell your daughter from the start, or you treat your daughter as if she knows everything. All right, and you let her know from the start that you are in a more correct frame of mind, being a flat earther and beyond, than the
No,
lie that
no,
is
no, no, no,
presented
no.
before.
That's it.
How else
That's
are you not going?
reckless.
How else are you not
That's
going to do
reckless.
that?
Dude, listen, it's reckless. If she wants to, listen to this, okay? This is how serious I am about this. I love my daughter beyond any of this silly arguing that we do. I do this silly arguing because I also love my fellow man and want them to wake up. But that's if we're talking about my daughter, if she wants to start thinking that the earth is a globe, I'm going to say, well, I don't agree, but if that's what you want to say, more power to you, honey. I love you no matter what. And that's that. That's it. That's how it has
She's
to
not born
be.
yet.
What? I know.
Not born yet.
So, okay.
Yeah. So when she's born, you tell her
Yeah.
what's what.
No,
Don't let
listen.
others lie to
I
her,
can.
and then she come ask you and say,
I'm not
"Well,
going to lie to
you
her.
decide what you want."
I'm not going to lie to her. I'm just not going to bombard her with all of this shit at once. She's got
Yeah,
to
but you're going to send her
gradually
to a place
find
to be
out.
schooled that does lie to her. How
I
can
am
you do
not
that?
sending her. She's going to be homeschooled, brother.
Yeah, but you can't. Are you going to take her off official internet? You're not going to let her watch Discovery Channel
She's going to have a
or
lot
talk to
less internet than I
friends.
did. Yep. She's going to have very minimal internet. Yeah, very minimal TV. She's going to
Well,
have
what about
books. She's
talking
going to
to friends? What about talking
She's
to
going to be a
friends and
poet.
all of
She'll
them are
have
born
friends. She'll make
earthers?
friends. We will encourage making friends. She doesn't need to go to public school to do that. The world exists regardless of public school, my friend.
Oh no, I'm not saying that, my friend. I'm honestly, God, I'm not saying that. But when there is an interaction at a certain age, you have a beautiful time before you. What I'm saying to you is that when she starts to interact, then and she's influenced by her, who else she'd be influenced by, but her father and mother, the ones who brought her into being, and your true position, you already come to realize that the world is a lie. But then, if you tell her that, right? Then you're giving her a certain insight in a sense, but at the same time, if you don't tell her that, well, what's she going to do? Just get into the norms around, which is everyone's living on a fucking spinning ball earth, and Elon Musk is a hero.
But listen, it's not my job to like coerce her into understanding the world the way that I do.
That's exactly your job.
No,
That's
it's not.
exactly your job.
Ugh. No, dude. She's going to develop the way she's going to develop. I can't force anything. None of it.
You're telling me that your job isn't to be as honest and truthful with your
It
most
is, yes.
beloved at every
But dude, I
point
can
in
be as
time.
honest and truthful as I want, and she could still want to believe in outer space and the globe. Then what do I do?
I'll tell you what you do. You spend your life now working on the right hand side of that whiteboard and painting a picture and say to your beautiful daughter, who is yet to arrive, well, she's already here, but yet, well, this is the best that I can offer. Obviously, you're not going to do that from the start. You're going to feed her the proper food at the start. You're going to teach her the proper language, which is music, which is vibration, and you're going to decide in the future then where to send her in terms of interaction. But the very best you can start doing now, my friend, is to work on that picture of your flat Earth, her existence, and where she's at in terms of your offering. What else?
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. I should be writing things down that I'd like to impart to her. And so I agree with that. I just don't want to color it with my attachments, anything emotional biases. Right? I want her to have all of the information, every single tiny little bit of information that's available, and then decide on her own. And that means if I've done my job, her deciding on her own will lead her to the truth. Right?
Yes, you're right. And you know what, my friend? I don't mean to sort of seem like I'm pressing on you. I'm not. You're in
It's all
the.
good.
How far is it? Yeah. How long is it till your daughter's born?
Let's
It's a
just say any
daughter.
day now. Any day.
Oh, are you kidding me, my friend? Big
No,
advice to
not
you.
kidding.
And oh, you're kidding me. Okay, that's wonderful. That's so wonderful. And listen, continue on along those lines because I know they're honourable. I'm just bringing to bear now. You're a flat earther and beyond, so there's a different story. And well, your child has blessed you. Your child has blessed you, and well, there becomes a bigger onus then on you to speak your truth at all times, subtly or otherwise. Like you choose your food. You know what I'm saying? Like you choose your company for your loved one who you give your life up
She's
for.
going to know how I feel. She's going to know how I feel. But that's the extent of it. I'm gonna, because I've lost family member relationships, right? That some of them I've gotten back since becoming a flat earther, but some I haven't. It's only because they can't talk to me about the flat. They can't do it. They won't even start the conversation. I don't want to do that ever again. And so if I can speak my piece and not have it provide detriment to my relationships, and have everything kind of even keel, and still have the truth going, being passed around. That's what I'd like.
Let me tell you this then. This is in your own hands, my friend. A child who's in existence right now comes from you and your wife. Is it your wife? Are you married? It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that. But is it you? Are you with your missus?
Yes.
You think along the same lines, maybe?
In many ways, yeah.
Excellent. Now, you are the creator. So, outside of all of the other interactions you just said, which ended sort of deleteriously, right? Now you have, the honor, the upright, established position of being the prime influencer with your beautiful child, and everything you will say to your child is out of love.
Yep.
Don't say nothing. You say everything out of love, and you let her know your own development because you are the child in a sense, and the child is the God. The child is born into a foreign language, a foreign land, fed a foreign food, taught a foreign language. But the child isn't a God, and the child knows everything. Let me just say this to you, though, just to be honest and true, and be humbled by your child's selection of you. So the very least, last thing, the very least you can do is be as honest as you deem to be appropriate. At every single step of the way. Paint that picture on the right side, but go ahead.
Well, and it's funny too that you say that. I agree with all that, and it's funny because it's like now, if you're an honest person and you're living in the truth, you have more than one quote unquote birds and bees conversation to have, and it's not. I'm not talking about trans stuff. I'm talking about the stories we were fed growing up. We had, when do I bring up the fact that there are a lot of government entities lying to us, creating the world around us that we think is there, even though it isn't, or whatever else you want to say? Like, I just don't want her to end up hating her parents, hating herself, because she didn't like the information, because the world doesn't like the information that I gave her. There we go.
Life is about compromise. But what are you going to think you're going to do at her first birthday? She's going to be cognizant, and she's cognizant from the start. But yeah, she's going to be more aware. So yeah, what are you going to do when your wife says, "Oh, I think we should maybe not accept Santa Claus, but maybe just go."
Well, we're not going to do Santa. We're not doing
You know what
Santa.
I'm saying? So yeah, you've already decided, right? But I would just say to you to look in this sense, right? Honest to goodness, like children we must become, Jesus told to us. I remember my own coming to being, and just to say this briefly, my friend, which I've said it many times, but I had to be very young. I mentioned to my mother, and she said, "Well, you couldn't be there because I used to park you there in the pram when you were very young." I said, "Ma'am, that's my recollection. From every point on, I remember it." And I remember looking up into the corner of a room. I can picture the room, looking up into the corner, looking across, and saying to myself, "Where am I? What's going on?" And I can't have been more than a few months old. So yeah. I think we have this sort of awareness. So if now transitioning times, there's an onus on you. The only onus on you is to be as honest as you can at every stage with something that is most dear to you. How many others would give up their life for your child? And that child comes from God. And there's no flat earther who doesn't believe in some higher power, whether it's even from ourselves, encompassed within ourselves or external to ourselves, but there is a higher power. Go ahead. Sorry about that, bud. Go ahead.
You're good, man. No, I don't have a response. That was good. Yeah.
Make a song. When your child comes, in the next few days, well, make a song. We were just, myself and Snacks were talking about it. Make a song. Are you a musician? You have to be a musician, right? You have to play some
Yeah,
music.
I went to audio engineering school for 2 years. I spent
Oh,
15 plus
wonderful.
years
Make a
touring the
song.
country.
Make a song.
I
Do you know
used
what
to
the
be what you
greatest
call a rock
song?
star, but I never made any money.
Oh man, don't worry about that. You're rich beyond measure. But let me say this. You know what I think the greatest song is? Shit. Get emotional now about this because I think, well, the elite don't lie to us. It's the parents that lie to the children because they conform. Anyway, it's Rockabye Baby. You're going to sing this song to your child as she's going to be resting in your arms and you're putting her off to sleep. Rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. You're gonna sing that song to her, but the problem is, not the problem, it's the beauty of it, it's the bittersweet nature of it. The lyrics are horrifying. The melody is sweet, on measure.
Yeah.
Fall of
Yeah, that's how
man.
they do it with pop music. That's how, and it still works to this day. You know, you get a pop song that's about some deplorable shit, but you put a boom, 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 and it's all of a sudden a happy
I
feeling
love
song.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, but I love that. But here's the thing: it's deplorable. It's just a sort of awareness of our venture into life. There'll be many heartbreaks,
Well,
heartaches, and heartbreaks. But yes, we
yeah.
have a beautiful, bittersweet. So don't think the worst. The only way you can get to the best is via the worst, in a sense. We don't want our
Well,
loved
that's what I'm
ones to
saying.
go
It's
to the
what I said
worst.
earlier about the creator perhaps making the puddle so it could get dirty in the puddle and then clean itself off from being dirty.
Exactly. Exactly. So think about this as the greatest offering. Well, as I said, the beautiful lullaby. You will sing that to your child, but now you will consider the lyrics as well. And isn't it funny? Can I just say this? Isn't it funny when I asked Snack about his ideal song would it contain lyrics? Yeah, because it's half and half. It's music and words. Music and words. But that's wonderful, my friend. Have your name picked out. Don't listen, my friend, don't sign anything. Tell the hospital that you haven't decided on a name. Don't sign anything. Don't let them prick the heel. Have control ultimately over your daughter. So your wife and your child, you're going for like your car, overseeing everything they do. Don't let them prick the heel. Don't sign anything, and your child will be free. Child will be free and non-restricted then, because your child is
Well,
free already.
we're gonna do our best to do like I mean, um, you know, I don't. She's not gonna get stabbed. I'll tell you that.
Nice
But with
one.
anything for any reason, no
Don't
stabbings.
give a name. Tell them, even if you have a name for your beautiful daughter, don't give a name to the hospital. Just say you haven't decided. I know it might be a little
Yeah,
bit of a
that's a good
lie.
call. Although
Okay.
somebody will say it, I'm sure somebody in the
Don't
room
be worried. No,
will.
hey. There's only you now, your wife and your daughter. There's no one else. And ultimately, there's only you, of course. Your daughter is the amalgamation of the divided aspect that you and your wife coming together produce. So the daughter is the whole. So you do your very best by your daughter. Don't sign anything. Don't attribute any name to this beautiful wonder that's in play. And well, as you say, you already know not to let them get any blood from the heel, especially. Do you notice that the heel, the head? So we're three component aspects. We have the head, the HEAD. We have the heart, HEART. We have the heel, HEEL. So yeah, okay. They do all this for a reason. Don't let them do anything to the best of your ability, and
Right.
fuck everyone else outside your wife and your intentions.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm with you. I won't let them do all the things they want to do.
Healing. Healing. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey, it's good to talk to you, Pete. Welcome, Dan. I got to
Yeah.
get back to the boys, but like I said, always good to talk to you guys. I love you
This
guys.
one,
Thank you.
Brad. Excellent, and the very best. The very best to you.
Pete, I couldn't help you but notice you were singing Rockabye Baby. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I was pointing out. Listen, I know I've been talking for a long time, so you can shut me up anytime you like. But yeah, I was pointing out how this is the it's the immersion. So we were birthed into life, and then this is the lullaby that sang to us as children in a
The
soothing
funny part is that
fashion.
you normally put me to sleep, but when you were singing, it had the opposite effect.
Are you kidding me? I can sing all day, bud. I was busking today, Dan,
I
and
think
you
your
wouldn't believe
message
it.
would be clearer in song.
Rock-a-bye, baby, on
No,
the
sing about what you're
treetop.
thinking though. Sing about what you're thinking. Like shit's wrong, we don't live on a globe. That kind of
Oh,
stuff.
lasers go
There you
straight
go.
for Dan. He's been
Dodo
firing
action. Don't you have a dodo song
lasers for
yourself?
years on end. Okay, something like that.
You know that song "Creep" by your favorite band Radiohead?
Are you kidding me?
That's
I'm a
fucking
creep.
so easy to play. It's so
Yeah. Are you
oddly
kidding
easy to
me?
play. It's such a simple song to play. It's amazing. Like there's nothing
I
to it.
know that. Don't you know
It's
that
incredible.
Hey, Dan, don't you know that the lead singer Tom York is nicknamed Dodo? You're talking
I
to just me
know, but
Dodo
I'm
here.
talking about the style of song and simplicity and the idea of songs sometimes in their simplicity have elegance, and that one does.
Of course it is.
I was just surprised it was only a couple of notes. I picked up a bass once and it was like, well, this is doable.
Actually, do you know? Actually, I have more to say about that.
I bet you
Imposed
do.
controversy. So there's controversy about how they took it from the Hollies. Would you fucking believe it? Anyway, when you were here before.
Do you know Foo Fighters, Dave Grohl? And do you remember when he did those acoustic versions of songs that were originally written as electric songs?
Yeah, man.
My
Listen,
Hero, the one,
you're immersed in all this
there
stuff, Dan. I know
goes
you worked
my
with
hero.
Prince. I know you worked
Oh,
with Prince, and you
just
remember the
kidding.
paparazzi. I'm only sort of an outsider looking into the tainted, frosted glass, in a sense. But well, yeah, you're getting into details I have no idea about. I know that the song "I'm a Creep" it references angels, and well, this is also reminiscent of the 9/11 soundtrack, which is Kid A, and the final song, motion picture soundtrack, where the last verse is. And it's omitted on the soundtrack. The Kid A. It's. Oh, 1 second, Dan. Hang on.
Did
1
I tell
second.
you I toured with Rod Stewart too?
Shit, I know you have loads. You're a great man, Dan.
True story.
Hang on, I have it. Hang on, this is a special moment now. Pay attention, friends, because this is the omitted song by the Dodo, Thom York, in a sense, but it's from the 9/11 soundtrack. But it's okay. I'll just sing it briefly and quickly. Okay, it's beautiful angel, pull apart and burn. Lost and helpless, I can hardly recognize you. I think you're crazy, Dan, baby. I think you're crazy, maybe. I will see you in the next Okay, that's the omitted verse from Kid A, the soundtrack to 9/11. Would you believe it, friends? Sung by Tom York, the Dodo. Not my devising.
Good job there.
Hey, Dan, can you just tell the audience about Rod Stewart, your impressions of Rod Stewart? What about Prince? What about your impressions of Prince?
They're not related.
Yeah, but I mean, just your impressions meeting with the celestials,
You'll have
the
to be more
celebrities, the
specific. My
stars.
impressions of Rod Stewart, as I told him, if he wasn't Rod Stewart the singer, he would be Rod Stewart the actor or the leader of something. He's got just quite a bit of character about him, and
Yeah.
there's a certain peace of mind about himself that allows him to mess up his hair on the way out on the stage instead of fixing his hair. You know,
Dan, can you tell good man from bad man? Was he a good man? Can you tell? Honestly, this is a question, isn't it? These days.
I can answer it in a way anyone else could answer. He's been through several marriages, and he's a good father to all of the kids from all the past marriages. So I would say that if you were looking to measure what makes someone a good man, probably a good father would make an impression, you know. So I think he is. In other words, you can't measure him on his career, right? I mean, I would say Neil Young is a great, great man, but he kind of ditched his wife late in life, and that's kind of weird. So I don't know if he's a great guy, but I love, publicly, I love him, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a consideration. We're in the heart of the conspiracy world. All the musicians are satanic these days, Dan.
I worked
you
with
meet
Rod.
someone and you make a judgment. Are they good or bad? I mean, anyone who tells the lie and profits from the lie has to be bad, right?
There was this funny time we were in Buffalo, New York, and Rick James lives there. And I was having Rod sign these soccer balls that he kicks out into the audience, these autographed soccer balls that he gets. And so he has to sign them before the show. So they get inflated, and then I stand there with the Sharpie while he does it, like 10 or 12 of them. And his guy comes in, this little guy that works for him, works in his house too, but he's on tour, and he comes in and he goes, "Rod, Rick James is out there looking for you." And he walks away, and Rod turns to me and he goes, "Keep that cunt away from me." And there was a pretty cool scene where there had been a cancellation, and they were trying to serve papers in San Diego for a cancellation the year before. And Rod had driven down there himself, as opposed to the band party, which I was with. So we were there waiting for Rod in a full arena, hoping he didn't cancel again. It was really kind of a weird situation because he did cancel again. He wasn't feeling like up to it, and he drove all the way to San Diego from LA, 2.5 hours, and did not perform. And as he entered the building, there was a ramp down from the parking lot down to the floor level of the arena. And I was waiting on the ramp, and as he rolled in, he sort of rolled down the window and gave a wave because everyone had been waiting. The arena was full. And someone approached the vehicle, and I didn't really pay attention to what it was, but he was headed for the window, the open window, and I sort of lowered my head and buried a shoulder into the guy and took him out without thinking about it. And it turns out he was delivering papers and had put legal paperwork in the window, and Rod had thrown it back out. And I had, the guy was going, "Dude, I didn't do anything." I go, "Well, I don't know who the fuck you are." Right. So it's pretty funny. I, out of instinct, acted like a CIA guy.
Yeah, you're like a bouncer. You were the sound man at the time, Dan, weren't you?
No, I wasn't a sound man for anyone. Don't say shit you don't know. So if you have questions,
you were the sound man for Prince.
If you have questions, there's no room for assumptions or assertions on your part.
Yeah, but I assumed that you were the sound man.
I
for
know, and you're
Stewart.
still
You were the
saying
sound man
it,
for
but
Prince.
it's not true. You're still saying it, and it's not true, Pete.
Okay, sorry about that. What was your role when you were in the Prince entourage?
Well, we're talking about Rod now, so it's different. With Prince, I was on the crew part, the production part. With Rod, I was in the band party, so it's a different thing.
Okay, okay, no worries. What's your best area? Where do you excel at when you're dealing with these superstars?
It's not that at all. I grew up in the promotion and concert business, so I'm aware of the backstage situation, amenities, things that people need to allow things to go smoothly. So you'll usually see me walking about in areas that aren't normally seen to make sure that everything's going well. And usually you'll find someone at a back door that can't get back in, like they went out to a vehicle and they're stuck and somebody's screaming, hey, this is the sound guy and he doesn't have his little tags with him. You know, shit like that. You know, I run around troubleshooting a lot because the job for me with Rod was making sure 9 guys got there, making sure he had a band when he got there. You know, that was the big difference.
Security then?
At night, I was security. During the day, I was often a luggage handler.
Sound guy. Sound guy during the day.
No,
Security
luggage
during the night.
handler. It's what they call a valet to make sure that their stuff gets
My
into the
question to
hotel
you-
from the planes, out of the hotel, back into the plane.
Yeah. Now, Dan, Flat Earth and Beyond, my question to you, what the fuck was it all about? Are these people worth this effort? These people are worth his effort. Rod Stewart, he can sing a song, fair enough. Maggie, just horses his voice. Maggie May. He sounds like Stephen Hawking's time to talk. But what's the big deal about it?
It's an incredible
What's the big
hold on,
deal
it's an
about
incredible
these
amount of
guys?
work.
Why are they
It's an incredible amount.
superstars? Their songs
hold
are
on,
written
it's
for them. Yeah, go
hold
ahead.
on. It's an incredible amount of work to be a superstar. You know, to do all of the things that they have to do, the considerations they have to make, the sacrifices they have to make. It's not easy.
Hey, you'll have to have about 20 children like Rod Stewart has. He is not called Rod for nothing, right?
I don't know about that.
Listen, Rod, this is all, the songs are the psalms in a sense. These are all of the prophets, the songwriters, because they're put in place and they're promoted. Ultimately, they're a great benefit because we all sort of we sort of think in vibration. So music evokes. Music has a language within itself. Even the classical music, we create our own sort of pictorial via development. Anyway, but they've taken advantage of that. I'm not saying it's for the bad, but yes, everyone loves music, so it's just taken advantage of. But ultimately, they're just karaoke singers. For the most part, their songs are delivered to them. Elvis rarely wrote a song. Faked his death as well at 42. The irony being he died.
Hey man, you can't
The
say
throne.
that.
Go ahead though. Go ahead.
You can't say that all these artists are given the music. You just don't know. Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Tell me who isn't then, or tell me who is.
I don't know, but I worked in the music business for almost 20 years, so you're barking up the wrong tree. Many
I'm
people
with
who are
you. I'm with
famous,
you.
many people.
Point.
Hang on. Many people who are famous got there honestly, even if people are now writing some songs for them to pay the bills.
I know that. I'm with you on that one, bud.
That makes sense.
Rod's
Yeah,
stolen a
definitely.
lot of stuff. Rod Stewart accidentally
Exactly.
stole a lot of stuff. He took credit for Forever Young, and it was a Dylan song. He takes credit for bunches of stuff. He ends up having to give it away when they catch him, but he accidentally takes credit. What happens is people recording it write it down, and nobody realizes who the writers are, what the songs are. I've been at shows that are on like TV, like for let's say in South America, it's going to be on something like on their TV, and the officials are just chasing you down for the song titles because they have to clear it through all kinds of things. And there's like a lot of like, we fucking need the set list, and you're like, whatever, dude, you don't need it that bad. Okay, I got a present for you guys. Some very amusing Rod Stewart pictures from the airplane.
I've got
You can enjoy
it. Dan, hey, Fanny Mandango. I don't think that's going to be allowed. I say to you, I have a present for you as well, and that's a song. If you want, I have a great song, and it's along the lines of the people who are acting the parts in terms of these greater sort of superstardom roles. Already, the songs are written for them in general, and they're delivered. I'm not talking about genuinely the people who make their way and they stand on their own sort of feet. You know, I'm talking about the people who are sort of compromised, the Bob Dylans, the Neil Youngs, the Rod Stewarts, or you could name a million others. Elton John, a perfect example, where he doesn't write any of the lyrics, but a song song is not just the music. A song is the lyrics, and we think in pictures and we deal in words. So we formulate. That's why the words are so. Just to say this, right? That's why the words are so important, because they actually make the individual relate to a previous time or a previous experience. Okay. Anyway, if you'll bear with me, now I'm not going to sing it right now. A couple of minutes or whatever. I have a great song for you, and I would encourage everyone. It's from Neil Young. He didn't write it himself, but it's one of the most, I think, significant songs ever, especially Flat Earth and Beyond Consideration, and the idea that the truth is already laid down before us. All of these characters take up the role, and well, they play a sort of a consistent part and a non-changing, ever static performance. Perfect. Rolling Stones, Neil Young, Bob Dylan. Excellent. That's not to say there's no truth within what they deliver, though. Do you know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'll play that for you in a few minutes if there's no objections. I think you'll love it. I'm guaranteeing you, maybe if there's 100 listeners, 90 out of the 100 wouldn't have heard the song. And just to make it biblical, to attract your interest, the Thrasher, it's called. Thrasher. Don't look it up. If you can look it up if you want, but I would suggest you don't until you hear me singing it. But the Thrasher, the biblical, so the separating of the wheat from the chaff, the useful, and the the detritus, the discard. Isn't that how we're sorted at the end of the day? Can I ask you another question? Anyone who's listening? How many times have you looked at the Sistine Chapel roof and the creation of Adam by Michelangelo, Mangelo? But have you looked beneath Adam on the left, where we have the green sort of hue, and beneath Lord God and his troop, his angry troop on the right, where you have the red? The boiling red. I'm just asking. What do you reckon, Dan? You willing to listen to the song?
Oh, I'm definitely not listening to you no matter what.
Listen to it, Dan. Listen to it, man. Listen to it. Because the songs are the Psalms. Moses, what are you going to do? Put your faith in Moses? What are you going to do? Put your faith in the past? The past survives via memory. Memory is the connection between, well, you and the truth. How about that?
You're missing all my paparazzi work. I've been pasting it in chat. You're missing it.
I know, Dan. I look back on that. I know you're a great man already, bud. You know I love you, Dan.
We did great work, man. I was right on top of these people, man.
Let me tell you this, Dan, you're consistent. You're like gin, and you will constantly deliver the truth and take people away from the spinning ball earth. But the problem is, well, if the earth is not a spinning ball, what is it? And you might say it doesn't matter, but it does matter, because the ones who delivered us the exaggerated, developed lie that is the heliocentric spinning ball earth and beyond model, they already have to be in possession of a greater truth. And then we came to, they already have to know, because they created the lie, which we were immersed in for years. And here's what I'm saying about the significance of songs like this. And listen, bear with me on this one. I'll do my best. I'll keep it down. And pay attention to the lyrics. That's what I would say. were hiding behind hay bales. They were planting in the full moon. They had given all they had for something new. But the light of day was on them. They could hear those thrashers coming, and the water shone like diamonds in the dew.
Your voice is too quiet.
I was just getting up. I hit the road before it's light, trying to catch an hour on the sun. When I saw those thrashers rolling by, looking more than 2 lanes wide, I had that feeling like my day had just begun. Where the eagle glides descending, there's an ancient river bending through the timeless gorge of changes where sleeplessness awaits. I searched out my companions who were lost in crystal canyons where the aimless blade of science slashed the pearly gates. Then I knew I had enough. I burned my credit card for fuel, headed out to where the pavement turns to sand, with a one-way ticket to the land of truth and my suitcase in my hand. How I lost my friends, I still don't understand. Oh, they had the best selection. They were poisoned with protection. There was nothing that they needed and nothing left to find. They were lost in rock formations or became park bench mutations on the sidewalks and in the stations. They were waiting. I got bored and left them there. They were just dead weight to me. Better down the road without that load snide. It was back the time when I was 8 or 9. I was watching my mama's TV. It was that great Grand Canyon Rescue episode. Where the vulture glides descending, there's an asphalt highway bending through libraries and museums and galaxies and stars, through the windy halls of friendship, through the rose clipped by the bullwhip, the motel of love's companions waits with heated pool and bar. Me, I'm not stopping there. I got my own row left to hold. Just another line in the fields of time. When the flasher comes, I'll be stuck in the sun like the dinosaurs enshrined, and I'll know the time has come to give lots.
Oh my god, man. Did Pete kill the chat or what happened here?
Pretty much,
Yeah.
we want
The
us to pay
harmonica.
attention to the lyrics of this song, but we can't hear him clearly. It's
The
been like
harmonica.
5-6 minutes long.
It's Radio Free Dodo.
Yeah, the harmonica is one of the most painful instruments there are. If you want to hurt someone, get a
Friends, I know
harmonica.
something at the very end. I know it was a long song. Thank you for listening. And yeah, oh, it became cross. Okay.
We couldn't understand the
Thank
lyrics.
you. Thank you, Pete. Though, thank you for the performance. Thank you for the effort, my friend. Thank you for the performance. We all do appreciate it. Yes, I'm speaking for all of us. Don't be dicks.
It's called The Thrasher by Neil Young. The Thrasher, we're all sifted. At the end of the day, we all know right from wrong in our hearts from the very beginning. We just forgot ourselves. And he's telling you, he's an actor on the stage. He doesn't choose to go to Tupac Island. He chooses to persist and tell you the truth as much as he can. Go ahead. Thank you for listening, friends. It's actually very funny. Can I just say this? It's actually very funny when I think of the word thrasher. TH, rasher. Rasher is a pig. If you eat pig, you're eating your nearest and dearest. You're engaged in cannibalism. Sorry about that. Stop doing it. You know better. Told us our nearest neighbor was a monkey, but they also told us that we had 47% DNA recognition with a dandelion or something like that. Yeah, why do you think millions of people around the earth survive on pig insulin? I think the first heart transplant was from a pig to a man. Good. Anyway, friends, I really appreciate your
Does
patience.
anyone have a
I'm gonna
topic?
go now.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
Pete.
saying my goodbyes. I'm saying
Pete,
I really appreciate
Pete, hold on a second. Pete, hold on 1 second, Pete. Pete, hold on a second, Pete. Does anyone have a topic or anything you'd like to
Yes.
bring up?
What would we do with Pete if he was right in front of us? What would we really
No,
do with him?
no, nothing to
To
do with Pete.
What? Say it.
I'll
I'm
tell you
out.
what we do
I'm out.
without him.
Yeah, I'm out. I have no idea what life is like without him.
Guys, who can do a full call pendulum? Can any of us do a full call pendulum? I think they probably cost like a couple $100. I don't know. It's string. I don't know how complicated this thing can be. Someone sent me a pendulum to buy. It was like $6,000.
I got a question. Sorry about the background noise. Uh, you know how I heard someone say that no, like, no light can pass through lead. I don't know if he's saying in the sense of like you put on the lead vest when you get X-rays to protect yourself from the radiation, but like because and like Superman with his X-ray vision can't see through lead walls or whatever. But like, what about the higher frequency stuff than X-ray? Can like gamma or whatever past that get through lead, or is lead just completely impervious to all EMF or EMR? Oh, and now it come to a red light. Did any of that get through clearly enough?
Yeah, gamma rays can penetrate lead.
Yeah, we need to moderate Pete. Yeah. And then this won't happen. Just like you can do like a half hour. You know? Just make it stop.
Well, get us going here, Snacks. Can you guys hear me?
You know, if like sometimes I think only you can get it going. But if I ever get it going, you know, and then just like a Pete moment happens, and it's just like, hey, I can see the end is near. You know what I mean? Basically, it's like, there's crows around here, and it's like this shit is about to get totally repeatable again. You know, like it needs
Snacks,
like a timer.
unbeknownst to you, you
It
have
needs like a
helped me get
daily
it
timer.
popping. Snack, unbeknownst to you, Snacks, you've helped me get it popping so many times in the morning. You can do it, Snacks. You can do it, bro. I know you can.
I make it seem like somebody's listening to you.
100%. You can definitely do it, Snacks. You are the guy to do this.
But can we get like a timer on Pete? Just like it's just a 30-minute timer, and then his like microphone explodes or something. You know, something like that. Like, make it quick.
It's like one of those Mission Impossible go get gadget messages where it just starts smoking.
This mute button will think that self-destruct in 30 seconds.
Well, actually, that would be cool. If you could only talk for 30-second clips.
Did you watch the video I sent with the roulette?
I did. You're lagging pretty good, and I did watch the roulette thing, and I made comments on it. I don't know what you think.
The roulette.
Yeah. By the time you get my packets of information, yeah, it'll answer your question.
Oh, I didn't check my DMs yet. Did you like it? Do you think that's possible?
It's always going to seem like you modeled a roulette wheel right. If you have like an animation of it and stuff, it's always going to seem like you modeled odds correctly, but I do not think so. I don't think you can reproduce like a particular roulette wheel. But seems like.
Well, I know probabilities are nuts. I know that probabilities are nuts, but you don't think like in your mind like there could be a way to like beat the roulette wheel by incrementally stepping up your bets with a nice sized bankroll and a low thing that doesn't involve like martingale or something, you know?
It's like if you're just playing like red and black, you know, that way and zeros, that yeah, like you're gonna see patterns develop where they're either like that same color or they're shifting every other time. But you never know how long those runs are really gonna be. And that simulation, I mean, it's frequently wrong on the call.
I know, because I've seen it be black. I've seen it be black so many times. That's why with that system, you go with the winner. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's red, if it lands on red, your next bet is red, unless switch it to the other one, and you do that interval, I think, in a video. So I mean,
Whoa, slow down. Your signal just got like radically improved, and then all the words came kind of flooding in.
Yeah, and I like to hear New York accents spoken that quickly, as if it weren't quick enough sometimes. But I always get my New York and Boston accents mixed up when I try to do impressions. It ain't work.
I don't know. I think over time, basically, like that, the New Yorker impression of like 1980 that we all think is like the accent of record, in some way, it goes away after a while. You know, like accents change in regions to some extent. Maybe I'm full of shit. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Oh, you're definitely full of shit. No, I'm
Dude,
not, but
listen to
I fucking psychically heard you already think that, so don't even worry about it. I pre-sniped you.
Listen to the anchormen from the 60s. Like, look at how far English has come in just 50 years.
Okay, gotcha.
They sounded funny back then. I mean, we sound funny today, but you gotta admit, like, you hear some of those black and white recordings of anchormen or like presidents when they were having their speeches. They had a particular accent that is gone. I don't hear it anymore. Rod Sterling, right? Is that his name from Twilight Zone? He had a specific accent. Or the guys with the Tommy guns, the mafia. You don't hear that no more, bro.
Oh yeah, like the Bugsy Malone.
When I grew up,
Yeah.
I thought I'd
Yeah,
either be an interior decorator or a hitman. Either way, it's coitons for you. Coitons, you hear me?
Yeah, but speaking of Rod Sterling, I never liked black and white anything growing up. Like nothing except Twilight Zone. It was like the only show that I would give the pass that was black and white was Twilight Zone.
No, I'm generally prejudiced against anything black and white. None of it's good.
You said none of it was good?
Yeah, we can say
They
some black and white stuff's good.
remade another Twilight Zone in like
Jerry's trying to remind us about Podcast Before Sound.
They remade the Twilight Zone in the 90s. It's in color, obviously. But yo, Snacks, do me a favor. Will you post that link? Am I wrong?
You're good now. Yeah.
You're good now.
Yo, Snacks, do me a favor. Post that link in the chat, will you? The roulette one. See if anyone, what people think of that real quick. Also, if anyone has a roulette simulator, let me know.
Wait, can we play on online? I'm sorry. Can we play it online? It's like 24/7.
I'm sure you can. There's got to be online poker, online all that.
Paradox, like we should be able to just earn cash all day on the roulette wheel. Doesn't sound right.
Who says that?
I mean, maybe if you have a good system.
How?
If you're never really increasing your bet to where it's going to break your bank, like that is like a stable strategy that kind of brings up for what, $1,500 whatever, piggy bank. What do they call it in gambling?
Bankroll. You had a $1,500 bankroll with $10 bets, but you can always, with these things, depending on what the table minimum bet is, you can always lower that. You can make it be like $150, and instead of 10, just do a $1 bet. Your bankroll is 150, like same thing.
Right, but I mean, essentially, like you're just botting it, right? This is like Elder Scrolls all over again, Jeremy.
I have a friend who does that professionally. He gambles professionally, and I don't claim to know anything about gambling except Texas Hold'em. It's the only thing I know. Like I don't really play anything else. But he seems to have hacked like slots. Like he swears he found a system. I'm like, dude, I keep telling him like, there's no system, bro. The house always wins. But he swears for a system, and it's working for him. I can't lie, like it is. It's working for him. Like he makes a lot of money, dude.
On slots?
Yeah, on just slots.
That's weird.
That's weird.
And bro, look at that! Look at that roulette video. Snacks, will you post that for me? So Lion can see it. Check that shit out, bro. Tell me that won't work.
I had that posted since you heard the beep. It's posted.
But yeah, but he told me he'll show me how to do it. Like he's gonna tutor me. I'm like, dude, I'm good. I'm all set. Like I'm against gambling. I don't even gamble. But I'll go with him to Foxwoods and he'll show me. He's invited me to Vegas because that's all he don't. He's like a nomad. He doesn't have a house. He just stays at the casino. They give him free rooms. Because by playing, he gets free rooms, free food. He got like he got a
Yeah,
special
they comp
card.
you.
Yeah, man. It's like, what? How do you get all
You get
this?
comped.
You get room and board and all that, dude. Like, what? And then his apartments are insane, or his rooms that he gets. The hotel pays him to stay there, bro. I mean, the casino.
Yeah. Yeah, the more you bet, the better the comps you get. You get free meals and multiple nights in a room. Yeah, all types of shit.
It's a crazy
Oh, you're against
lifestyle.
gambling?
No, it's
What's
not.
wrong with
Listen,
gambling?
I'm not even gonna. No, I'm not gonna get into it.
Guess
But I'm just
I
saying,
guess the
it's a
lobster.
crazy lifestyle. But he has no kids. He has no commitment, so he can live that lifestyle, and it's fabulous for him. It really is. And it's working. His formula that he's discovered is working. And there's people that know about it, and they get mad when you teach other people about it. But basically, long story short, he goes around and he knows which machines are gonna bust. That's what he says. He knows which ones are gonna bust, and then he plays those machines and they bust. I kid you not. That's how he talks about it, and it does, bro. Whatever. And listen, I know that there's like a math that tells you that it's impossible to win against the house, right? But this dude's doing it. He's living proof. He's doing it.
I don't know. I could see a different game or something where you like is he like martingaling it or raising his bet incrementally or something?
No, he just knows which machines are gonna bust because they haven't busted in so long that he knows like probability is that they have to bust because they haven't busted in this long. You know what I mean? And he knows which machines those are because of how much.
Dude, you'd have to
I
be
don't know,
watching the machine all day.
dude. I don't know how they
That's when
know,
he's
man.
living. He's like camping out and living there, and
They know which machines haven't busted, bro. But not everybody knows that. Only very few people know that. Allegedly, because I'm not an addict.
we figured this roulette thing out, Jeremy. You know, it's like casino lobster. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yo, snacks. It's not. Look, do you see how he's making the bets though? It's not just like you're just going red black. Like that's not gonna. You're not gonna win doing that. It's like a very methodical system he's got going on. I'd love to see that run in a simulation like a million times or something. See how often you lose your bank.
Didn't the owner of the UFC, what's his name? Help me out, man.
Dana missed something.
Dana White.
Dana White.
Yeah, he was banned from certain casinos in Vegas for winning so much. Because he also has figured out how to hack the system. Like, he knows how to hack the system, bro. And he's done it with blackjack and other games where they're like, yeah, you're not allowed here anymore because he's won millions and millions of dollars. And he's not cheating. He just knows he knows how to hack the system legally though. Like, he's not cheating.
Like even if there was this roulette thing, and then I figured out how to do it, and they're like, "Yo, you can't fucking do this anymore." You could just do it across multiple different things. There's always a workaround for everything. But yeah, snacks. Here's what we need, snacks. We need a simulation. I need to run that method, that whole strategy in a simulation like a million times. Can we do this? Are you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you'd have to build like a roulette simulator. Unless that's just like something you can get.
Or you just plan on using the digital version. What are you thinking? Are you going to try to use? I think the computer, or maybe the computer is possible, but it'd be difficult to simulate.
You think so?
There's like X factors, man. Like I don't know.
I don't know, man.
It's just a random roulette spin.
I think it's possible to get the numbers that you're looking for, right? Like in roulette or in dice, CeeLo, whatever it is, it's possible to influence the outcome, the probability on your in your favor, and you could experiment.
Yo, you know what I saw once?
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad line.
No, you good.
You know what
Go
I
ahead.
saw once? These people made a computer thing of the ball, so it was watching the ball spin, and you have a few seconds after they start the ball spinning to stop your bets, I guess, in this one casino, and they figured out by how fast the ball was going and where it was, they figured out what number it was going to land on and put mad money on that number and fucking crack and hit them. That's too crazy though. We just need a nice system that works.
Although, like it's like I've had it happen before where like it goes 00 and then 0, and you're like, oh, that's cool that I just doubled up my bet and whiffed it, right?
No, that's why this one doesn't use
Breaking up.
martingale. I would
Breaking up.
never do.
He would never do Martingale. I got you.
Well, I don't know about never, but
What about Martingale Pearson?
well, not for something that's 50-50. I would do martingale if you had some kind of 9 out of 10 thing or something. But a 50-50, you can get mad losing streaks and everything. So this one, it just raises it by 1 unit. So you start with $10, your next one's 20, the one after that's 30.
And but it's like, what is the actual odds of it going to 00 and then 00 or 00 and then 0? Right. Those are crazy odds.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But you don't get paid for that. Yeah. I think you get paid for losing.
Oh, it's bad. I can't understand anything you're saying, man.
Jeremy, how do you not know the good spots to talk on your cell phone at your job? Yeah.
Because he's usually in the bathroom stall, so each bathroom, each individual stall has its own vibe for sure.
Total loss.
He needs like his own like
board. It's a total
antenna.
loss on the board, but then you just raise your bet.
Oh boy.
Dropped out as soon as he got better.
Yeah.
We missed it all, Jeremy. Every inch of what you said, we missed. It was roboting the entire time fully.
Like, go to the spot in the school where you can speak and it's clear, and then go back to work after that, right? I don't know. I guess the point's to be able to talk while you work.
Okay, Snack, why don't you play your horn? Why aren't you a musician? I'm really confused by that. I always have been.
What?
Well, you're
On
good
here?
at something. You're good. No, like there's something you're good at, but you don't really do it.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
You know.
I mean, I'm telling you, I know I grew up in the music business. You're very good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. That's nice. What? Do what?
I
with
just
it?
asked why you don't do it. Why don't you do it?
Do what?
Be a musician.
Like, in what way?
As opposed to a couch potato.
I'm not a couch potato.
What Jack in the Box do you work at?
What am I supposed to take advice from someone like you? Or is this just like...
No, I just wanted to know from me to you, why don't you play your horn?
Wow.
Why don't you play your horn?
I mean, like, what kind of... Well, how much understanding do you have about the music industry?
Hell of a lot more than you. I mean, I've toured, I've owned publishing, I've negotiated deals, I've put on concerts, I've been in it my whole life.
So music performance, then, and getting the gate, and then doing that kind of thing. That's what you mean? Concert promotion? Well, there's other areas of the industry. That's all I mean.
I've worked in most of them.
Oh, yeah? You're a producer, Dan? You do arranging,
No, I don't.
composition?
I don't sit at the board. I'd be
Yeah,
more of
that's
the
it.
engineer
You just-
type if I was near
transposition,
equipment.
copywriting, anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a crazy ass industry. Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding.
I should have sold out during the soft jazz time when there actually were soft jazz radio stations. I should have sold out then. I'd have an audience by now. Even if I sucked then, even if my shit was shit, you know what I mean? I still have something. I should have done that then. I had the opportunity and I didn't take it. Hoo-ha. But I don't want to be known as a fucking soft jazz player. I don't want to be known as any other kind of thing. So I kind of just take it on my terms of trying to be a musician. But like, I don't know, like a soloist, basically. Like, I don't know. It's easy to get jobs, you know, just touring and playing other people's music. But it's quite a different thing to come up with your own and do that.
I'm trying to convert all my old shit to something I could put online. Since I haven't had a band in like.
And I don't know what I don't know, man. But Peach's harmonica playing sounded like just fine to me. On here, so I don't know. Maybe we just have different ears. But I don't know what kind of saxophone driven shit is there even right now. I mean, like, not really. Who gives a fuck about it, you know?
All right, I'll inspire you. When I toured with Rod Stewart, there was a guy who played keyboards.
Right. So it's like if I had the opportunity to tour with Rod Stewart,
I beg to differ.
It's
I
not
heard some incredible saxophone and trumpet playing from different orchestras. They need to bring that stuff back, man.
So the dude was just playing trumpet in the background, you know, as part of a horn section. And he used to sit there at the keyboard at backstage and he'd go, "What do you think of this? Is this a babe chord?" And he'd go, "Dun." He'd be like trying to draw chicks in with the right sound. He'd do the same thing with the guitar. He goes, "Is this like a good babe chord?" And it was fun. It was fun to play around with him. He was goofy and stuff. And I seen him like 6-7 years later. And I'm all, "Dude, I heard your career's going really good." He goes, "I'm fucking headlining the Hollywood Bowl." And his name is Rick Braun. And he literally made it to the top of the trumpet profession. Like, but it's kind of only because there was no one around anymore. You know what I mean? Like, he was the next generation of what's now, you know, like he's well known in that smooth jazz shit. Like, super well known.
Yeah.
But who'd have thought?
I just hate all that stuff. Like, I have trouble even figuring out who I like or would want to sound like or whatever, you know, things like that.
But he's just doing a vocal part. You know what I mean? It's weird. That's the weird thing about a horn. You're really doing a vocal part.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's totally unusual because it's extremely expressive. You know?
Well, if you're good at it at all, it's like you kind of are singing the notes like while you play to some degree. Like you're changing your like windpipe up to like hit those pitches right or whatever.
And for a guy who spends all of his time with his thumb up his ass, your fingering is very good. I'm surprised.
I hardly ever put my thumb up my ass, man. It's awkward. I guess I like sprained my wrist like a couple years ago. It's just like that angle was wrong. But it's weird. I wish I could play piano, or I wish I could play guitar, something useful, utilitarian like that. I wish I had picked that up. Instead, yeah, I'm just like specialized in this one thing. But I pretty much like doing the solo stuff. I don't know, man. Whatever. Maybe one day. I sketch around, like I'll just like sketch tunes out right now. I had some nice beachy days, so I had some little bossa nova type sketches that I thought were pretty good. But it's easy, like because jazz is like essentially like it's like the head, you know what I mean, which is like the main body, the tune or whatever. I don't know, fucking, you know what I mean. That's not really that long. That's like can be, whatever, 12-bar blues or whatever the fuck, It's like doesn't have to be very long. And you just repeat that shit over and over, like with a jazz band. But that's kind of like boring music, and I don't like the jazz form because it is basically so formulaic. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know, man. And then it's like finding a unit of people to play around that you like that aren't like too snobby about weird shit or whatever. That's another thing. A lot of people that are good are just from music school, and if you're in music school, they're kind of snobby sometimes.
You're right about the timing. My friend Jeff played with Billy Squier when Billy Squier was hot, and I met him in the Rod Stewart group, and he ended up switching into the smooth jazz market because it was available, really. And he always apologized for playing too much blues and too much rock. As a smooth jazz artist, he was more blues oriented. There's a pretty good footage of him right there I made.
Yeah, I don't
He's
know.
fucking
Some people like blend it together. I think Carl Denson, the saxophone player, he's really artistic and individual and unique and stuff like that. But he's played with like he's like on Lenny Kravitz's album. Probably a
My
couple
friend's
of them.
dad is Sonny Rollins, and she's just barely patching their relationship together.
Yeah, Sonny's kind of like really a weird horn player to me. I don't know if you like really.
He's a weird dude
listen
too.
to him. His style like goes from being completely cool to being completely like I don't know why like that. It's like what you sound like.
Doesn't he play
you can't
loose
even
like
play.
you though? Aren't you kind of similar to him as a player?
I don't think like he's got a lot of these asymmetrical weirdnesses that he just throws in there. I think they sound ugly, so I don't.
What do you describe yourself? You do kind of those
well,
little flicky run things.
You know what it is well, yeah, but it's the tenor saxophone has like the gooseneck thing, so it kind of gets this weird kind of honky nasal, some kind of weird thing, and I find that so terrible. So I just have my stuff's like just straight necks. I hate that tenor sound. I can't do it, and I don't know. I don't want to get lost in that land. It's just like a totally different sound, and all the airspeed's different. You know what I mean? Like wherever that bend is in the pipe is like going to be where the speed changes. You know what I mean? So like it's faster to play on a straight neck, whatever the fuck. But it sounds different too. It kind of it just does a thing. So I don't like really like Sonny Rollins, to be honest.
Why do I like the baritone so much?
Maybe like a Jerry Mulligan or something.
I like the way they use it in shit. I can't remember the name. The LA band that does La Bamba. Shit. Can't believe I can't. And the Kiko and the Lavender Moon.
Oh, yeah. Los Lobos.
Yeah, they use it. They use the sax really well. And that Morphine band uses sax in an interesting way. I mean,
Yeah.
as a primary.
Yeah. Yeah, I would totally like to have a berry sometime. I feel like I need like surgery on my nose or nasal passage or something like that. That's kind of like, I guess, larger than the will to do it is like the ability to play. And, you know, I just have like air leaking like somehow through my nasal cavity up out of my ear.
Oh, I'd totally help you adjust it if you got near me.
Yeah, well, you couldn't even manage to knock me out while I wasn't even paying attention in 120 degrees sun, but that's fine. You know what I mean?
How do you manage to reverse that story? You know, I just uploaded your confessions.
What are you gonna
of
knock? You're
starting
gonna
it. Wait,
knock me
I
out?
just uploaded your confessions of you starting it, yet you make it sound like I cold cocked you. What a piece of shit you are when you
Oh,
know
no.
I have evidence otherwise.
No,
You're a piece of
no,
shit.
you've engineered some kind of story.
I better
like
upload
I'm
it.
sure you've had enough time to,
Guys,
though, right?
guys, hey,
Oh my
Snack,
God.
hold on a sec. Dan,
I'm just saying.
come on,
My
let's all stop,
channel.
guys.
No, I uploaded this specifically yesterday just for this reason. So I'll put it in chat. It's up to you, right? I mean, what can I say?
Yeah.
This is
Don't give him the satisfaction, people. He's just attention whore.
okay.
Anyway, so as I get out the car, you're paparazziing me from the get, right? From Jump Street, that's where you're at, right? You have me on video with your iPhone. And you're like, I'm in the posters everywhere, right? That occurred.
Oh
correct?
no.
So, like, how am
You
I to
weren't
have started
you
anything?
weren't welcome. Let's start with you weren't invited and you weren't welcome.
I
You
was
hid
with
for
the
5 or 6 hours on the other side of the lake until everything was done over there and you had to come. You exited the car. I walked up to you and said, "We need to talk." What did you say?
what?
I'm not talking to you, and ran away.
What?
So when you finally wandered up wearing a disguise,
It's not a disguise. It was a
fucking believe
Batman
it.
mask, bro.
I
And it was
couldn't,
just
but
it
it's
was
embarrassing.
specifically for you.
You're
It was
embarrassing us.
specifically
You're embarrassing us on French
because
television. You were
for you.
coming and embarrassing us,
No, they
wearing a
were
stupid mask,
not at all.
acting like
I
a
was
stupid
really cool
person.
with those guys.
So I
Jeremy,
went to take a picture of it,
this
and
is
you
some
attacked me.
goddamn bullshit.
And you
No,
attacked me.
I
Right?
did not attack you. I took
Oh,
the phone
really?
out your fucking hand.
Would you
No. And I
roll up
erased
on
the
him in a
video.
mask?
Yeah, in a Batman mask, and it was a joke, sort of. You know what I
That's
mean? But
fucking dope.
obviously, but this guy has no sense of humor. So he's like, "I got you on camera," and he was like fucking jacking off, like thinking about it or something like that. Well, anyway, well, that's nice that he did that. I did remove the fucking camera from his hand. I ran
No,
away
he
with it.
fucking jumped me. And then he's claiming I jumped him. Now here's him telling
You
the
were
story.
you were in the process
What
of
a
filming me,
maniac.
were you not? You were in the
What
process
a
of filming me,
maniac.
right?
What?
You were in the
He
process.
had a mask on.
Were you
Who
in the
gives a
process of
fuck?
filming me? Were you in the
Maniac.
process of filming me? Did you have my permission? You know
He
you
had a
didn't, right?
mask on, maniac.
I took the phone out your hand.
Snack
And then
pulled up with
I
a
challenged you to run after me as I threatened to throw it in the ocean, which I wasn't going to. But
Snack pulled up with a mask on and took your phone.
That's exactly what
then I take off like
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny. This guy's like Elmer Fudd trying to trail behind. You can imagine. I'm fit. He's not.
I missed
Anyway,
him with a beer bottle. It fucking
you
shattered on the
threw
beach. I had to go
and tried
pick
to
up the
splatter
glass. What a
me
nightmare.
with.
Yo, why are you guys so violent?
He threw a bottle at
That's
me.
hilarious, though. You rolled up on him with a Batman mask. But yo, let's
Right.
move on.
I
Seriously,
took it from him. I took it.
So there's there's nothing
we'll
here.
set up a
It's just
thumb match. We'll set up a thumb wrestling match between you guys next meet. All right.
yeah, and everything was cool. Okay, I gave him his phone back. I didn't fuck it up or whatever. I just erased the video. You know what I mean? You don't get to go do that to me. You know what I mean? Especially after you've been fucking sitting on my podcasting hours for so many fucking.
So
months
everyone's
or whatever, right?
restraining me
And,
while he's
like,
doing this, and I'm screaming, "Get my phone from him!" Get
people
my
were
phone
restraining me, dude. You want to think of this in your own way? You were on drugs though, because your eyes were like little pinholes. You know what I mean? You know how they get real tiny. You know what I mean? Like when
Wow, a
you
new
was you just
accusation.
out in the sun? Were you just out in the sun? Is that what you're going to say? You weren't
New
just like living in your
accusation.
van? Whatever. I don't care.
What sort of drugs do you think I had?
I don't know. You were
Since I
just
was in
distributing
public
Coronas and you
all
had a
day.
sombrero. Like, you had a sombrero on. Like, you don't think
Oh,
that's an
synonymous with
embarrassing
drugs.
nonsense thing
Of
for you to
course.
be doing, or whatever? With your, what, you weren't
Synonymous
invested
with
that day? You weren't wearing a vest, traditional vest outfit.
You are
Anyway,
one
I don't
fool.
really care to even get into this shit. You know what I
Well,
mean?
then
It's
shut the
fine.
fuck up.
You're the one who
Stop
brought it
making
up.
up stories. So when I finally got my phone back, the guy came to come. I guess he was trying to get back in the car or something, but he walked in front of me, and I thought he was going to attack me again. So I punched him.
No, he snuck up on the side of me and he goes, surprise. He goes, and then he goes, surprise, asshole. And he fucking cold cocks me right in the jaw. Right in the fucking jaw.
Wow.
Like, unbelievable that he can believe whatever he's saying right now. That's crazy. But whatever you need to fucking make, what kind of fantasy you need, man? Seriously. It's all about you anyway.
Anyway, he tells the real story here. I posted it.
I never thought I'd hear another 7th grade argument between two fucking cheerleaders, but here we go. Sorry, was that a little too soon? Can we move on? Can you guys stop being dramatic Karens at each other?
Sounds like an episode of.
I'm
sounds
just
like
talking
a
about how
part
I
of the
got
movie.
assaulted, that's all. Sorry, my bad.
It's like a part of the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yo, honestly, if anybody else has this situation where they were cold cocked by somebody and nearly knocked out in 120 degrees while the French media is filming a flat Earth event, you go ahead and fucking tell me, Sensei.
How are
right?
you inverting this, dude? First of all, they told you to shut up. Second of all, it's
No,
obvious
that's
you
not
started
true at
it.
all.
It's
That is
obvious
absolutely not
you
true.
started it.
I did not
And it's
start this.
obvious I defended myself,
You're
and you're a fucking
retarded.
clown.
You're obviously the clown here, but
I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Already. And
I'm sorry,
I
I
will
was
defend
wrong.
myself when you come near me again, dude.
Listen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. 13-year-olds have even more decorum than you children. Stop it. He said, she said, he started it. Who cares? Let's move on. Come on. What the fuck?
Forgive me for talking to the son of a bitch about his sex.
yeah, well, you only used it as a way to kind of get at me. Even though
No, if
you're,
I was gonna
but
do
even though
that,
you're
I'd post
accusing
a
me of
picture
like
of
sitting
you,
on my ass,
right?
right? Even though you're accusing me of sitting on my ass, I assume that you must be doing a lot of ass sitting on right now.
What does that mean?
Like, you're just generally lazy and you're like putting your own bullshit off of other people that you think that they're not doing something, but even though you should be saying that to yourself, kind of stuff.
Okay, well, I'll upload
Whatever.
a picture of you on your ass. How's that? So who's on their ass now? Flat Earth boy.
Are we gonna just let this guy do this? Is that how
Who's
we're
on
gonna?
their ass?
Is that what we're doing?
Who's that on their ass?
Is that what we're doing right now?
Why
That's
is
you on your ass. That is you on your ass.
That's
But
what
you're
we
saying
figured.
I'm on my ass. You're saying I'm on
You guys
drugs
gotta
because I
stop
wore a
this.
sombrero.
We gotta
Everyone,
move on.
the math
You
says
think
I wore a
Yo, we gotta
sombrero.
move on, guys.
I wore a sombrero. I must be on drugs.
This isn't cool, snacks. I know. We gotta move on. Dan, please.
Do we need to?
Can you guys hear me? Yep. Check. You guys hear me?
Yeah, come back, good buddy. What's up, Jeremy?
Let's move on. What do you got? You got something for us, Andy?
No.
Let's get into something we can sink our teeth in here. What do you say?
I'm not going to add to drama if that's what you mean. I got nothing. No.
Andy would never cold cock me. None of the other people would. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I have got some actually. Rachel's gone back to the globe. I don't know. I'm joking.
No, I saw that was in a video somewhere. Yeah. Did you really?
I don't think so. I just watched a video earlier. I just shared it on the air. Like, she were talking to Platzoid about celestial navigation and saying how it was perfectly fine for a globe and this, that, and the other. And Platzoid were doing his usual. So I don't know. I mean, I'd say no, but people have mistaken certain things she said, like celestial navigation don't mean anything. Don't mean it only works on a flat Earth, etc., etc. They were arguing about chord lines and tangents and that kind of thing.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Doesn't it, though?
Well, I mean, I like geometry, so.
Oh, right. Oh. Well, if we get stuck at sea, Jeremy, you get the sextant, all right?
No, I don't know. I don't know how sextants work.
We might as well just chuck it overboard. Fuck it.
Bro, I'm an asset, dude. I get shit done. Any kind of situation, I'm a huge asset. It don't matter. Put me somewhere. Fuck around and find out.
I'll do my usual, just do my movie quotes, I'll be like Jaws, you're gonna need a bigger boat, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're going overboard. We're using you for fish bait, Andy.
Cage in the water, shark in the water. I love that guy. He played a really good part in that. What was his name? Robert. He was great in that. A bit of a drunk, I hear, as well. Robert Summer. He's done a brilliant interview on Dick Cavett. I love going back and watching them interviews, them sort of the old interviews, because people could just sit and talk and it, I don't know, just a more innocent time, I guess. Robert Shaw, of course, that was his name. I couldn't forget his name.
Did you say Robert Schock? That was the dude who dated the Sphinx for shit. I forgot what date he put on it. 6000 BC or something.
Yeah, he said the first time he saw it, he thought it was 10,000 years old, just from a glance, just from the water. What's it called? I want to say not damage for lack of a better word. What's the word I'm thinking of? I can't think of it.
I don't know, but bro, they're in Egypt.
His name's Robert
Bro,
Shaw.
they're in
That
Egypt.
actor. Jeremy, that dude's name's Shaw. SHAW. But anyway, back to Shaw. Robert Shaw.
It's too late. We're on the Sphinx now. we're on the Sphinx now.
Robert Shaw.
Yeah, I know, but I was talking about an actor, and Jeremy turned into something else. But anyway, carry on.
Dude, they're in Egypt. Could that not have been just flowing sand? Just falling sand?
I don't think so.
Like, how do you know it's water versus sand?
Well, because water gives a a specific. What's the word I'm thinking about when it degrades the stone?
Erosion, geological erosion.
Thank you.
And Robert Schock went to Boston University, he's a professor at Boston University. But he's a geologist, and other geologists will disagree with him on the fact that he believes that the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid are older than what they claim. A lot older. Because of the water.
Could you not get that erosion?
No.
Could you not get that erosion from flowing sand?
Apparently not. but maybe. What do I know? They claim that
I don't know.
the erosion on the Sphinx, but the Sphinx has been repaired many times, so it's kind of hard to tell. But anyways, there are other
Yeah,
structures
but
around
not
the
the
world.
Sphinx itself. They're talking about. It's not on the Sphinx itself. It's from the walls that are enclosing the Sphinx. You know, there's those walls that go around it.
Yeah, I agree. I believe
That's
that.
why Shock dated the.
Yeah, but I believe what Shock is saying to be true.
Yeah, but I don't think it was actually on the Sphinx. It was. I think he was talking about part of the wall. He may have been talking about the bottom of the Sphinx. I don't know.
I have
I don't
Robert
know.
Shock
Wasn't the
as a
Sphinx
friend on Facebook.
buried in sand for mad long?
Yeah, it was all buried in
Didn't
sand.
Didn't Napoleon find the Sphinx buried in sand?
They have pictures 100 years ago showing the Sphinx completely buried in sand, and only like a little bit of its head exposed. So they had to unbury it. Same thing with a lot of the pyramids in South America. All that stuff. There's pictures going back to like the 40s and the 30s and the 20s. A lot of this stuff was covered. They had to excavate it to expose it and restore a lot of it. A lot of it's been restored, but when the geologists date the stuff, there's a lot of differing opinions. Like Robert Schoch and Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, clearly they're on. I forget what it's called. There's a specific ideology that they subscribe to regarding the age of the Earth that goes against modern academia. But they claim that Graham Hancock claims that the Great Pyramids of Giza were built like 21,000 years ago. Now I don't believe that, but Robert Schoch and I think that Randall Carlson stated like around 10,000 years ago. I think he said or something like that. What do you think? Well, how old do you
Well,
think
it
the pyramids
probably
are?
weren't built. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. They couldn't have been built like in their paradigm. They couldn't have been built like 11 to 12,000 BC or BCE. I don't know, one of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a time where it couldn't have been built because there was like it was like crazy. There was a huge transformation going in Egypt. They had there was flooding everywhere. Like everyone has a flood story, and it's probably all from that meltwater. I mean, in their mainstream paradigm, it's from meltwater pulse 1b, where all these massive floods come from. That Randall's always on.
Yeah, the North American ice shelf was impacted
It
by a
looks like
meteor.
the shit was, bro. It looks like the shit was done time capsule style, bro. Because they say Göbekli Tepe was purposely buried. I don't know how you know that, but how do they know this fucking pyramid one wasn't? All you gotta do is move sand. Who knows if humans move the sand or it just happened naturally?
No, yeah, it wasn't purposely buried, bro. That's a bunch of bullshit. It was the flood.
Göbekli, but the pyramid?
It was all everything. Even okay, so right now there are places in South America, you know, that have not been excavated, and they know through lidar. They've done surveying. They've flown planes over the jungle with lasers that are able to penetrate the jungle and the foliage. And underneath all that foliage, there are structures, megalithic structures, are temples completely undiscovered, completely unknown to mankind right now. But they're almost inaccessible. There's no roads to get to these places. You can't land a Huey. You can't land a helicopter. There's nowhere to land it. You could probably descend from a helicopter.
Where is this?
In the South American jungle. There's all kinds of undiscovered cities, bro, buried in the foliage. Seriously. It sounds crazy, but even National Geographic published issues on speaking about this discovery. They know that there's things there. There has been British soldiers that were hired for specific expeditions that archaeologists were trying to get to these remote regions that are very dangerous. You can die from mosquito bites, you can die from snake bites, you can die from it's very dangerous to explore these regions. You can't get an excavator in there, you can't get a bobcat in there, bro. There's no roads. So there's literally no way
You
to
can get a
you'd have
bobcat in there. That's an
you
exaggeration.
no, there's really
But we
not,
can
bro.
get
I'm
anything
telling you the
anywhere we
truth.
want. Listen,
Nah, bro.
don't they do it? Didn't they do like some? Did they do some like thermal scanning or some shit where they see underground and seen like the? I know Graham did it on his Netflix thing for one of the things he was at, where
So
the ground penetrating radar or some shit.
yeah, this is similar to that. But there's absolutely no way to get to these remote regions unless it's a government initiative. Like there has to be government funding because the amount of money that it would take to really explore. There's nobody right now willing to cut the check, bro. I'm serious, bro. Go look it up. I'm not making this up. Go look it up. Look up LiDAR imaging of Amazon, and then you'll see for yourself all the it's been discovered through LiDAR, but we haven't excavated it, so we don't know what's actually there. But
Yeah,
what
who
I'm trying
knows
to
what
say
could
is
be in
that
there? I hear you. There could be all kinds of writing or something crazy. Dude, they're scared to dig. They're scared to dig, right? Every time we dig, they start turning over their Gobekli Tepe was a huge monkey wrench.
but basically what we see universally all around the world is that you have these ancient structures that are completely buried in silt
I want to know,
and
like,
mud,
how are they buried? Oh,
completely buried.
where's all the material coming from to put this like nice even layer over all of the Earth, like the ice and
Well,
ice core samples, now pyramids underground. Like, where's the material coming from?
this is why it's you should go listen to Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock and Robert Schoch because they explain how these things happen. I don't necessarily agree with their time frames, but I agree with their cataclysmic evaluation, right? Because what Randall Carlson believes carved out the Grand Canyon, right? Like modern academia will tell you that the Grand Canyon was carved out over millions of years by the Colorado River. Graham Hancock claims maybe possibly occurred in 2 weeks, if not less, that the Grand Canyon was carved out due to cataclysmic events that occurred on the Earth fairly recently. And he believes around 12,000 years ago that there was a cataclysmic event where some comet asteroid hit the North American ice shelf, and it caused like all this massive water that was instantly melted to rush down through Canada, down through the Great Lakes regions, and carved out that area where the Grand Canyon is located. And he does have a
So
point.
the sun fell or something, like what fell?
No, he believes it was a comet or an asteroid of some sort.
Yeah, these
Nah,
guys are huge heliocentrists. They're also Randall's a freak. Just FYI.
I mean, he can believe it, but like you'd have to. I remember that there is like some sort of argument to it, but you'd have to bring it up to make the argument. Like, something with the sediment layers in the Grand Canyon show that they were all made, at once or something. I can't remember what the argument is. Not all of them,
but
but like a great deal. Yeah.
long story short, these structures are antediluvian structures, far older and they experienced a deluge, and the erosion on the rock itself is consistent with them experiencing a deluge, because there's a difference between rainwater, where just water falling on rock over thousands of years, and a structure being completely submerged. Now, I'm not a geologist, but they claim to discern the difference between rainwater erosion and rock that's been completely submerged under water erosion. And there's a difference. And I'm assuming sand erosion too. They could tell the difference between all three. And there's different evidences that they could show you. That they have pictures. They've had PowerPoint presentations showing the differences in the erosion. They'll show you the differences.
Yo, have you ever seen that thing? They claim it's Atlantis. It's off the coast of. It's off the west coast of Africa. It's like huge ripples, like giant ripples in the sand, like huge.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? What's the name
Yeah,
of it?
there's a scarring right
There's
across
like a name for it.
the Atlas Mountains, right next to the Atlas Mountains. That whole area looks like it's something just swept through there like a giant flood.
No, what's the name? What's the name of the thing I just said though? You know the name of it?
Yeah, hold on. I'm looking it up. The reshot structure or something like that.
Called the Great Circle. No, I don't know.
No, it's called the reshot structure. It's
No,
apparently
it's
where
not a structure.
Atlantis
It's just
is.
ripples in the sand.
No, it's where Atlantis used
No,
to
that
be.
ain't
And
the.
I believe that, or it's one of the core centers of Atlantis. I do believe that.
No, I'm but the ripples look like Atlantis. Like it had three rings. Like it looked like how Atlantis was.
Yeah, this is it. It's the reshot structure. I think that's what it's called.
No, it's not the name of it. It's named something else.
This one right here. The Eye of Africa.
That's it. The Eye of Africa. That's it. I think.
Yeah, it's located right
No,
next to
is
the
it?
Atlas
I don't
Mountains,
know.
and it's where what's his face?
It's just ripples in the sand, right? Like
No,
giant
dude,
ripples
that's
in the sand. No, the thing
yeah.
I'm talking about is just giant ripples in the sand.
Yeah, what you're talking about is located right next to this. It's
Well,
right
what's the
next
name
to
of the
this.
thing I'm
It's
talking
right
about?
next. The I don't know, but it's like it looks like something just dragged across North Africa in the past, like something big. I don't know what it's
Not
called, but
drag,
I
but
know what you're talking about.
it's shaped like Atlantis. I'm telling you, bro. Can't believe I forgot the name of this thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm actually pointing out. But I'm saying next to it there are ripples in the sand. Like when you go to the beach and you go near the shore, you'll see like the sand where and it's affected by the waves. That's what you'll see there, like something big happened with water where it washed up North Africa and left ripples in the sand. I don't have it on me though right now. Like I'm trying to look for it, but
What are you talking about? The Bible?
Nah, talking about Atlantis.
No, there's this thing in this. There's this thing on the west coast of Africa. It's like giant ripples in the sand, but it's also like shaped like how they describe Atlantis with like 3 circles or 3
I've
rings or
seen
some
that.
shit.
No me gusta.
Yeah, man, I posted it, bro. I'm telling you, man. That's it. It's called the reshot structure.
That's it.
No me gusta.
It's right next to the Atlas Mountains, literally, and it's exactly
All right,
where
hold on. I'm gonna look at the chat. Let me look at the chat. Hold on.
Plato's would have. There's the most ancient maps of that area point Atlantis to this region right here. There's a whole documentary on it. The guy Joe Rogan had the guy on who first made this like popular, this idea popular, and the concentric rings match Plato's description.
No puedo.
This whole area looks
Bro,
like
is
at
that
one
a real
point.
picture?
Yeah, those are real pictures, bro. The first one's the real one. The second one just has like weird colors, but yeah, man.
I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know.
No, it is. That's it right there,
That
bro.
shit don't even look real, bro. That shit looks
Look
crazy.
at Geo posted it. Yeah, that's real, bro. It's the Eye of Africa. It's legit, bro. They know that this was once there was water here because there's fish, there's mad salt content. You could tell where the water used to come in and flow into this area. It's all there, bro.
It could just
Geologically.
also just have been an island at a different geological time, but is also not Atlantis, but also fits the description, possibly. Loosely, right? There's parts of it where I do not really think that it comports to the description, nor do I necessarily think that the source is the ultimate, penultimate, if I can say.
Yeah, I think it was the location
Because like
the
overall,
metropolis.
it gets us down to like the location of like it might have been like a key city, but like it just gets us to like one location for like this ancient past when we know damn well that the shit would have been all over the joint if these dudes knew how to sail.
Yo,
So Atlantis becomes like a
just
time
real
period.
quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Snacks. I thought you were done. Just on Atlantis though, real quick. It's a pretty big coincidence that Plato happened to give the dating for Atlantis, the sinking of Atlantis, and it coincides with the dating of meltwater pulse 1b when we got a huge spike in the sea level supposedly thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I heard that.
Right. And we know that like from looking at like parts of the desert where there are like whale bones that there was like shallow inland seas for a period of time within the North African desert that were like later dried up and became totally desert. Yeah, they were like landlocked in there. They couldn't leave. Dead whales. So something caused that whole plate to be moving up, right? Like,
Yeah, that's why a lot of people are reluctant to agree that this is Atlantis right here, the remnants of Atlantis, because it's so far above sea level. They can't ever imagine this area being below sea level or close to sea level, because apparently it's like 100 feet above sea level. Or let me see, actually, hold on. It might be a couple 100 feet above sea level, but I think last time I remember him saying like 100 feet, but I could be wrong. But I don't see that to be a big deal because apparently they've witnessed even recently the Indonesian earthquake. They said shifted the landmass 300 feet in one earthquake. Now, I don't even know if that's legit, but that's apparently one of the Indonesian earthquakes shifted the continent 300 feet. Now I don't know how they would know that, but I think that sounds a little crazy, but
yeah, either that's true or they're just doing measurement corrections and hiding it behind that story. But yeah, take this opportunity to correct our measurements.
But technically, it is possible for a landmass to shift drastically, instantly. Could be 20 feet, could be 50 feet, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean the amount of kinetic energy necessary to like move a continent, that amount, it's a lot. But it's not going to be like much. It's not going to be miles, Like that would be a cataclysmic event if it did that, right?
But apparently, this area at one point was naturally at sea level.
Isn't everything like at some point? I mean, underwater and then above water, or no? Why is like that whole New Zealand supercontinent like underwater? That's like a whole bunch of that's like a whole South America right there. I mean, imagine like if our atmosphere had like a whole another rainforest down there. That'd be crazy, right? Besides of South America. So I don't know. That's where I think about like that phrase, "pillars of the earth," and that surely there are, and that maybe they are these like sort of Devil's Tower type rock structures or something like that. Maybe that's how basaltic rock is formed. It's all columnar like that or whatever. Possibly, but that's the bedrock that everything else kind of like then forms up upon or whatever.
I think it seems pretty obvious there's been many cataclysms, many many destructions, many rebuilds. That's what seems obvious to me, but
yeah,
the problem is history's been written by the winners, and as we know from World War II, as David Irving rightly pointed out, all the historians for that little skirmish, they all followed each other around by the tail, and they were just writing one thing. You could count like 19 historians that just wrote all the same thing, and he was urged to do the same. And he was having a kosher life. I mean, kosher life. He was having a cushy life. Cushy life is what I meant. And he should have just gone along with it, really. But instead, he wrote what he found. And his publisher would dedicate, his publisher's like, you just suiciding your career. Hello. And it's like, yeah, but we tell the truth. And when he's long gone, he'd say, his book will outlast. His book will outlast all these other books. They'll all come to his book to see what actually happened. Which I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But he's a brilliant speaker, David Irving. I'd highly recommend anybody go listen to him if you want to learn about World War II. That is. That's why they had to put him in prison, by the way, because he was a well-respected historian, and he'd already wrote a couple of books that were bestsellers. And then they had to. He went to court with on his own. He was his own defense, and he the people against him. He always, what did he always say? Well, like the who's who of lawyers, basically, from the small hats, like a $10 million offensive or something. Word in my head for it. I can't think. It'll come to me. I'm reading this website about the Orlinda book. It's great because it's got like loads of little references from the book, but it's also got comments about the references, which is really good. Whether the OLB is actually true that's another. I don't know, but yeah, it seems like there's been lots of destructions one way or another. I mean, what was that letter? That the old Greek thing I like to mention. from the Egyptian priest, Solon. Letter to Solon. That's a great one. What does he say? Oh, Solon, Solon, you Helens are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you. Solon is returned, asking what he meant. He replied that in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. I love that hoary because I didn't know what that word was when I read it. I'm like hoary.
Really? Like
Yeah, I didn't know what that
pro-
word was.
prostituted with age or something? Really?
Yes, thanks. No, it means like grey.
Oh, gray. Okay, just like old with it.
Yeah.
I got
Just
you.
means like grey and withered and whatnot, you know.
Right.
And I will tell you why. There have been and will be again many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. The greatest have been brought about by the agencies of fire and water, and other lesser ones by innumerable other causes. There is a story which even you have preserved, that once upon a time Phaeton, is that right? The son of Helios, having yoked
reading
the
some
steeds on
wizard
his
scrolls
father's
right now?
chariot.
Okay.
Anyway, I can post it.
What wizard scroll? What wizard book is that out of?
It's just all the old Greek stuff, you know. I kind of like it.
Yeah. I'm like not anti Helios, you know. A lot of people would be like, no.
Well, I like how I don't know, just the way they sort of deified the sky or whatever. They sort of seems more romantic to me than what we've done, where we think we're so much smarter. Like we've just, do you know what I mean? We've just given them all the names and think we're better somehow. I'm
Yeah.
not so sure.
I guess it's because I guess in my flat Earth model, the sun's pretty close, and it's doing some stuff that might even result in like the formation of the building blocks of what life is. Maybe it's just dropping little snowflakes of DNA blueprints here and there, you know, changing year by year as its solar cycle does, and it just like kind of like drops these kind of precursor materials that like somehow spontaneously become living things. I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. Not possible. You know, I don't know if it's even not provable or anyway. But so it's possible that really is just like the primary life bringing force in a way for this entire place. I mean, no religion, no philosophy is complete without it. The concept of the sun. And then I think what like maybe we put a metaphor for the sun too, like the lion or courage or the courage of the lion. You know what I mean? Where all those things are kind of like solar, Sol Invictus. You know what I mean? All these kind of different relations that really have to do with like winning the day and whatever, seizing the day, that kind of stuff. And I guess even further, that the familial ideal of these orbits, like all going around the sun, is in some way like this idea of like the family, or that you yourself are in orbit of someone else's existence here. You know what I mean? So like it's relational that we're kind of in the orbits of others.
Yeah, you do feel. This is one of the comments from that website I was just talking about Atlantis. Sorry, we're all over the place. But you do feel like there's another cataclysm coming with these, extremely wealthy people building these underground bunkers and whatnot. So I think they probably know something we don't in that regard. That's the feeling I get, anyway.
Yeah, I forget the guy that saw an interview with. He's been on Rogan before. I guess he was like, did like Harvard or MIT or something like that, something. And yeah, he was just saying like, from the people that he has talked to, who are in the billionaire category, a lot of them are not sure about anything because they have really no idea how they're even still billionaires, you know. But like enough money will actually, like, you could kind of not know that much about what you're doing and you'll still kind of like be okay, you know. Or because a lot of them have just like inherited like the wealth, you know. So
What happened to it takes 3 generations to lose all the money? What happened to that? I think these people are much. I think they've just, like I always say, somebody, you know, these bloodlines, they won the you know, the one with the Monopoly game, and they just refused to turn the board over. They're like, "Fuck this! This is my shit."
but it's like opportunistic people like try to court that type of power, right? Because they're like, oh, you know, with my fucking wits and, you know, just all of these, you know, financial tools, I can do whatever. You know, I can really take this shit to the next level or whatever. So they're trying to marry into it. I don't know. Right? Aren't people trying to get into the like, you know, Trump's like son-in-law, like, you know, he's got some ideas about trying to, you know, do good by his stepdad or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Anyway. No. Anyway. Sorry.
No. What are you saying?
Okay. If you can't actually like look, how many people actually just like come up from nothing and become a millionaire or or billionaire, right? Like you've got like the Jeff Bezos story, but then what? Yeah.
Well,
yeah, millionaire don't go far these days, does it?
Well, there's 2 lawyers in my family that are self-made, and they're not doing too bad.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, but I mean, like billion.
I'm not talking billionaires.
Yeah, I'm just saying that because so much money, like you almost just have to inherit like a great amount of it to like be able to even get to that point. You know.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Party at Sean's.
I mean, I'll tell you, my mom herself specifically. Like, I know my stepdad. He came from a wealthy and well-off family, so that's how he was allowed afforded, you know, those abilities, and money wasn't tight for him. But for my mom, she was so destitute and poor when she was young. She was living out of her Volkswagen Bug, eating M&Ms for a year, and she made it all the way up to senior female partner at the law firm she's working at. So I'd say it's possible for people to start from nothing and get to you know, make cool couple million.
Yeah. Yeah, my
It's possible.
my dad did so too, with like a high school education and some Navy time.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, and a lot of luck too, and a lot of drive, and it really takes all that stuff for sure. Like, you know,
Yeah, my mom didn't get too lucky. She just had a lot of drive.
I'm not saying like you can't do it. I'm just saying like it's difficult to get to the point where you're like, I'm worth multiple billion or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I don't think somebody. Well, you know, somebody who gets to that, like a Jeff Bezos, has had more help than not. I'd say.
Right. Catching a little echo. I'm not sure why.
Yep. Like, he didn't go to school for any of the stuff he earned, right? My mom did. That kind of thing.
You know, the more I look into history, the more I realise that there was a group of people that I don't exactly know what to call them. I want to call them Aryan, and they were all over the place, and they basically looked very similar. Like white tribes, basically, and I don't know. The more I look into it, the more I see that they were all very closely related, and I reckon they all had a very similar spirituality too. So that's interesting to me. I was just reading this about something about the Buddha being worshipped in Wales and Scotland. Like a long time. It doesn't actually say a date though, but like as far back as we can find, sort of thing.
Becoming a lawyer is kind of strange to me. I understand the necessity of wills and contracts and things of that nature, but if someone breaks a law, right, and there's a punishment for that law being broke, can you just pay a lawyer and get out of whatever trouble you were in, or what's even the purpose for these lawyers in most instances? I mean,
Well,
to me,
if you talk a criminal, like if somebody breaks a law and that makes them a criminal, then you've got criminal law, and they usually litigate and they do certain things to, they're the snakes and the sharks, just like divorce lawyers.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I understand the wills and contracts and agreements and things of that nature, but even then, you have a notary public, right, for the contracts and the agreements. But the will could be drawn up by someone who reads law, not necessarily the law that everyone thinks of. And of course, you've talked about the criminal law, and to me, it's crazy, man. It's kind of a racket, It's I heard this poor guy. He said one time. He said they say there's justice in the courtroom. He said, yes, just us poor people.
Yeah, right. No, I've heard that. And the good thing about my experience with law is neither of my parents went into criminal litigation or anything like that. They went the contractor route. They went the route of trying to actually help people and help companies do better, genuinely and honestly, rather than trying to get some murderer off or something.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's to be commended.
I agree. And my stepdad said he realized right away the first time. So he right out of law school, you become a public defender for a little bit, and you do your time in the trenches. And he was assigned his very first case to litigate in the courtroom was a murderer, and he was supposed to defend the murderer, right? And he said, I'll never litigate another criminal case ever. I'll never work on another criminal case because I had to work, and I did. He said, I would have been fired from the firm had I not worked to try and defend him, but I'll never do it again. Same with divorce lawyers. Holy moly, those people. And last will and testament lawyers, a lot of them don't do what's right for the family. A lot of families can't decide on their own, and they need intervention, and they need somebody to translate the legalese. But a lot of times the lawyers will take advantage of that, maybe because they're biased towards one party or another, or whatever. Like when someone's breaking up, if you need a lawyer, I mean, where was the love? I don't know, prenups and all that.
Yeah, and most people have a bias, even if it's someone they've never met. Let's say
Right.
5 people walk in a room, right? Most people are going to have a bias towards one person. Maybe he looks like someone that stole from you one day, and it's kind of like we see the judge and we see the blindfold on the woman holding the balances, right? So why aren't all judges blind? Why not? Why not have every judge that there is be blind?
What do you mean,
Why
like
not employ
blindfolded?
those? Yeah, blindfolded, so they can't even look, so there is no bias at all whatsoever. There's
Yeah, I mean,
no.
the sad part is we're left up to our own devices, so we have to have humans to judge other humans. That's the only way to do it, and that's it's our greatest downfall, and it can be our greatest strength because there can be justice in the courtroom, or there could be just us. It all depends on how we use the system in place.
Yeah, and if the judge is going just by the law, the judge doesn't have to look at the plaintiff and the defendant. They can just go by the law. So
Right.
put the blindfold on. Don't say their last names because maybe they're related to someone you know. You know, there's so many factors to think about when you're going to have another person judge you, man. It's weird.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the bottom line is, the assholes that came before us messed it all up for us, and now we got to deal with that. That's basically what this is. But and then our grandchildren or great grandchildren can say the same about us, and then it's always blaming the people that came before us. When do we make the change? When do we turn just us into justice?
Plaintive was the word I couldn't think of earlier. So thanks, North. I should just remember complaint. Complaintive.
Yeah.
I love that thing I often post with Eustace Mullins because he wrote the book called Rape of Justice. And he goes, "Oh man, you got to watch that talk. It's not great quality. Maybe there's a better one somewhere, but the one I always post is from BitChute, and it's hilarious. He's a funny old dude, and he just talks about taking lawyers to court and suing lawyers, and they get some sort of bonus or something that gets taken away by him doing this, and he didn't know that. And one of the lawyers came up and told him, and it made him so happy." Oh man,
That's funny. That's funny. And man, it's like the courtroom has become entertainment now, right? I mean, anyone who has older family members or people they go to visit, and you go to visit them lunchtime one day and they're watching a court show. You go the next day or a few days later, 3:00, they're still watching some other court show, and then it's 5:00 and it's another court show, and I was in someone's house not too long ago, and I seen this this courtroom, and it had 3 judges, 3 opinions, and I'm like, what? 3 judges and 3 opinions? Is this not law? What is this? This is just entertainment, and the judges are saying, I think this person is guilty, and I'm looking at the person, and I don't trust them. And I mean, a person's character can be established based upon if they lie or not, right? I mean, so I don't know, man. All of these people who think that they can read body language and all of these things, that's not always 100%. So I say blindfold them and just go by the law and stop making these things entertainment. A lot of people are just, it's weird to me, man. To so many people to watch court shows, that's weird to me.
I thought you were going to say I thought you were going to say this ain't no Judge Judy. Oh dear.
Oh, she's crazy, man. Judge Judy is crazy. Did you see there was an episode, and I think it was on YouTube, somebody put it up, there was an earthquake during one of the during court being in session, and so the earthquake happened and the whole courtroom shook. Everyone ran except for the plaintiff and defendant. They were so scared, and so, I mean, these people were put on such high pedestals. These people were so shook inside that they did not move, and there was an earthquake. But everyone else in the courtroom, including the judge, everyone moved. But yeah, it's I don't know, man. They get too much authority.
Yeah, I mean, I used to Mullins. That's why you got to watch that if you're interested in. I mean, I'm not that interested, to be honest. I hope I'll just keep out of their system completely. I tend to do that, fall through the cracks. I suspect if I keep being this opinionated on the internet, that might change soon. But yeah, this talk, because I went through a phase of just watching talks by people who were just like Eustace Mullins and yeah, he's a